Chapter 79. Hui Yuan, who was beside Yi Xian, noticed this. He quickly nudged Yi Xian and said, "You're really something. You've only been here for half a month and you've already hooked up with junior sister Guan. You're going to break many people's hearts." "What do you mean hooked up?" Yi Xian asked softly. "Junior sister Guan has already looked at you 5 times since you arrived. How dare you say you haven't hooked up with her?" Hui Yuan said. His words stunned Yi Xian. "Holy *T, you have good eyesight. But then again, 5 times was too much. Could it be that this girl had really fallen for him? This girl's thinking is probably too conservative. It's just 3 kisses. It's not like she'll get pregnant." Yi Xian thought. He only thought that Guan Yulan's abnormal behavior was because she was still brooding over the previous accident. At this time, a cheer suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. Yi Xian looked towards the source of the sound and saw a group of people walking up the mountain stairs. The sky-cracking sect was here. "Junior brother Yi, senior brother Zhongyang didn't come back this time. Our sky-cracking sect is relying on you. I heard that in the past few sessions, our sky-cracking sect was completely suppressed by the sky-cracking sect. Not a single disciple could beat them." Hui Yuan suddenly whispered to Yi Xian. "Didn't win a single match?" Yi Xian was shocked after hearing this. This was too fake. Not only did they lose 5 times in a row, but they didn't even win a single match. This was too unreasonable. "Then how do the 2 sects compete?" Yi Xian asked again. "I don't know. It's different every time. It's decided by the sect leaders and elders on the spot." Hui Yuan shook his head. The sky-cracking sect's group was very fast. Soon they arrived at the mountain gate of the sky-cracking sect. Yi Xian looked carefully. There were a total of 5 elders from the sky-cracking sect and more than 10 disciples. The leader was said to be the vice-sect leader of the sky-cracking sect. Zhang Xiang is here too. It seems like he's here for revenge. Yi Xian found a familiar figure in the sky-cracking sect's group. It was the young master of the City of Gold, Zhang Xiang. Zhang Xiang had also noticed Yi Xian and revealed a vicious glint in his eyes. "Tieske, I was able to beat the crap out of you last time. This time I will do the same." Yi Xian snorted coldly in his heart. Then he turned his attention to the other disciples of the sky-cracking sect. Because he was too far away, he could not sense the strength of these people. However, there was one person who gave him a bad feeling. It was a young man who always had a smile on his face. Is this the trump card of the sky-shattering sect? I'm afraid he has already reached the 9th rank of the martial path. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. Although he did not feel the fluctuations of the other party's spiritual energy, his intuition was quite accurate. At this moment, the smiling youth suddenly turned his head and locked eyes with Yi Xian. "It's so cold. My back is cold after locking eyes with him. One look and I can tell that he's a person who hides a knife behind his smile." Yi Xian shivered from head to toe and did not look at the youth. He felt that this youth was a little strange. There was an indescribable evil about him. The 2 sides exchanged pleasantries. Then Zhou Tsang ordered some inner sect disciples to entertain the other party and show them around. However, Yi Xian was ignored by him. Yi Xian was the trump card of the sky-cracking sect. He could not expose himself like this. Furthermore, Yi Xian was very good at controlling his spiritual energy. As long as he did not expose himself, even a martial artist in the 10th rank of the martial path would not be able to discover his true realm. At most, they would be able to tell that he was in the 8th rank of the martial path. The people of the sky-cracking sect were invited to the banquet. As for Yi Xian, he returned to the bamboo forest alone. In the afternoon, before the competition between the 2 sects began, someone came to inform Yi Xian. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that the person who had called him was none other than his neighbor, Guan Yulan. When Yi Xian opened the door to his courtyard, he was shocked. He asked in astonishment, "Why are you here?" Guan Yulan stood outside the door looking a little uncomfortable. She glanced at Yi Xian and said, "You have to be careful of Fan Yu in the competition between the 2 sects later. This person is vicious and merciless. During the last competition he broke the meridians of a senior brother." What? Yi Xian was stunned. Fan Yu? This was the first time he had heard of this name. However, in his mind he combined this name with the smiling youth who hid a knife behind his smile. This Fan Yu should be the trump card of the sky-cracking sect, and he was the trump card of the sky-cracking sect. Therefore the 2 sides would definitely meet. "Oh. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister Guan." Yi Xian cupped his fists. However, in the next moment, Guan Yulan's words almost made him bite his tongue. "Just call me by my name," Guan Yulan said with a red face. Then she added, "The competition between the 2 sects is about to start. Let's go." This time Yi Xian could confirm that Guan Yulan was interested in him. He had been in the sky-cracking sect for a month, but he had never heard of anyone who dared to call her by her name. Before returning to the sky-cracking sect, Guan Yulan had broken through to the 8th level of the martial path. Then she had defeated the 3rd-ranked inner disciple. Now there were not many who dared to call her junior sister. Only the vice-sect leader Zhou Tsang and the other older generation would call her Yulan. Wow, being handsome is a blessing. Everywhere I go there will be people who like me. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Xue Qingqing was too young for him. However, Guan Yulan was already 17 this year. She would be 18 after the new year. Girls of this age were not bad. While fantasizing, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan arrived at the sky-cracking sect's martial training field. As soon as they entered, they became the center of attention. Guan Yulan blushed and walked in with Yi Xian. If it wasn't for Zhou Tsang's order, Guan Yulan probably wouldn't have called Yi Xian. However, this was embarrassing. After today, the entire sky-cracking sect would be discussing whether Yi Xian had won Guan Yulan over because he was in a favorable position. Yi Xian came to the martial training field and walked to Zhou Tsang's side. He said softly, "Master." Beside Zhou Tsang sat an old man. It was the vice-sect leader of the sky-cracking sect, Li Haodong. "Sect leader Li, let me introduce you. This is my new disciple Yi Xian." Zhou Tsang introduced him to Li Haodong. "Oh." Li Haodong turned to look at Yi Xian in surprise. He said with disdain, "He's so young. It seems that his aptitude is also good. I wonder if he compares to Fan Yu? Yi Xian is 15 this year. He's already at the peak of the 8th realm." Zhou Tsang added. Li Haodong's expression changed. "Sect leader Zhou is really lucky. I'm afraid his aptitude is almost on par with Fan Yu." "You flatter me. I'm afraid your sect's Fan Yu is already at the 9th realm, right?" Zhou Tsang said with a smile. "That's right. Fan Yu broke through to the 9th realm half a year ago." Li Haodong nodded. Chapter 80. Hearing the conversation between Zhou Tsang and Li Haodong, Yi Xian also felt that something was amiss. Although there was nothing wrong with their names, even a fool would be able to tell that something was wrong with their conversation. "Yi Xian, sit down with Yulan first," Zhou Tsang said to the two of them. "Yes, master." Yi Xian nodded when he heard this. Then he sat not far away while Guan Yulan sat beside him. 1. "Yulan, is there any conflict between master and the sky-shattering sect's vice-sect leader?" After sitting down, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. He had only been in the Shattering Cloud sect for a month, so he didn't know much. However, Guan Yulan grew up in the Shattering Cloud sect, so she definitely knew. He's the vice-sect leader's disciple. His meridians were broken by Fan Yu. Guan Yulan said with a red face, looking like a little girl. The surrounding disciples were stunned. "I see." Yi Xian nodded. Now he understood why the vice-sect leaders of the two sects were hostile towards each other. It seemed that the competition between the two sects was quite dangerous. Although there were two elders as the judges, there were still some accidents. Fan Yu participated in the competition when he was 16. 2 years later, he was only in the 9th realm of the martial path. His talent isn't that great. Since that's the case, I'll take revenge for my senior brother. I'll break Fan Yu's meridians too. Yi Xian made a decision in his heart. Since he was paid, he would help him. After all, he was Zhou Tsang's only disciple. He received 2,000 points every month. Naturally, he had to share Zhou Tsang's burden. However, Zhou Tsang was hesitating. He didn't want Yi Xian to fight. "I didn't expect him to break through to the 9th realm of the martial path. It seems that I have to be more careful. It wasn't easy for me to find a true spirit realm seed. I can't just let him die like this. Now that my time is almost up, I have to be cautious. I can't let anything happen to him." This was Zhou Tsang's thought. On the surface, he was the vice-sect master of the Shattering Cloud sect, but behind his back he actually had some unknown schemes. The target of this conspiracy was originally Zhongyang, but now it was Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was completely unaware of the danger lurking around him. Before Yi Xian arrived, the two vice-sect masters of the Shattering Cloud sect and the Shattering Sky sect had already discussed the contents of this competition. After that, Li Haodong stood up and began to explain the contents of the competition. There were 5 matches in total, but it was not a best-of-3 system. For these 5 matches, they had to draw lots to decide the order of the first to the 5th. Then, the number one of the two sides would start to fight. However, the winning side could choose to continue to fight. The side that lost 5 matches would be considered the loser. Simply put, as long as number one was strong enough, he could fight 5 consecutive battles. On the way here, Guan Yulan had told Yi Xian that the order of battle this time was the order of the inner disciples. Although Yi Xian didn't have a ranking, Zhongyang hadn't returned yet, so he replaced Zhongyang to battle. Yi Xian, you'll draw lots. At this moment, Zhou Cang suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Yi Xian walked over and pulled out a bamboo stick from the bamboo tube in his hand. Zhu Hong, who is this? When Yi Xian saw the name on the bamboo stick, he was stunned. He didn't seem to have heard of this name. You're drawing the order of the other side. Guan Yulan whispered. Oh, okay. Yi Xian handed the bamboo stick to Zhou Cang, then pulled out 3 more sticks. They were all names he had never heard of before. This meant that the Shattering Sky Sect's trump card, Fan Yu, was ranked 5th. Haha, you're in luck. If Fan Yu was the first to fight, you would have lost 5 consecutive battles. No, 6 consecutive battles. Li Haodong suddenly laughed. 5 consecutive losses referred to losing all 5 matches. However, if they lost this time, the Shattering Cloud Sect would have lost 6 consecutive battles. Zhou Cang's face twitched. He snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Next, it was Li Haodong's turn to decide the order of the Shattering Cloud Sect. Huiyuan, Ding Long, Su Sheng, Guan Yulan, Yi Xian. Li Haodong read out the names one by one. Coincidentally, the trump card Yi Xian was ranked 5th just like Fan Yu. As such, the order of both sides was decided. Zhou Cang's expression relaxed a little, but he was still very serious. This was because he could see that in addition to Fan Yu, the Shattering Sky Sect had another mid-stage 8th realm martial artist. On the other hand, in addition to Yi Xian, there were only 4 early-stage 8th realm martial artists. If they wanted to win, they had to rely on this last battle. Next, Zhou Cang sent someone to announce the rules and order of the battle. He then carefully reminded Yi Xian and the other 4. Yi Xian, it seems like you're going to fight Fan Yu. However, you have to be very careful. Fan Yu is very skilled. Victory and defeat are common. Zhou Cang reminded Yi Xian. Master, I understand. Yi Xian nodded. He also knew that Fan Yu was already in the 9th realm of the martial path. Furthermore, he had once broken the meridians of one of Zhou Cang's disciples. He was extremely vicious. However, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Although he couldn't compare to Fan Yu in terms of age and realm, his physique was definitely far superior to Fan Yu's. He believed that he had a high chance of winning this battle. Nearly 1,000 Shattering Cloud Sect disciples had gathered in the martial arts field. There were outer disciples, inner disciples, and even mentors and elders. This was Yi Xian's first time fighting in front of so many people. If he wanted to establish himself as the eldest senior brother of the inner sect in these people's hearts, he had to win this battle. I have to win this time. This way I can get 30,000 points and use it to break through to the mid-stage 9th realm of the martial path. Yi Xian secretly thought to himself. The Shattering Cloud Sect was actually just a springboard for him. His stage in the future would not be limited to this. Therefore he would only stay in the Shattering Cloud Sect for a while. When the time came, he would leave. The competition between the 2 sects starts now. Just as he was deep in thought, someone suddenly walked up to the ring and shouted. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He was shocked to find that the referee of the competition was actually their Mountain Guardian Elder. It is said that this Mountain Guardian Elder is at the peak of the 10th realm of the martial path. He is an expert second only to Master in the sect. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then he followed Huiyuan and Guan Yulan to the side of the ring. As for the Shattering Sky Sect, they stood on the other side of the ring. The bet for the competition between the 2 sects is 10 million taels of gold. The one who loses 5 rounds will be the loser. The Mountain Guardian Elder continued to shout. The martial arts field, which was originally silent, was suddenly filled with exclamations. 10 million taels of gold was equivalent to 1 billion taels of silver. The bet for the competition between the 2 sects was actually so big? Chapter 81. Master is really generous. He gave me 3 million taels of gold in one go. Yi Xian thought to himself. Unknowingly, Zhou Cang's position in his heart had increased by a lot. At this moment, the Guardian Elder suddenly shouted, the first battle, Shattering Cloud Sects Huiyuan versus Sky-Splitting Sects Zhu Hong. Hearing this, Yi Xian cupped his fists towards Huiyuan and said, Senior brother, it's time for you to show off your skills. Ah, then I'll go first. Huiyuan laughed and jumped into the arena. Ding Long and Su Sheng also revealed strange expressions. Although they had lost to Yi Xian together with Huiyuan, they were still very confident in Huiyuan's strength. Guan Yulan was also the same. Because she had also challenged Huiyuan when Yi Xian was holed up at home, she lost. Therefore she was only ranked 3rd in the inner sect, not 2nd. The Sky-Splitting Sect's disciple named Zhu Hong had already jumped into the arena. He and Hui Yuan walked to the guardian elder's side. Hui Yuan, Zhu Hong. Both of them cupped their fists. The guardian elder at the side did not beat around the bush and directly said, "There are two rules. First, you can't cause death. Second, you lose if you fall out of the arena." The rules were very simple. Both of them nodded. "If you understand, then let's begin," the guardian elder said and retreated. Hui Yuan and Zhu Hong also took a few steps back. After looking at each other for a few seconds, they suddenly attacked. Rushing Thunder Hand. As soon as the battle started, Hui Yuan used his special skill, the 7th grade martial art, Rushing Thunder Hand. It was the move he used against Yi Xian. His attack was extremely fast. At that time, only Yi Xian was able to react. Therefore, the young man named Zhu Hong was directly hit in the chest by the palm. Pa. A muffled sound was heard, followed by 2 more muffled sounds. Pa. Pa. Zhu Hong was hit by 3 moves in an instant and then fell out of the arena. Hui Yuan won. When the guardian elder shouted this sentence, the entire martial arts field was in an uproar. Haha, no wonder senior brother Hua is ranked 2nd in the inner sect. He killed his opponent instantly. For Zhu Hong to be sent out by the sky-splitting sect to participate in the competition, his strength is definitely not weak. However, senior brother Hua is even stronger. My Shattering Cloud sect has been defeated 5 times in a row. This time we can finally turn things around. The disciples in the martial arts field all cheered. At the same time, Li Haodong, who was on the eastern side of the stands, did not look very good either. Although Zhu Hong's strength was not strong, he was still a disciple that was heavily nurtured by the sky-splitting sect. How could he be instantly killed? Sect Master Li, thank you for letting me win. Zhou Tsang was in a good mood. Sometimes face was more important than money. Without a doubt, the sky-cracking sect had lost a lot of face this time. Humph, sect leader Zhou, continue watching. Li Haodong snorted coldly. In fact, apart from Fan Yu, the people who had come to the Shattering Cloud sect to participate in the 2 sects competition were not the true strength of the Shattering Cloud sect. Zhu Hong was not even in the top 10 of the Shattering Cloud sect. However, most of the people in the Shattering Cloud sect considered Zhu Hong to be one of the top 10 experts in the Shattering Cloud sect. Hui Yuan's morale was boosted by his first victory. Due to the rules, he could still continue to fight. Hui Yuan was also very smart. Since he could continue to fight, he used his best martial arts at the beginning. This way he could save his physical strength and spiritual energy. In the second round, the sky-splitting sect sent a sword martial artist. However, his strength was even weaker than Zhu Hong's. Hui Yuan sent him flying out of the arena with just 2 palms. In the third round, the sky-splitting sect sent a person who was stronger than the previous 2. Therefore, Hui Yuan spent a lot of effort to defeat him. Although he won, Hui Yuan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Not only was he injured, but he also did not have much spiritual energy left. The person who went up was a martial artist in the middle stage of the 8th level of the martial path from the sky-splitting sect. He was also the young city lord of the Million Gold City, Zhang Xiang, whom Yi Xian had defeated that day. The 4th round, Hui Yuan of the Shattering Cloud sect versus Zhang Xiang of the sky-splitting sect. Following the voice of the mountain guarding elder, Zhang Xiang, who looked very sorry, finally walked up to the arena. Damn, who is this? His appearance is he's too ugly. My stomach is starting to churn. Oh my god, I'll close my eyes first. Junior brother will tell me the result later. This person's appearance is too unique. His strength is probably not that great. I'm afraid that senior brother Huo will be able to send him flying with 1 blow. Outside the martial arts field, many people's stomachs were already churning. Many female disciples closed their eyes and did not want to watch this battle. In the martial arts field, Zhang Xiang slowly walked towards Hui Yuan with a gloomy expression. What he hated the most was people telling him what to do. However, there were thousands of Shattering Cloud sect disciples sitting outside the arena. He could not vent his anger on them. However, there was a very good target for him to vent his anger on. Hui Yuan. Now I'll give you a chance. Get out of the arena yourself. Otherwise you'll die a horrible death. Zhang Xiang said to Hui Yuan, who was already at the end of his rope. Hui Yuan did not refute. He only snorted. Zhou Tsang had already reminded him that Zhang Xiang was a martial artist in the middle stage of the 8th level of the martial path. He was 1 level higher than him. Moreover, he had already consumed a lot of spiritual energy and physical strength. Therefore, it was impossible for him to win this battle. However, due to the rules of the competition, he wanted to exhaust his opponent's spiritual energy as much as possible. In that case, I won't hold back. Zhang Xiang's eyes flashed. His 3 junior brothers had been injured and defeated by Hui Yuan. Therefore he was here to get back his face. The Shattering Sky sect could not be humiliated anymore. If you're ready, let's begin. The guardian elder at the side said. Whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Xiang's figure flashed as he dashed toward Hui Yuan. At the same time, the long sword in his hand was unsheathed with a clang sound. The body of the sword sparkled under the sunlight, giving off a strange light. It was obviously an expensive upper-grade ordinary weapon. Hui Yuan practiced martial arts with his bare hands and feet. Compared to those who used weapons, it was much weaker. After all, a good weapon could increase the strength of his spiritual energy by a lot. Hui Yuan's face was extremely gloomy. He wanted to try blocking a few times, but when Zhang Xiang rushed in front of him, Zhang Xiang's figure suddenly left an afterimage. What? Hui Yuan's eyes widened. When he came to his senses, he felt a pain in his abdomen. Rip. Zhang Xiang's long sword pierced through Hui Yuan's body and directly penetrated his body. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Humph. Zhang Xiang snorted coldly. He suddenly pulled out his long sword and immediately stabbed a few more times. Hui Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were full of disbelief. Zhang Xiang's realm was only 1 level higher than his. How could he instantly kill him? Chapter 82. Is it a level 9 movement technique? Hui Yuan thought to himself. Then he closed his eyes and passed out. If we weren't in the arena, you would be dead. Zhang Xiang snorted. Senior Hua. The crowd burst into an uproar when they saw Hui Yuan fall in the arena. Hui Yuan was pierced by a few swords. Could he be dead? Why didn't the guardian elder stop him? Zhang Xiang wins. The guardian elder announced. He didn't stop Zhang Xiang because he saw that the wounds were not fatal. As long as they were treated properly, Hui Yuan's life would not be in danger. Ding Long and Su Xing immediately jumped into the arena when they saw this. However, they didn't have any healing pills on them. They panicked when they saw a large amount of blood oozing out from the wounds. Give this to Senior Hua. Yi Xian suddenly jumped into the arena and threw a white jade bottle to Ding Long. It was the 100-flower dew that was worth 1 devouring point. Ding Long didn't think much of it. He immediately helped Hui Yuan up and poured the 100-flower dew into his mouth. In an instant, the amount of blood flowing out from the wounds rapidly decreased. What a miraculous healing pill. Ding Long and Su Sheng were shocked. Even Zhang Xiang was shocked. This was the first time they had seen a healing pill that worked so well and was so fast. However, this wasn't the time to ask about it. Su Xing hurriedly carried Hui Yuan down the arena. Elder Bai Lai also rushed forward and began to treat Hui Yuan. As for Ding Long, he stayed in the arena. The disciples of the Sky-Cracking sect are indeed ruthless. Zhang Xiang, your next opponent is me. Ding Long, who was ranked 3rd in the inner sect, snorted coldly. Don't worry. You will end up like him. Zhang Xiang said. Suddenly his gaze fell on Yi Xian. Loser, why are you looking at me? If you want to fight me, you have to win 3 more rounds. However, I'll warn you first. If you see me, you will die miserably. Yi Xian suppressed the killing intent in his heart and said coldly. He then turned around and left the arena. Obviously, Zhang Xiang was venting his anger on Hui Yuan, which made Yi Xian very angry. In just a month, Zhang Xiang had broken through from the peak of the 7th stage to the middle of the 8th stage. His aptitude was also rare. When a martial artist was young, the speed at which they broke through was the fastest. Because the meridians had yet to form, breaking through twice a month was still understandable. However, how could Zhang Xiang have known that Yi Xian was no longer in the same realm as before? Don't worry. I will defeat you and avenge my humiliation, Zhang Xiang said in his heart as he retreated to the back. However, his actions had already aroused the anger of the surrounding Shattering Cloud sect disciples. Senior brother Ding, defeat him and avenge senior brother Hua. When my ass. Cripple Zhang Xiang, that's the only way to vent our anger. Cripple him. Zhang Xiang glanced at his surroundings and revealed a look of disdain. The crowd was immersed in the cheers. Cripple him? How many of the disciples present could do that? The mountain guarding elder also heard the shouts, but he didn't care. He just said calmly, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiang's figure quickly swept out again. Rip. 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 In the next few seconds, a crisp sound was continuously heard. When everyone reacted, they saw that Zhang Xiang had already appeared in front of Ding Long. His long sword had already pierced through Ding Long's body. Ding Long's clothes were already stained with blood. Like Hui Yuan, he had been stabbed by Zhang Xiang. Gulp. Ding Long couldn't believe it, but the intense pain in his body made him believe that the gap between him and Zhang Xiang was so big. Instant kill. Hui Yuan was instantly killed because he had fought 3 rounds and was injured. His physical strength and spiritual power were also greatly depleted. However, Ding Long was in his peak state, but he was still instantly killed by Zhang Xiang, which was enough to prove that Zhang Xiang's strength was extraordinary. Zhang Xiang wins. The mountain guarding elder's voice sounded. The whole place was silent. Impossible, this is impossible. This ugly guy actually killed senior brother Ding in an instant. How is this possible? Everyone didn't quite believe it, but that was the truth. Ding Long was carried down by Su Sheng, and then the former's master hurried over to treat him. However, his injuries were the same as Hui Yuan's. He would probably have to recuperate in bed for at least a month. Senior brother Su, I think you shouldn't fight in the next round. At this time Yi Xian suddenly said to Su Sheng. No, I want to avenge senior brother Hua and junior brother Ding. Su Sheng said firmly. But in my opinion, Zhang Xiang used a 9th grade movement technique. His speed is definitely not something you can catch up with. Yi Xian frowned. In fact, Su Sheng had already guessed that his opponent used a 9th grade movement technique, but how could he back down under the gaze of so many disciples? Junior brother Yi, even if I lose, I can't back down. What's more, I can consume some of his spiritual power for you. Even if I have to pay a heavy price, I'm willing. Su Sheng said solemnly. Yi Xian was very moved after hearing this. However, what Hui Yuan and Ding Long drank just now was the 100-flower dew that he had exchanged with devouring points. If Su Sheng was stabbed 7 or 8 times, he would also need the 100-flower dew. That was 3 devouring points. Forget it, forget it. Now that I have so many points, I'll help you. Yi Xian didn't stop him. Anyway, the mountain guarding elder was watching, so Su Sheng shouldn't have any accidents. Su Sheng finally went up. Humph, another one who's not afraid of death is here. Zhang Xiang snorted. The battle began. As expected, Su Sheng didn't last long and was also defeated. His injuries were exactly the same as Hui Yuan and Ding Long's, but his life wasn't in danger. Sigh, I spent another bottle of 100-flower dew. Yi Xian felt very helpless. Su Sheng was carried off the stage again and the atmosphere was a little tense. Just now Hui Yuan won 3 in a row and now Zhang Xiang also won 3 in a row. Moreover, it was effortless. However, the next battle was Guan Yulan. The disciples were very confident in Guan Yulan's strength, but against Zhang Xiang her chances of winning were less than 10%. Zhang Xiang was as ugly as a pig and most people wouldn't want to take a second look at him. However, if he fought against the goddess of the Shattering Cloud sect, Guan Yulan, what would happen? Most importantly, the disciples didn't want to see Guan Yulan being stabbed by Zhang Xiang. Senior sister Guan, let's surrender this battle. Immediately, someone shouted, indicating that Guan Yulan should surrender. Guan, Yulan, this Zhang Xiang isn't a good person. I'm afraid he won't show you any mercy. You better not go up. Let me take revenge for senior brother Hua and the others. Yi Xian said with some worry. Chapter 83. If you dare to ignore me, then come down. Yi Xian grabbed Guan Yulan and dragged her back with brute force. I'm also a disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect. Guan Yulan looked at Yi Xian and said slowly. This sentence was also the crux of the matter. This competition was related to the face of the Shattering Cloud sect. Over the years, there had never been a situation where the 2 sects had admitted defeat. Could it be that this time it was going to be broken? Yi Xian looked at Guan Yulan's face and hesitated. He wasn't related to Guan Yulan, so he couldn't stop her from making a decision. However, he was still a man. How could he let a girl get hurt? At this moment, Zhang Xiang's face twisted and he scolded, Shattering Cloud sect, are you still going to fight? If you don't dare, then admit defeat. Why are you dragging this out? At this moment, Zhang Xiang was in a very bad mood. This was because Yi Xian had previously stolen his fiancée, given him a green hat, and even ruined his father's plan. Therefore, Zhang Xiang had wanted to kill Yi Xian for a long time. However, he didn't dare to do it because of Yi Xian's identity. Today, after seeing the relationship between Yi Xian and Guan Yulan, he was even more jealous. He had already made the decision to torture Guan Yulan in the arena. The word, protective, didn't suit him. He just wanted to wash away his shame. Yi Xian looked at Zhang Xiang through Guan Yulan's body and made the decision in his heart. Okay, be careful. Yi Xian reminded him. With the peak 10th stage martial path elder, Guan Yulan's life wouldn't be in danger. Moreover, the devouring system had better healing medicine than the 100-flower dew, so Guan Yulan was relatively safe. When Guan Yulan entered the arena, the crowd cheered again. Some of the surrounding disciples praised Guan Yulan's courage for not being afraid of danger, while some prayed for her. Only a small number of people believed that Guan Yulan could defeat Zhang Xiang. When Guan Yulan entered the arena, Zhang Xiang snorted coldly and said, "Miss, don't think that I'll show you mercy because you're a girl. However, I'll give you a chance. It's not too late for you to go down now. Please." Guan Yulan didn't say anything. She swung her long sword and got into a battle stance. "Fine, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." A fierce look flashed across Zhang Xiang's eyes. After seeing Guan Yulan, he had an idea in his mind. The mountain guarding elder also took a deep look at Guan Yulan. The latter was the adopted daughter of the Shattering Cloud Sect's sect master. If she was injured, it would be difficult for him to explain it to the sect master. Therefore, he had to be more cautious in this battle to prevent any accidents from happening. Begin. As soon as the elder's voice rang out, Zhang Xiang took a big stride forward. The deacons, mentors and elders of the Shattering Cloud sect all held their breaths. Whether or not they could withstand Zhang Xiang's first round of attacks was the key. However, to their surprise, Zhang Xiang's approach this time was not the same as before. He wasn't going to defeat Guan Yulan in one go. Instead, he wanted to humiliate her. Zhang Xiang instantly rushed in front of Guan Yulan and casually thrust his sword. His attack was so fast that Guan Yulan couldn't react in time. Rip! A crisp sound was heard. Guan Yulan wasn't hurt. Only her white robe was pierced by the long sword. Guan Yulan's face was cold. She could feel Zhang Xiang's power. He wasn't someone she could fight against. However, when she thought about Hui Yuan and the other two's miserable state, a wave of anger surged in her heart. She raised her hand and attacked Zhang Xiang. "Humph, you overestimate yourself. How dare you counterattack?" Zhang Xiang snorted and dodged the attack. Rip! Another crisp sound was heard. Guan Yulan's robe was pierced, revealing her fair skin. Fortunately, it was only her arm. Yi Xian knew what Zhang Xiang was going to do. Guan Yulan was injured and defeated. That was a small matter. But if she was stripped naked in front of everyone, it would be a big deal. How could Guan Yulan not know Zhang Xiang's plan? However, with her strength, she did not have the strength to fight back at all. Rip! In the blink of an eye, Guan Yulan's arms were exposed. Her long sleeves turned into short sleeves. F***ck, how could Zhang Xiang be so dirty? Damn it, how dare he do that to Senior Sister Guan? What a beast. Senior Sister Guan, just admit defeat. The disciples in the stands couldn't stand it anymore. Although they were looking forward to it, they were still rational. Zhang Xiang knew that if he stripped Guan Yulan naked today, it would cause public outrage. But who was he? He was a disciple of the Sky-Cracking sect. Fan Yu had once broken the meridians of the Sky-Cracking sect's vice-sect leader Zhou Tsang's disciple. Wasn't he still alive? Little girl, how dare you stand so close to Yi Xian? I'll strip you naked and give you an appetizer." Zhang Xiang's eyes flashed. He pointed his long sword at Guan Yulan's chest. T. Guan Yulan's face sank. She knew that she wouldn't be able to dodge this sword. If Zhang Xiang's evil plan succeeded, then she would lose all her face. The mountain guardian elder had already made his preparations. However, at this moment he suddenly saw another figure charging at Guan Yulan. Swoosh! Zhang Xiang's long sword stabbed out, but it missed. Guan Yulan, who was standing in front of him, suddenly turned into a shadow and was stabbed by him. Then she disappeared. Guan Yulan's original body appeared on the other side. What? Impossible, how could she dodge my sword? Zhang Xiang was shocked. He was about to succeed, but why did something unexpected happen? He turned around in shock and found that Guan Yulan was in a man's arms. This man was Yi Xian. After realizing Zhang Xiang's intention, Yi Xian was ready to make a move. He couldn't stand it anymore and broke the rules to save Guan Yulan. "Yi Xian, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiang asked in shock. He was in the middle of a battle. Yi Xian suddenly went on stage, which obviously broke the rules. At the same time, Li Haodong's expression changed. He shouted, "Sect leader Zhou, what's going on?" "This kid still made a move," Zhou Tsang said in his heart. Then he said loudly, "The Shattering Cloud sect admits defeat." Zhou Tsang's expression didn't look good. Guan Yulan was the adopted daughter of the Shattering Cloud sect's sect leader. Her identity was special. Even if Yi Xian didn't make a move, the guardian elder would have made a move. No matter who made a move, the result would be the same. Admit defeat. Chapter 84. The competition between the two sects had been held more than 10 times, but no one had ever admitted defeat. This time, Zhou Tsang's admission of defeat shocked many people. One had to know that Zhou Tsang did not admit defeat even when his disciples' meridians were broken by Fan Yu. Since you've admitted defeat, then let's forget about this matter. Li Haodong snorted and stopped pursuing the matter. He also knew of Guan Yulan's special identity. Just now, he was really afraid that the mountain guarding elder wouldn't be able to react in time and Zhang Xiang would succeed. Then this matter would be blown up. After all, the Shattering Cloud sect still had a true Spirit Realm sect master. After Zhou Tsang's voice fell, everyone in the audience heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. However, their attention was instantly attracted by another matter. What a fast speed. This Yi Xian's speed is actually faster than Zhang Xiang's? So he's that strong. We're saved. We're saved. Yi Xian can definitely defeat this ugly bastard. Didn't he take pills to advance? Why is he so strong? Someone asked. At this time, a nearby elder explained, taking pills to forcibly raise one's cultivation level is harmful to those with poor aptitude. However, true geniuses have extraordinary refining abilities, so the effects of pills on them are very small. This elder was Elder Bai Lai, the one who sent Hui Yuan away for treatment. After hearing his words, the disciples were enlightened. So Yi Xian, who they thought was trash, was actually a genius? However, they couldn't be blamed. After all, even the elder had misjudged him. A genius like him was one in a million. In the arena. Due to Yi Xian's forceful intervention, Guan Yulan was saved. Zhang Xiang's anger rose instantly. He was so close to succeeding and could have shredded all of Guan Yulan's clothes. Unfortunately, although he had accumulated a lot of resentment, Zhang Xiang didn't say anything. After all, Li Haodong didn't pursue the matter. Consider yourselves lucky, Zhang Xiang said as he retreated back to his seat. After what happened just now, he didn't dare to underestimate Yi Xian. It turned out that Yi Xian's strength had improved a lot in the past month. Yi Xian's speed really scared him. However, he was here to take revenge. How could he back down? You can go down first. I'll take care of him. Yi Xian said slowly as he let go of Guan Yulan's waist. Okay. Be careful. Guan Yulan's face turned red as she replied softly and ran down the arena. She was very confident in Yi Xian's strength. After the last mission at Blackwater Mountain, she had broken through a realm, but Yi Xian had broken through a total of 2 times. Furthermore, when she gave him the points, Yi Xian was already at the peak of the 8th level of the martial Dao. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to the 9th level of the martial Dao. This kind of strength was enough to beat up Zhang Xiang, who was in the 8th realm. It's finally your turn. Today I will take revenge for what happened that day. I will cripple your meridians and then take care of the Shui family and your Yi family. Don't worry, I will take care of your women one by one. Zhang Xiang looked at Yi Xian with a ferocious expression. Don't worry. I will beat you until you can't even shout out your defeat. Yi Xian replied coldly. Previously in the City of Gold, he had only taught Zhang Xiang a lesson. However, this time he had the intention to kill. Zhang Xiang was too arrogant and his methods were ruthless. Yi Xian had to let him know that there were some people he couldn't touch. What arrogance! Today I will experience the strength of the disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect's vice sect master. After saying that, Zhang Xiang rushed towards Yi Xian with his sword. Before the mountain guarding elder shouted, he had already made his move. However, the mountain guarding elder didn't stop him and just silently retreated. He saw that Yi Xian was ready. He could feel the murderous aura. Xiao. Xiao. The moment Zhang Xiang moved, Yi Xian also moved. The 2 figures faced each other at an extremely fast speed. Not many people could see their movements clearly. They could only see a series of afterimages. Go kill Zhang Xiang. Senior brother Yi, kill him and let him know whose territory this is. Cripple his meridians. The entire martial arts training field suddenly burst into an uproar. Everyone was supporting Yi Xian. Zhang Xiang's previous methods were too crude, which caused the crowd to be angry. Although Zhang Xiang had broken through twice in a month, Yi Xian wasn't the same as he was a month ago. Currently he was at the peak of the 8th stage of the martial path, which was 1 stage higher than Zhang Xiang. Moreover, with the addition of the 100 Beasts bloodline and the wind-chasing leopard bloodline, he could catch up to Zhang Xiang, who was using a 9th stage martial art if he used the 7th stage martial art, Netherworld Steps. If he used the 9th stage martial art, Heavenly Illusion martial art, he could instantly kill Zhang Xiang. However, Zhang Xiang was so arrogant. He injured Hui Yuan and the other 2 and almost tore Guan Yulan's clothes. How could Yi Xian let Zhang Xiang lose so easily? Boom. The 2 figures came into contact and in an instant, a violent muffled sound rang out. The 2 figures on the stage suddenly stopped. Yi Xian's fist had already landed on Zhang Xiang's abdomen. The entire crowd went silent. Instant kill? No, not yet. Zhang Xiang could still move. Die. Zhang Xiang was hit by the fist and felt his stomach churn. However, he still stabbed with his sword. At such a close distance, it was impossible for him to hurt Yi Xian. I told you, I will beat you until you can't even shout out your surrender. Yi Xian's cold voice suddenly rang in Zhang Xiang's ears. Following that, the latter felt a sharp pain in his throat. It was as if his head was hit by a rock. Kacha. With a crisp sound, Zhang Xiang's body flew out horizontally. A pool of blood floated in the air. His throat was hit by Yi Xian's fist. It was so painful that he couldn't speak. This was after Yi Xian showed mercy. Otherwise, this punch would have been enough to break his throat. Shoo. Without waiting for Zhang Xiang to react, Yi Xian rushed out again. This time he didn't use his fist but his finger technique. 8th-stage martial art, Heavenly Crippling Finger. In an instant, Yi Xian's hands were like a machine gun. They flashed rapidly. Every time they landed on Zhang Xiang's body, Zhang Xiang would let out a painful whimper. The Heavenly Crippling Finger was a martial art from the Shattering Cloud sect. Although it wasn't very powerful, this martial art was very special. It recorded some other things. Chapter 85. 6. 18. 36. 54. 72. The Heavenly Crippling Finger had a total of 72 fingers, which corresponded to 72 parts of the human body. These 72 parts were not fatal, but they could bring intense pain. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist could withstand up to 36 fingers, but there were not many who could withstand up to 54 fingers. It was extremely rare to be able to withstand all 72 fingers, and Zhang Xiang was one of them. I didn't expect your willpower to be so strong. Let me do it again. Seeing that Zhang Xiang was still standing unsteadily, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. His body flashed as he performed the Heavenly Crippling Finger on Zhang Xiang's body again. Zhang Xiang was in so much pain that he wanted to scream. However, his throat was injured so he could only whimper. Woo, woo. If Zhang Xiang's gaze could kill, Yi Xian would have died 100 times. However, a gaze could not kill. Still not unconscious? Get lost. Zhang Xiang's willpower shocked Yi Xian. However, the latter also understood that Zhang Xiang was able to hold on until now because of his deep resentment. Yi Xian was still angry, so he performed the Heavenly Crippling Finger on the same spot again. This time it was the third time. Zhang Xiang endured the pain and crazily stabbed at Yi Xian's afterimage. However, not a single one of his swords hit him. All of them missed. He was furious. After the third time, he was still standing on the stage and did not fall down. His entire body had been shot into a sieve by the finger force. His clothes had been dyed red and a thick smell of blood spread out. It was very wretched. I'm too lazy to beat you up. Get lost. Yi Xian suddenly remembered that Zhang Xiang was only the fourth person in the sky-splitting sect. There was a stronger opponent waiting for him. Hence, he had to conserve his spiritual energy to avoid any accidents. Peng? He kicked Zhang Xiang in the stomach. There were several wounds on the latter's abdomen. After being kicked, blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. Plop. Zhang Xiang drew a parabola in the air and landed on the ground. His long sword fell beside him. Although he had cultivated a 9th-grade movement technique, he could only use it to suppress Hui Yuan and the others. Against Yi Xian he was completely powerless. If we weren't in the arena, you would already be a dead man. Yi Xian coldly snorted in his heart and slowly walked towards Zhang Xiang. He didn't want to beat him up again, he just wanted to go down. Although the Heavenly Crippling Finger was not fatal, there were still a few spots that were very important to a warrior. Zhang Xiang had been rotated by the Heavenly Crippling Finger 3 times, and several of his meridians had been severed. His future training would be very troublesome. Yi Xian wins. The Mountain Guardian Elder looked at Zhang Xiang, who was groaning and bleeding on the ground, and immediately announced. Yi Xian's footsteps were neither fast nor slow. When he passed by Zhang Xiang, he also quietly said a few words. Although Zhang Xiang couldn't speak, he could still hear it. When he heard this, his expression immediately changed and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Yi Xian gradually walked away. At this moment, Zhang Xiang mustered all his strength to get up. He picked up the long sword that had fallen on the ground and rushed towards Yi Xian. The long sword was filled with a large amount of spiritual energy. This sword was aimed at Yi Xian's heart. If it hit, even Yi Xian would die on the spot. Be careful. Guan Yulan hurriedly shouted when she saw Zhang Xiang suddenly get up from behind Yi Xian. Not only that, but all the disciples in the arena also stood up and shouted. These two words echoed throughout the entire training grounds. Be careful. However, before these two words could be heard, a figure flew out and landed at the edge of the arena. To be precise, it landed in front of the sky-cracking sect's ace, Fan Yu. This figure was Zhang Xiang. However, at that moment, his eyes were wide open and his expression was stiff. A large hole had been blasted into his left chest. Zhang Xiang was dead. The entire arena fell silent. It was dead silent. Injuries were inevitable in the competition between the two sections. However, this was the first time someone had died. Fan Yu from the sky-cracking sect touched the blood on his cheek and took a few steps forward to check his injuries. He then shook his head. How foolish. I fell into his trap. After saying this, Fan Yu smiled at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was strong enough to be his opponent since he could smash a person's heart with one punch. He wasn't very interested in this match, so he had been resting with his eyes closed under the stage. But now his interest was piqued. Senior brother Zhang. Zhang Xiang's body lay quietly at the edge of the arena. The other three people from the sky-cracking sect immediately rushed over. Li Haodong and the elders of the sky-cracking sect also stood up from the eastern stands. Even Zhou Tsang and the others did the same. This scene happened so quickly that even they didn't expect it. Who would have thought that Zhang Xiang would suddenly attack Yi Xian with a sword after announcing his victory? Stinking brat, I want you to pay with your life. Suddenly, a figure flashed out from behind Li Haodong. He directly jumped down from the 10-meter-tall viewing platform and quickly charged towards Yi Xian. He was Zhang Xiang's master, Hu Sun. The moment Zhang Xiang died, Zhou Tsang knew that he was in trouble. However, there was still an expert from the sky-cracking cloud sect in the arena. He immediately shouted, Guardian Elder, stop him. Hu Sun saw that his disciple was dead and wanted Yi Xian to pay with his life. However, at this moment, the Guardian Elder suddenly rushed forward and stretched out his withered right hand. Bang! Although Hu Sun was also in the 10th realm of the martial path, he was still weaker than the Guardian Elder who was at the peak of the 10th realm. Therefore he was forced to take a few steps back. Get out of my way. Looking at the withered elder, Hu Sun's face darkened. He knew that this elder was an expert from the sky-cracking cloud sect, second only to the sect leader and the vice-sect leader. Your Excellency, what do you want to do? The Guardian Elder looked at Hu Sun and asked slowly. Of course I want to kill that stinking brat and avenge my disciple. Hu Sun gritted his teeth and answered. That won't do. The Guardian Elder didn't waste any time and rejected him directly. Then you can try. Without saying anything, they immediately started fighting. In an instant, Hu Sun started attacking the Guardian Elder crazily. At this moment, some of the elders from the sky-cracking sect on the eastern platform were waiting for Li Haodong's instructions. This was the first time that a death had occurred in the competition between the two sections. It was up to the vice-sect leader, Li Haodong, to decide what to do. Sect leader Zhou, you have guts. How dare you kill a disciple of the sky-cracking sect? Li Haodong was the vice-sect leader and had an extraordinary status. He still maintained his rationality. Chapter 86. When Yi Xian was ambushed, it was out of Zhou Tsang's expectations. His heart almost stopped beating. Fortunately, Yi Xian was fine. Otherwise, he would have immediately ordered Li Haodong and the others to be killed. Careless? Sect leader Zhou, do you think I didn't see it? When that kid passed by Zhang Xiang, he said something to provoke Zhang Xiang to ambush him. Li Haodong said. When the surrounding people heard this, they were stunned. As expected of a martial artist who was half a step into the true spirit realm. He actually noticed this. One had to know that not many people present saw it. This is indeed true. But sect leader Li, how do you know what Yi Xian said? Zhou Tsang revealed a smile. Although this incident was caused by the Shattering Cloud sect, the Shattering Cloud sect was in the wrong. Then I'll listen to what he said. Li Haodong was actually not very sure. When Yi Xian spoke, his expression was as calm as water. Perhaps it was because Zhang Xiang couldn't bear the humiliation and Yi Xian exposed his back. That was why he wanted to ambush him. Elder Hu, stop first. Li Haodong shouted and jumped down with the others. Hu Sun was exchanging blows with the Mountain Guardian Elder. He was shocked to find that even if he split into 3 bodies, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to the Mountain Guardian Elder. Sect leader, you have to avenge my disciple. Hu Sun saw that there was no hope for him to break through. He immediately rushed to Li Haodong's side with snot and tears. Let's not talk about this for now. Li Haodong snorted. Under the vigilance of Zhou Tsang and the others, they first went to check Zhang Xiang's body and found that he was already dead. Then Zhou Tsang called Yi Xian over. Why did you kill him? Li Haodong asked directly. However, he also used some tricks to ask this question. Senior, you must have seen what happened just now. Zhang Xiang launched a sneak attack on me first. I panicked and threw out a punch, accidentally killing him. Yi Xian wouldn't foolishly say that he intended to kill Zhang Xiang. He immediately explained what happened. Yes, this was all part of his plan. He deliberately lured Zhang Xiang into ambushing him. However, as long as he didn't admit it, what could Li Haodong do to him? Then what did you say to him just now? Li Haodong continued to ask. Yi Xian lightly smiled and said, this brat only said one sentence. If you do too much injustice you will die. Are you sure? Li didn't believe him. Yi Xian must have said something to provoke Zhang Xiang to ambush him. For example, of this word stand up and kill me if used, of course. Of the words is of his words. Of heavens was but. And of the of Li, ses of but, s. Li excess of is, and Li's ye. Tis of is, was, s. Zhang Xiang's death was in vain. Brat, I'm going to kill you. At that moment, Elder Hu of the sky-cracking sect suddenly charged at Yi Xian with a claw. How dare you? A cold voice rang out as Elder Hu was sent flying. However, the person who sent him flying was none other than the vice-sect leader of the sky-cracking sect, Li Haodong. This time the sky-cracking sect was in the wrong. It wasn't worth it to start a war between the sky-cracking sect and the shattering cloud sect just to avenge Zhang Xiang. If a fight really broke out, none of them would be able to leave the shattering cloud sect. After all, there were thousands of disciples here. Apart from that, there were also deacons at least in the 8th realm of the martial path, instructors at the 9th realm and elders at the 10th realm. Just Zhou Tsang and the mountain guarding elder were enough to make them suffer, let alone the others. Sect leader. Wu Sun was surprised. The sky-cracking sect was much stronger than the shattering cloud sect. They didn't need to be afraid of the shattering cloud sect. Elder Hu, it was Zhang Xiang who launched a sneak attack. He deserved to die, Li Haodong said as he gave Hu Sun a look. Although Zhang Xiang was dead, there was still Fan Yu. With his strength in the 9th realm of the martial path, he could definitely avenge Zhang Xiang. Wasn't this a good thing? When Hu Sun saw Li Haodong's look, he suddenly understood. If Fan Yu dealt with Yi Xian, they could avenge Zhang Xiang and avoid a war between the two sections. What was the difference between turning a martial artist into a cripple and killing him? As long as Yi Xian was crippled, the shattering cloud sect would definitely abandon him. When that time came, wouldn't he be at the mercy of others? However, they still had to face another problem. Would the shattering cloud sect accept the challenge? Sect leader Zhou, are you still going to fight the 5th round? If not, our sky-cracking sect will have 6 consecutive victories. Li Haodong suddenly turned around and asked. Zhou Tsang was now hesitating. The 5th round was definitely very dangerous. Moreover, Fan Yu might very well torture Yi Xian at all costs. Yi Xian was a very important part of his plan. If Yi Xian died or was crippled, his plan would have to start all over again. Fight, of course we'll fight. Before Zhou Tsang could start, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward and said, what a joke. As long as he defeated Fan Yu, he would be able to obtain 300 million taels of silver. With these 300 million taels of silver, he would definitely be able to break through to the mid-stage of the 9th realm of the martial path. Yi Xian Yu. Zhou Tsang was shocked. He believed in Yi Xian's talent, but this Fan Yu in front of him wasn't someone to be trifled with. If Fan Yu hadn't been in the sky-cracking sect all year round, he would definitely have secretly captured him. Master, I will be careful. Yi Xian said solemnly. Zhou Tsang furrowed his brows. He really didn't want to let Yi Xian fight. Even though he would be able to obtain 1 billion taels of silver, if anything happened to Yi Xian, his losses would be even greater. All right. Zhou Tsang nodded in the end because he had decided to personally guard the stage with the mountain guardian elder. He definitely couldn't let anything happen to Yi Xian. Haha, sect leader Zhou is really courageous. Let's go. Li Haodong laughed loudly as he led the group to the bottom of the stage. Then he said a few words to Fan Yu. Zhou Tsang also gave the mountain guardian elder a look. Yi Xian was the shattering cloud sect's hope, and even more so, his hope. Nothing must happen to him. The others also slowly walked down the stage. Be careful. Guan Yulan reminded him and left as well. As a result, there were only 3 people left on the stage. Yi Xian, Fan Yu and the mountain guardian elder who was acting as the referee. I didn't expect you to have already reached the peak of the 8th realm of the martial path. No wonder you were able to kill junior brother Zhang. However, if that's all you have, you should get off the stage. If I were to attack, you would definitely be crippled. Chapter 87. Yi Xian looked at Fan Yu and said slowly, "We'll know who's going to be crippled after we fight. Also, your smile is very fake. Can you stop smiling? I'm getting goosebumps." Hearing this, the smile on Fan Yu's face froze and was replaced by a ferocious expression. "Since you want to follow in your senior brother's footsteps, I'll fulfill your wish." Fan Yu did not want to waste time with Yi Xian. He glanced at the guardian elder. "Let's begin," the guardian elder announced. Whoosh. As soon as he said that, Fan Yu's hands turned into claws and instantly turned into a cheetah. He pounced on Yi Xian. His weapons were his hands. He wanted to use these hands to break all of Yi Xian's meridians. So fast. Fan Yu's speed shocked Yi Xian. He was at least twice as fast as Zhang Xiang. This Fan Yu is really something. His speed is so fast. Yi Xian's heart sank. Fan Yu's speed was comparable to his explosive thunder step speed. However, the current him possessed a 9th grade movement technique martial art. In an instant, Yi Xian also exploded with speed and came into contact with Fan Yu. Boom. In the arena, the air billowed and dust filled the air. Even the guardian elder could not see clearly. However, the surrounding disciples suddenly cried out in alarm. "Senior brother Yi, kill him. Yes, kill him and let our shattering cloud sect win this time. Beat him until he's crippled." The disciples had already acknowledged Yi Xian's position. They waved their fists and shouted as if they wanted to see the world burn. However, Zhou Tsang's expression was not so good. He did not expect such a thing to happen at the beginning. What if Yi Xian was crippled by Fan Yu during this period of time? However, the competition had just begun. Was he going to admit defeat? At this moment, the sound of spiritual energy colliding came from the center of the dust-filled arena. Boom. 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 The muffled sound was like thunder. The people below the arena held their breaths. They could no longer see with their eyes. They could only listen with their ears. Zhou Tsang hurriedly gave the guardian elder a look. After the latter understood, he slapped the arena. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled in the arena and swept the dust away. The dust was blown away by the wind. 2 figures came into everyone's sight. But when they saw the situation in the arena clearly, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. To hell, one figure was retreating back while the other was attacking. Who was being beaten? Of course, Fan Yu. Good, beat him. Beat him to death. Good job, senior martial brother Yi. Kill this smiling brat. Revenge for senior brother Yang's name Yang's SS. The atmosphere of the audience instantly rose to a whole new level. All the disciples were screaming at the top of their lungs because this time, the shattering cloud sect was going to make a comeback. Impossible, Fan Yu is in the 9th level of the martial path. That kid is only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial path. How could Fan Yu be beaten back? Below the arena, the experts from the heaven-splitting sect were completely shocked. Although some of the people they brought to the heaven-splitting sect were not ranked, Fan Yu was different. He was the first disciple of the heaven-splitting sect. However, this first disciple was being attacked crazily. He looked like he was going to die. This kid's physique is extraordinary. He must have tempered his body. It must be. Li Haodong exclaimed. Martial artists who tempered their bodies had stronger physiques than ordinary people. However, those who tempered their bodies had extremely strong willpower. Such people were also 1 in a million. Boom. In the arena, Fan Yu was suddenly punched by Yi Xian and flew 10 meters away. Fan Yu, is this all you've got? You're 1 level higher than me. It turns out that you're just a paper tiger. Yi Xian did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he looked very disdainful. This was not the first time he had challenged someone of a higher level. He had originally thought that Fan Yu had some strength. However, he had never expected that Fan Yu would be as shy as a kitten in front of him. Fan Yu also did not expect that Yi Xian's strength would exceed his expectations. He did not have the slightest advantage at the beginning of the 9th realm of the martial path. Yi Xian, I want you dead. At this time, Fan Yu suddenly shouted and rushed up again. His right hand had already turned into a claw. However, the spiritual power condensed on it made Yi Xian's expression freeze. A grade 10 martial technique? Yi Xian was shocked. Fan Yu's aptitude was not bad. He had actually managed to learn a grade 10 martial technique at the beginning of the 9th realm of the martial path. Oh no, Yi Xian dodged quickly. Zhou Tsang, who was below the arena, shouted involuntarily. Fan Yu's cultivation level was already 1 level higher than Yi Xian's. Now that he had the boost of a grade 10 martial technique, Yi Xian would not be able to withstand it no matter what. The mountain guarding elder was already prepared to make a move. However, at that moment he saw Yi Xian suddenly smile. Hence, he paused for a moment and decided not to make a move. A grade 10 martial technique? You have to hit me first. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. In an instant, the strength of his spiritual power increased by 1 level. That's right. At this critical moment, he had devoured the treasures of heaven and earth hidden in the devouring space. These treasures had allowed him to break through. 9th realm of the martial path. Now he was at the same level as Fan Yu. They were both at the 9th realm of the martial path. Most importantly, after a martial artist broke through, their physique and spiritual power would increase exponentially. However, Yi Xian had broken through a major bottleneck. He had broken through from the peak of the 8th realm of the martial path to the 9th realm of the martial path. Hence, the increase was even greater. His current speed had far surpassed Fan Yu's. Yi Xian died. At some point, Fan Yu had leaped into the air. Suddenly, he made a grabbing motion with his right hand. 5 streaks of cold light flashed and instantly pierced through the arena. However, the scene of Yi Xian's body being torn apart did not occur. Yi Xian had already left before his attack arrived. What? Fan Yu's face was filled with shock. What his claw attack had swept past was actually Yi Xian's afterimage. Most importantly, Yi Xian's original body was already waiting for him below. Pa crawl? Fan Yu finally landed on the ground. At this moment, Yi Xian took a big stride forward and circled behind him. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Yi Xian's cold voice rang out. In the next instant, Fan Yu felt a sharp pain in his arm. He instinctively looked over and saw a shocking scene. His left hand had been twisted into a fried dough twist. Crack. Before he could react, another pair of hands had already locked onto his right hand. He watched helplessly as his right hand turned 180 degrees, followed by 360 degrees. That was not all. 360 degrees was only half of it. 720 degrees. Crack. 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 Chapter 88. 2 different voices rang out, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. It all happened so quickly that no one could react in time. The only ones who could see Yi Xian's speed clearly were the elders in the 10th realm of the martial path. Even the instructors in the 9th realm could not see it clearly. What kind of speed was that? Ah! Fan Yu's scream suddenly became louder. Everyone looked over and realized that Fan Yu had collapsed on the ground. The soles of his feet had been trampled by Yi Xian. However, this was not the end. Yi Xian wanted to completely cripple Fan Yu. Now that he had already crippled both of Fan Yu's arms and one of his legs, there was only one last step left. Stop. At this moment, the experts of the sky-cracking sect reacted. They immediately jumped into the arena and ran toward Yi Xian. At the same time, Zhou Tsang and a few other elders also jumped into the arena. A great battle was about to begin. Brat, I'm going to kill you, Li Haodong roared. He abandoned his position as the vice-sect leader of the sky-cracking sect and pounced toward Yi Xian. Sect leader Li, you have to get past me first. A figure appeared in front of him. It was Zhou Tsang. Soon after, another figure flew over. It was the mountain guarding elder. Li Haodong stopped in his tracks as he faced 2 peak martial artists. He was at the same level as the 2 of them. His chances of winning were less than 30%. On the other side, the 5 elders of the sky-cracking sect had been intercepted by the elders of the sky-cracking sect. At the same time, the instructors, deacons, and even the disciples on the spectator stand all rushed down. Zhou Tsang, are you trying to start a war between our sects? Li Haodong gritted his teeth and roared. This was because Fan Yu, who was being trampled by Yi Xian, was his disciple. If we wanted to start a war, we would have done so 2 years ago. Do you remember what Fan Yu did 2 years ago? Zhou Tsang glared at him and asked. Li Haodong was stunned. 2 years ago, he had also brought a group of people to the Shattering Cloud sect to participate in the competition. At that time, Fan Yu had even beaten up Zhou Tsang's disciple until his meridians were broken. This time, the one who was crippled was Fan Yu. It was truly the cycle of karma. For a moment, Li Haodong did not know what to say. At this time, Hu Sun suddenly said, "Bullshit, that kid even killed my disciple. He only has himself to blame." A voice drifted over. Everyone turned to look and saw Yi Xian dragging Fan Yu's body as he slowly walked over. Then Yi Xian swung his right hand and threw Fan Yu in front of Li Haodong. Fan Yu, when Li Haodong saw Fan Yu's twisted arms and crushed legs, he immediately burst into tears. Sure enough, those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. That was what Zhou Tsang and the others were thinking. They all understood that Yi Xian was avenging Hui Yuan and the others, as well as his senior brother. Sect leader Li Yi Xian killed one and crippled the other, but it's still acceptable. If you want to fight today, I, Bai Lai, will gladly oblige. Bai Lai also took a step forward and said. His first disciple Hui Yuan had also been severely injured by Zhang Xiang. He would probably be bedridden for a month. That's right. Zhang Xiang launched a sneak attack first, so Yi Xian acted. Moreover, Yi Xian and Fan Yu were in the middle of a competition when you suddenly interfered. Therefore it's your loss. As the judge of this competition, the elder who guarded the mountain finally spoke. The people from the sky-cracking sect looked at each other. They were clearly the ones who had suffered a loss, but the Shattering Cloud sect was the one in the right. Good, very good. We won't let this matter rest. Let's go. Li Haodong still had some sense. He knew that they would not be able to achieve anything if they fought head-on, so he could only temporarily retreat. The people from the sky-cracking sect left with Zhang Xiang's corpse and the crippled Fan Yu. As they left, Fan Yu was still screaming in pain. 2 of his arms and 1 of his legs had been crippled by Yi Xian. Unless he had some divine medicine, he could only lie on a bed for the rest of his life. Looking at the backs of the people from the sky-cracking sect, the crowd was silent for a few seconds. Then it suddenly exploded. The Shattering Cloud sect won? After 5 consecutive losses they finally won? Haha, senior brother Yi is too strong. He actually beat up the chief disciple of the sky-cracking sect. But why did I hear that Fan Yu is a martial path 9th realm martial artist? Martial path 9th realm? Then senior brother Yi can defeat him. Could it be that? Heavens, a martial path 9th realm martial artist can already be a mentor in the Shattering Cloud sect. Mentor this talent? The disciples were all dumbfounded. Yi Xian's talent had already exceeded their expectations. As for Zhou Tsang and the others, they also could not imagine that Yi Xian could actually defeat a martial path 9th realm martial artist with a rank 10 martial art. How was this possible? Zhou Tsang frowned and looked at Yi Xian. The latter had just fought a battle and had not yet retracted his aura. Therefore Zhou Tsang found a clue. What? Yi Xian, you have already broken through to the martial path 9th realm? Zhou Tsang said in shock. Yi Xian was also slightly helpless. Since he had already been exposed, he could only nod and admit, I just broke through during the battle. What? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding people all cried out in surprise. Broke through during the battle? How was this possible? The elders could not believe it and gathered around Yi Xian. Even though Yi Xian had retracted his aura, they still felt it. He is indeed a martial path 9th realm martial artist. Oh my god, have I been living like a dog for the past few decades? A 15-year-old martial path 9th realm martial artist? This is much stronger than Fan Yu. The person who said this was a middle-aged mentor. He was more than twice as old as Yi Xian. Generally, martial artists started learning from a young age. However, they had to wait until they were 7 years old. Even if Yi Xian started cultivating at the age of 7, it would only be 8 years. Which of the mentors present had not cultivated for more than 30 years? A true genius. Good, this is really good. At this time, Zhou Tsang could not hide his joy and immediately laughed. The better Yi Xian's talent was, the happier he was. He was really happy. Today the Shattering Cloud sect had escaped the fate of 5 consecutive losses and won 1 battle. Therefore Zhou Tsang immediately ordered a banquet to celebrate. The entire Shattering Cloud sect was filled with laughter. At the same time, the news that Yi Xian had become a mentor of the Shattering Cloud sect spread instantly. The mentors of the Shattering Cloud sect were given a fixed amount of points every month. Although it was only 300 points a month, it was still very good. However, Yi Xian compared this to the Shui family's consecrator and found that 3 million taels a month was not a lot. This was because Lien Yuan was given 10 million taels a month in the Shui family. However, the most important thing was yet to come. Previously, Zhou Tsang had promised that as long as the Shattering Cloud sect won this time, he would privately give 30,000 points to Yi Xian. End of chapter. Chapter 89. 30,000 Shattering Cloud sect points was equivalent to 300 million taels of silver. Yi Xian had just devoured 10,000 Shattering Cloud sect points worth of treasures during his battle with Fan Yu. Now that he had another 30,000 points, he could definitely break through to the mid-9th level of the martial path. That night, Zhou Tsang called Yi Xian to his courtyard. Yi Xian, I don't know what I did in my past life to be able to accept you as my disciple. Come, here are 30,000 points. I've already instructed you to take all the martial arts of the Shattering Cloud sect. Zhou Tsang generously tossed Yi Xian a few points tokens. Thank you, master. Your disciple will definitely cultivate well. Yi Xian was grinning from ear to ear as he hurriedly put away the tokens. He had made a huge profit this time. Not only did he obtain 30,000 Shattering Cloud sect points, but he could also learn all the martial arts of the Shattering Cloud sect. One had to know that every 10th level martial arts was priceless. Their price was calculated in hundreds of millions. All right, you can go first. Zhou Cong nodded in satisfaction. Yi Xian took the 30,000 points and hurriedly left. Zhou Cong had invested a lot in him. Before the Shattering Sky Sect's bet had arrived, he had already put up his own bet. The reason why he took out so many points at once was to allow Yi Xian to cultivate in peace in the Shattering Cloud Sect for the next few days. A 15-year-old 9th level of the martial path. TSK. If I get this body, I can definitely break through to the true spirit realm before the age of 30. I can even aim for the true energy realm in my lifetime. It seems that it's time to prepare the last thing. Zhou Cong's eyes emitted 2 rays of light as he disappeared from the courtyard. However, at this time, the ignorant Yi Xian had already gone to the alchemy hall and exchanged all 30,000 points for heavenly and earthly treasures. Then he made a trip to the martial arts pavilion and took out the only 8 copies of the 10th grade martial arts. Just like before, Yi Xian hid these things in the devouring space. He would instantly devour them when he needed them. This way he could hide his strength. As for the 10th grade martial arts, Yi Xian had no use for them at the moment, so he did not learn many of them. He only learned one movement martial art in case he needed it. He was now in the early 9th stage of the martial path. He could use a rank 10 martial art, but he could only last half a minute. After half a minute, his spirit force would be depleted. However, what made Yi Xian's balls hurt was that he had spent 100 devouring points to learn this grade 10 martial art. Therefore, he still had more than 500 devouring points and 300 million taels of silver worth of cultivation resources. Today was the 3rd day after the competition between the 2 sects, and it just so happened that it was a new month. Therefore, Yi Xian went to the alchemy hall to collect another 2,300 points worth of treasures and put them into his devouring space. At this moment he suddenly thought of a problem. There was no need to store 300 million taels of silver in the devouring space. He only needed to devour 200 million taels of silver and leave 100 million in the devouring space. In that case, the 200 million heaven and earth treasures could be converted into spiritual energy, which could increase his strength by quite a bit. If he encountered trouble that he could not solve, he would devour the last 100 million taels of treasures and break through. After breaking through to the 9th stage of the martial path, the amount of heaven and earth treasures and divine weapons required increased. Therefore, Yi Xian had to start working hard to earn money. Otherwise, his strength would remain stagnant. Although he could collect more than 2,000 points worth of treasures every month, he could not stay in the Shattering Cloud Sect all year round. In that case, he would need 1 or 2 years to break through. Therefore, he had to accept a mission and go down the mountain to gain experience. At this moment, he had already arrived at the Shattering Cloud Sect's training hall. Instructor Yi, what kind of mission would you like to accept? The training hall's deacon asked respectfully. Now, the entire Shattering Cloud Sect knew that Yi Xian had become an instructor, and he was no exception. Let me take a look first. Yi Xian was now in the 9th stage of the martial path, so he was qualified to accept a rank 9 mission. He flipped through the list of rank 9 missions and locked onto a material mission. This mission was issued by Elder Xia of the Alchemy Hall. It required the gallbladder of a flame python. At the same time, the mission stated that the flame python lived in a scorching place deep in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. Rank 9 demonic beast, 1,500 points. Alright, I'll take it. Yi Xian immediately accepted this mission. This mission was not bad. He could earn money and collect demonic beast bloodlines at the same time. He could also visit the 1,000 Gold City and Lianyun City on the way. After accepting this rank 9 mission, Yi Xian was preparing to return to the courtyard to pack his luggage. However, just as he returned to the bamboo forest, he bumped into someone. Guan Yulan. After the competition between the 2 sects, Guan Yulan and Yi Xian's relationship had become much closer. It was only natural that they became friends. However, the strange thing was that every time Guan Yulan was with Yi Xian, she always felt a little uneasy. Yi Xian's eyesight was not bad. Naturally, he noticed this. Now he was sure that Guan Yulan had fallen for him. You're going down the mountain to do a training mission? Guan Yulan asked in surprise. Yes, I accepted a rank 9 mission to go to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. It'll take about a month. Yi Xian walked over and nodded as he spoke. Guan Yulan hesitated for a moment before saying, then wait for me. I'm going to accept a mission too. Let's go together. Oh sure. Yi Xian didn't even think before replying. Okay. Guan Yulan replied softly and then trotted away. Yi Xian looked at her back and revealed a confident smile. In his previous life he was an otaku. Even goddesses were out of his reach. Who would have thought that after coming to this world, he would be so popular with women? In addition to Lu He, he also had a fake marriage with Shui Qingqing. Now there was Guan Yulan who had a crush on him. I heard that you can have multiple wives in this world. TSK 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 TSK. Shui Qingqing is still young. I can take Guan Yulan first. Yi Xian looked at Guan Yulan's back and laughed foolishly. Not long after, Guan Yulan ran back. She accepted an rank 8 mission which was also issued by Elder Xie. It was also to hunt demonic beasts and collect materials. She also went with Yi Xian to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. Then they left the Shattering Cloud sect together. When the disciples saw the two leave together, some shook their heads in pity. Some felt that Yi Xian and Guan Yulan were a good match. This time Yi Xian and Guan Yulan's destination was the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. However, because Guan Yulan was going with them, Yi Xian could only go by horse. They spent a few days to reach the 9th mountain range of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. Then they began to go deeper. Yulan, what demonic beast are you hunting? After entering the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, Yi Xian turned around and asked. Chapter 90. Saber-toothed tiger? Let's go and complete your mission first. Yi Xian said. When he first entered the Shattering Cloud sect, he had already killed a saber-toothed tiger, but it was a battle. Now, if he encountered a saber-toothed tiger again, he would be able to kill it with one punch. Okay. Guan Yulan nodded slightly. The saber-toothed tiger was an 8th rank monster, so they still had to go deeper into the mountains. A day later they arrived at the 13th mountain range. Along the way Yi Xian encountered some monsters that he had never seen before. Of course, these monsters were all killed by Yi Xian from a distance and the corpses were devoured. Although Guan Yulan was right beside him, Yi Xian trusted her, so he gave her an excuse, which was the interspatial ring. Guan Yulan was also very surprised because an interspatial ring was priceless, and no one in the entire Shattering Cloud sect had one. However, she had seen it once, and that was at her foster father's place. The corpses of monsters could be sold for money, so Guan Yulan didn't care. Roar! As soon as Yi Xian and Guan Yulan entered the 13th mountain range, they heard a roar. According to his memory, Yi Xian immediately recalled that this was the roar of a saber-toothed tiger. Our luck is not bad. Let's go and complete the mission first. Following the roar, Yi Xian quickly found a saber-toothed tiger, but this saber-toothed tiger was currently fighting with another monster. Is this the 8th rank Howling Moon Silver Wolf? Yi Xian recognized this monster. This was a giant wolf with silver fur, and like the saber-toothed tiger, it was also an 8th rank monster. However, this Howling Moon Silver Wolf was stronger than the saber-toothed tiger when it reached adulthood. Yi Xian and Guan Yulan stood in the distance as they quietly watched the two demonic beasts fight to the death over a corpse. It's good to be strong, to be able to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, while those without strength have to run away. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. The two demonic beasts also noticed Yi Xian, but when they saw that Yi Xian had no intention of stepping forward, they continued to fight. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that this Howling Moon Silver Wolf was not as strong as he had imagined. Although it had successfully clawed the saber-toothed tiger to death, it had also suffered quite a few injuries. Roar! The Howling Moon Silver Wolf roared at Yi Xian and Yi Xian. Then it dragged the corpse of the unknown demonic beast away. For Yi Xian, besides selling demonic beasts, he could also devour them. Therefore Yi Xian would not let go of this opportunity. Just as he was about to draw his bow and kill this Howling Moon Silver Wolf, Guan Yulan suddenly reached out and placed her hand on his arm, indicating that he should not attack. What's wrong? Yi Xian asked in surprise. This Howling Moon Silver Wolf seems to be pregnant, Guan Yulan said after a pause. What? Yi Xian was stunned. Pregnant? No wonder it's so weak. So it's pregnant. However, with its injuries, I'm afraid it won't live for long. Yi Xian carefully sized up the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. This Howling Moon Silver Wolf really did leave behind footprints, but they were bloody footprints. Then you mean to say that we should let it go? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and asked. This was not the first time they had encountered a pregnant demonic beast. This was the second time. The first time was when they encountered the Flood Dragon in the Blackwater Mountain Range. However, that time they had no choice but to attack its abdomen in order to kill it. Let's wait and see. Even if we don't attack, whether it can give birth to wolf pups is still a problem. Guan Yulan felt a little sorry. At that time she was also bewitched by Lu Buping. That was why she accepted the invitation to kill the Flood Dragon. She even cruelly attacked the Flood Dragon's egg. After returning, she also felt guilty for a long time. This time she did not want to see this kind of situation again. Alright, then let's go get the saber-toothed tiger's fangs first. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Having compassion was a good thing. Although there would be some accidents sometimes, it was better than being cold-blooded and killing without batting an eyelid. They walked to the saber-toothed tiger's side. However, this saber-toothed tiger was not completely dead yet, so Yi Xian gave it another stab. Then Yi Xian punched one by one, breaking the two fangs. Then he swallowed the saber-toothed tiger's corpse. "Do you want to go take a look?" Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and asked. Hearing this, Guan Yulan hesitated again, then nodded. They followed the bloody footprints and finally found a small cave. However, they did not enter because there was a painful wail coming from the cave. They did not know whether it was good luck or not, but after the howling moon silver wolf returned to its den, it actually began to give birth. Severely injured, it howled for a full 5 minutes before it finally stopped. Yi Xian and Guan Yulan looked at each other, then walked in together. This cave was not big. After 2 turns, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan saw the howling moon silver wolf. However, this howling moon silver wolf was lying on its side on the ground. There was no sign of life at all. Beside it were 2 little things. After seeing this, Yi Xian frowned slightly and said, "As expected, it died halfway through giving birth." As he spoke, he walked over. When he got closer, he saw that there were already 2 wolf pups on the ground. As for the 3rd wolf pup, it was still in the howling moon silver wolf's stomach. It seemed that this 3rd wolf pup was not even halfway through giving birth before the mother wolf died. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. In this world, killing was everywhere. Corpses of humans and monsters could be seen everywhere. In his previous life's biology class, Yi Xian had also learned about natural selection, so he did not feel much about it. This cave was quite dark. Yi Xian began to look around but did not find anything valuable. But when he turned around, he was shocked. He saw that Guan Yulan had wrapped a cloth around a wolf pup and was holding it in her arms as if she was holding a baby. "Yulan, Yi Xian was shocked. What the hell was Guan Yulan doing? Why was she holding the corpse of a wolf pup? No. Suddenly Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He felt that the wolf pup was still breathing. "Is it still alive?" Yi Xian muttered and moved closer. This newborn wolf pup had not even opened its eyes. Although it was breathing, it was very weak. It looked like it could die at any time. Guan Yulan hugged it and frowned. No one knew what she was thinking about. However, Yi Xian could see a trace of reluctance in her eyes. "This wolf pup is very weak. I don't think it will live for long. However, I have some pills that monsters can take. Maybe it can save its life." Yi Xian looked at Guan Yulan and slowly said. Hearing this, Guan Yulan suddenly looked up at Yi Xian. However, before she could speak, Yi Xian continued, "Monsters are very difficult to tame. Even if you raise it from a young age, it may not recognize you as its master." In his previous life, Yi Xian had also watched some movies about animals, such as Young Fart's Fantasy Journey. Chapter 91. "I'm fine." Guan Yulan shook her head slightly. "All right," Yi Xian said. Then he exchanged something from the devouring system and took it out. In fact, it wasn't much. It was just a pack of medicinal powder. It was specially used to nurture demonic beasts. It could strengthen the demonic beast's physique and increase its level at the same time. Yi Xian had spent a lot of money for Guan Yulan. This pack of medicinal powder cost him a total of 10 devouring points. "Let's feed it this first." Yi Xian took out a bowl of clear water and mixed the medicinal powder into it. He carefully fed the wolf cub with a small spoon. "Lucky little guy, you finished the 10 points worth of devouring points. From now on, your master will be called Guan Yulan. If you dare to betray her, I will skin you alive." Yi Xian thought in his heart. The name of this pack of medicinal powder was also strange. It was called the Demonic Beast Growth Plan. Furthermore, this was only the first phase. There would be a second phase, a third phase, and so on. However, he had to wait until this wolf cub matured into a spiritual beast. Originally, when the Howling Moon Silver Wolf matured, it would at most be an 8th-ranked demonic beast. However, after consuming this powder, it could probably become a spiritual beast. There were many things in the devouring system that could help a demonic beast grow into an adult in a short period of time. However, these things were too expensive. Yi Xian couldn't bear to part with them. Most importantly, he couldn't afford them. Just like that, Guan Yulan gained a new demonic beast pet. It was a wolf cub that hadn't even opened its eyes yet. After it drank the medicinal powder, it fell asleep. However, its aura was obviously stronger and it wasn't as weak as before. "Give it a name." Guan Yulan looked at the sleeping wolf cub in her arms and said to Yi Xian. "Name." Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. He was the best at naming things. Egg fried rice, pork chop rice, dumplings, tang yuan, yuan xiao. When Yi Xian read out the names one by one, Guan Yulan couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you only know how to eat?" Guan Yulan rolled her eyes helplessly. Don't you think it's easy to remember? Yi Xian asked. Many people used food to name their food. For example, some web novelists named their food Heavenly Silkworm Potato, 3 spoons of sugar, i.e. tomatoes, etc. However, at this moment, a name suddenly flashed through his mind. Let's call it Gentle Whisper then, Yi Xian blurted out. He recalled a piece of equipment from a game in his previous life. Qingyu. Guan Yulan read it once and found that it was not bad because her name also had the word Yu in it. Okay, let's use this. Guan Yulan nodded. But in the next second Yi Xian thought of another problem. Was this wolf cub male or female? It would be fine if it was female, but if it was male. A few veins popped out on Yi Xian's forehead. Was this considered inviting a wolf into the house? This time Yi Xian didn't eat the body of the howling moon silver wolf and the dead wolf cub. Instead he dug a hole outside the cave and buried it. After that, the two sat at the entrance of the cave. Guan Yulan held Gentle Whisper in her arms and gently stroked it with her slender fingers. Suddenly, Qingyu, who was in Guan Yulan's arms, moved. She opened her mouth and let out an extremely delicate voice that almost melted Guan Yulan's heart. Immediately after, Gentle Whisper opened its eyes and saw Guan Yulan. Damn, it opened its eyes not long after it was born. Yi Xian was shocked. Although he didn't know what was going on with wolves, it would take at least a week for a puppy to open its eyes. It seemed that the monster beast growth plan had some hidden attributes. He just didn't know how many years it would take for the wolf cub to be considered an adult. Yi Xian glanced at Guan Yulan and saw that her eyes were full of love. It seemed that she really liked this wolf cub. Kacha. At this moment Yi Xian's ears twitched. He heard a slight movement. It was the sound of leaves being stepped on. Was it a human or a monster beast? However, Yi Xian didn't care much. After all, this was only the 13th mountain range. At most, there would be 8th rank monsters. With his current strength, he had no problem dealing with 9th rank monsters, let alone 8th rank monsters. The sound was getting closer and closer. Yi Xian also held his breath. He heard that it was a human and not a monster. Besides the sound of footsteps, there was also a conversation. Damn, it was so hard to find a crystal, but we lost it. How unlucky. Big brother, that low-grade crystal should be fake. Don't worry about it. What are you talking about? If it was a substandard crystal, would we have to chase it like this? But we lost it. Two people holding weapons walked side by side towards Yi Xian. However, they didn't notice Yi Xian. Instead, they were discussing something. When Yi Xian heard this, his heart sank. On his way here, he heard a lot of news about crystals. He didn't know what was going on in the 18 Lianyun mountain range. There were many wolves with pendants around their necks, attracting a large number of cultivators. Moreover, some people actually obtained crystals. Of course, there were also fake crystals. A substandard crystal was worth 1 million taels of silver, but if one obtained a lower-grade crystal, it would be worth 100 million taels of silver. This time Yi Xian also had the same idea. However, his luck wasn't good. He didn't encounter any wolves with pendants around their necks. Big brother, there's someone. At this moment, the slightly shorter man noticed Yi Xian, who wasn't far away. The taller man glanced at him and snorted. He's probably here to look for crystals. Bringing a child to the 13th mountain range. He really doesn't know what's good for him. The shorter man looked deeply at Guan Yulan and smiled. He whispered, Big brother, this girl is pretty. Isn't that a wolf cub? Wolf cub? The taller man's eyes narrowed. He thought that Guan Yulan was carrying a baby, but he didn't expect it to be a wolf cub. Looks like it's a howling moon silver wolf's cub. Moreover, it was just born. The shorter man suddenly turned to look at the taller man with a greedy expression. A howling moon silver wolf's corpse is worth at most a few 100,000 silver. However, a newborn can be sold for 2 to 3 million. The taller man's eyes flashed. It was obvious that he wanted to kill them. However, before they could speak, Yi Xian, who was more than 10 meters away, asked, You too, are you planning to kill them and steal their treasures? Killing people to steal treasures was a common occurrence in the wild. Therefore, it was important to not reveal one's wealth in the wild. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid. Chapter 92. Big brother, there's still that woman. The short man reminded softly. Oh right, leave your wife with us for a while. The tall man's eyes were mixed with 2 different colors. When she heard the word wife, Guan Yulan's face turned red. However, when she heard the second half of the sentence, her killing intent surged. Her spiritual energy began to surge and she was ready to attack at any time. Oh, you're in the early 8th level of the martial path. Don't tell me you're a disciple of some family or sect. The tall man was slightly surprised. He smiled and said, but this little bit of strength is useless in front of us. The two of them were both in the middle 8th level of the martial path. How could they be afraid of a woman like Guan Yulan? Why don't you two take a look at mine? Yi Xian smiled faintly and no longer restrained his aura. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the two men felt an invisible pressure. So strong, he's definitely in the 9th level of the martial path. I didn't expect this kid to be in the 9th level of the martial path. The tall man was also shocked. Big brother, he must have been groomed by some family. He must have some good stuff on him. The short man's body trembled, but he still revealed a greedy expression. A disciple of a big family would definitely have a lot of good stuff on him. Maybe he could get some martial arts copies. They lived a life on the edge of the blade. Moreover, they were in the middle of nowhere. Naturally, they weren't afraid of the power behind Yi Xian. Not bad, it seems like this trip was not in vain. The tall man nodded. In his opinion, Yi Xian was just an empty shell. After seeing the two men's expressions, Yi Xian said helplessly, "It seems that the two of you are prepared to die." If that's the case. Before he finished speaking, the tall man scolded, "How arrogant, let me—" Similarly, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. Kacha. Suddenly, an inexplicable crisp sound rang out. The short man glanced over and found that Yi Xian had already arrived beside them. All they saw was Yi Xian's fist landing on the tall man's throat. As for the tall man, he was vomiting blood. His eyes were protruding as though they were about to pop out of their sockets. The short man had a bad premonition in his heart. Then he saw his big brother fall backward. Plop. The tall man fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. He was dead. Not good. The short man couldn't care less about his grief. He hurriedly turned around, but in the next moment, his body trembled violently. Yi Xian was already a step ahead of him, arriving in front of him. Kacha. Another crisp sound rang out, and the short man also fell to the ground, instantly dead. Yi Xian would not show mercy to his enemies. Since they dared to set their sights on them, then they deserved to die. Let me see what good stuff you have. Yi Xian searched the two corpses. These two were martial artists in the 8th stage of the martial path, so they must have some good stuff. Sure enough, as Yi Xian expected, he actually found a small cloth bag on the tall man's body. Inside it was a crystal that was quietly lying inside. This was the first time Yi Xian saw crystals. There were a total of 3 round crystals. Yulan, what are these 3 crystals? Yi Xian suddenly turned around and asked. This was the first time he saw crystals. Substandard crystals are round, lower crystals are rhombic, and middle crystals are triangular. Guan Yulan explained. So that's how it is. This means that these 3 crystals are substandard crystals. In total, they are worth 3 million taels of silver. Let me see if these crystals can be directly consumed. Yi Xian's heart moved and the 3 crystals in his hand instantly disappeared. Crystals could be directly consumed. Haha, it can actually be consumed. In that case, I won't have to go shopping in the future. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He had tried to consume silver and gold before, but there was no effect at all. Killing people to steal treasures was just a small interlude. However, it also made Yi Xian realize that this little wolf cub was a hot potato. Yulan, I'm going to go deeper. Why don't you go back to the Shattering Cloud sect first? Yi Xian suddenly turned around and asked. The last few mountains of the 18 mountain ranges of the Lian Yun had 9th stage and even 10th stage demonic beasts. Guan Yulan was only in the 8th stage of the martial path, so Yi Xian couldn't let her take the risk. Then I'll wait for you outside. Guan Yulan also understood that she wasn't strong enough. If she followed Yi Xian, she would only be a burden to Yi Xian, so she didn't insist. Okay. Yi Xian nodded, but he still told Guan Yulan to change into the Shattering Cloud sect's clothes. Then he escorted Guan Yulan to a safe mountain range and began to go deeper. From the 15th mountain range onwards, 9th stage demonic beasts would appear. Yi Xian's target was the flame python, which was located in a corner of the 16th mountain range. After sending Guan Yulan off, Yi Xian's footsteps were very fast. In less than half a day, he arrived at the 16th mountain range's scorching ground. The temperature here is so high. It's said that there are many flame pythons here, so it's better to be careful. Yi Xian stepped on the scorching ground. Even with his boots, he could feel the heat. Fortunately, his skin was thick, so it didn't affect him much. Yi Xian had never seen the demonic beasts in the scorching ground, such as the flame python and the flame pig. Their blood essence was useful to Yi Xian. Yi Xian searched for a long time in the scorching ground and finally found a red python. Although this python wasn't on fire, it burned the ground wherever it passed. This was the 9th stage demonic beast, the flame python. It's so hot, let's end this quickly. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. In an instant, he turned into an afterimage and rushed toward the flame python. Ninth stage martial art, dark green palm. A strong and powerful palm slapped the flame python's fiery red scales, and the flame python's body was pushed back in an instant. The flame python was suddenly attacked. It immediately opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Yi Xian. Get lost. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian uppercut and sent its head flying. Hit the snake where it hurts. Yi Xian silently calculated in his heart. Then he bombarded the flame python 7 inches. The snake's 7 inches was its heart. Yi Xian used a soft palm technique, so the hard snake scales didn't have much of a protective effect. In less than 5 seconds the flame python died tragically on the spot. However, this hard snake skin took a lot of effort from Yi Xian. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Xian finally removed the flame python's gallbladder. This red gallbladder was the size of a fist. It was like a jelly in Yi Xian's hand. That's strange, the gallbladder is also hot. Chapter 93. Not bad. 500,000 each. If I kill 10 I'll get 5 million. If I kill 100 I'll get 50 million. If I kill 1,000 I'll get 500 million. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was more reliable to kill monsters to level up. However, the flame python was a rank 9 monster, which was not common. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have reached the 10th stage of the martial path in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. The environment here was rather harsh, even harsher than in the desert. Therefore, after Yi Xian finished his mission, he directly left this scorching hot land. Rank 9 monsters were rare, so Yi Xian left the 15th mountain range and returned to the territory of the rank 8 monsters. At this time, his blood essence had broken through the 200 mark. He was still 800 points away from the 1000 beasts bloodline. However, just as Yi Xian returned to the 12th mountain range, a group of black figures suddenly swept across the sky. Hey, it's a group of bird-type monsters. Yi Xian found it strange because there were 4 or 5 different species of bird-type monsters in the group. How could different species of monsters be mixed together? Forget it, I'll shoot all of you down. Yi Xian did not think too much. He took out the cloud-splitting bow and shot. Go, Chaotic Star Arrow Level 3. Buzz. With a muffled sound, an arrow pierced through the air. Suddenly, the spiritual arrow split into 9 and shot into the group of birds. Immediately, 4 or 5 bird-type monsters were hit and fell from the sky. At this time, the leading eagle turned its head and let out a fierce cry. Then it led the entire group of birds toward Yi Xian. A total of more than 30 monsters swooped down toward Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not panic. He drew his bow and continued to attack. The chaotic star arrow had been upgraded to the 3rd level. In other words, Yi Xian could shoot 9 arrows at once. In 1 second, Yi Xian could shoot 2 or 3 times. In other words, Yi Xian could shoot more than 20 arrows in 1 second. Before this flock of bird-type demonic beasts swooped down, more than half of them were already dead. Only a few of the more powerful ones were unharmed. At this time, Yi Xian was finally moved because he discovered that 3 of the remaining 6 demonic beasts were 9th-ranked demonic beasts. So what if there are 3 9th-ranked beasts? Even if there are 10 of them, I will still shoot them all down. Yi Xian did not dodge. He just stood where he was and kept attacking. Suddenly, the leading condor swooped down and swiped its sharp claws at Yi Xian's head. Get lost. Facing this claw, Yi Xian clenched his right fist and punched out. Boom. The fist passed through the claws and landed on the eagle's body, knocking it over. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly drew his bow and fired a supernova arrow. The supernova arrow, condensed from dense spiritual energy, exploded in front of the eagle. The powerful impact directly blew the eagle's mouth askew. The eagle let out a sharp cry in pain. However, at this time, 9 cold lights flashed and entered its body. The bird-type demonic beast's defense was not strong. The supernova arrow easily broke through their defense. One of the arrows even pierced through the eagle's heart. Plop. The eagle died tragically in an instant and then smashed into the ground. When the other 5 demonic beasts saw this, they screeched and pounced at Yi Xian. However, they were unable to pose any threat to Yi Xian. After more than 10 seconds, they were all turned into 5 corpses. A flock of nearly 40 demonic beasts was easily slaughtered by Yi Xian alone. Among them, there were even 3 9th-ranked demonic beasts. If there was someone else present, they would be so shocked that they would be speechless. So many corpses on the ground. Was it really done by one person? However, other than Yi Xian, there really was someone else here. Clap, clap, clap. Just as Yi Xian was about to devour all the demonic beasts' corpses, a series of muffled sounds came from the side. Someone was clapping. Hearing this, Yi Xian's relaxed nerves tensed up again. He did not realize that there was someone around. "Little brother, you're very strong." A man's voice drifted from not far away. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in white slowly walking towards him. "Oh no, the interspatial ring has been exposed again." Yi Xian's expression froze. Just now he had suddenly summoned the cloud-splitting bow. If this person had been here for a long time, then he must have seen it. The middle-aged man did not continue to approach and finally stopped 30 meters away from Yi Xian. He looked at the 40 corpses on the ground and smiled. "Little brother, you're so young, yet you have such strength. May I ask where you're from?" "Sir, when you're inquiring about other people's background, shouldn't you first report your own name?" Yi Xian asked. "Haha, I forgot. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ouyang Ming, the patrol officer of the Profound Sun Empire's South Forest County." The middle-aged man said with a smile. "Profound Sun Empire, South Forest County, patrol officer?" These three words were unfamiliar to Yi Xian. He rarely heard them. However, this did not mean that Yi Xian did not know them. At this moment he was in the Profound Sun Empire's South Forest County. However, what shocked Yi Xian was the three words, patrol officer. The middle-aged man in front of him was actually an Empire's patrol officer. One must know that this position was on the same level as the county king. It was an Empire's position that was on par with the county king of the South Forest County. Damn, I met an official. This is too unreal. How can I meet someone who is on the same level as the county king in such a remote place? Yi Xian felt that it was unbelievable. Of course, he also had some doubts in his heart. This one is Yi Xian, an instructor of the Shattered Cloud sect. Yi Xian cupped his fist and said, "Oh." After hearing this, Ouyang Ming was also surprised. Naturally, he had heard of the Shattered Cloud sect, but he had never heard of such a young instructor. However, he had seen Yi Xian's strength with his own eyes. There was no doubt about it. "It seems that I am ignorant and inexperienced." Ouyang Ming laughed at himself, but there was a strange look in his eyes. Yi Xian looked at the person and asked, "May I ask if there is anything else, Sir Patrol Officer?" From the beginning he had been on guard. Although the other party was an important official of the Empire, this was the wilderness. It was obvious that he would kill and steal. Moreover, an interspatial ring was priceless. Its value was high enough to make people kill each other. Most importantly, he did not know the strength of this patrol officer. However, he felt that the other party was very strong, very strong. "Haha, little brother, there is no need to be nervous. This one has no ill intentions. Just now, I saw that little brother's archery is good and your realm is not low. This one just so happens to have encountered some problems, so I would like to ask little brother for help." Ouyang Ming said. "Help? What a joke." Chapter 94. Run. Yi Xian did not reply and turned around to leave. What he used was the Shattering Cloud sect's level 10 martial art, the floating body technique. Yi Xian spent more than 100 devouring points to learn the floating body technique. After learning it, he ran as if he was floating. He only used the tip of his foot to touch the ground and his speed was very fast. This time, Yi Xian was determined to escape because he knew that if Ouyang Ming had any ill intentions towards him, he would be dead for sure. Therefore it was better to run first. However, just as he turned around and ran a few steps, a shadow appeared in front of him. It was Ouyang Ming. Cyan's serene palm. Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly struck out with his palm. He estimated that no one in the same rank could withstand his full-strength palm. However, Ouyang Ming, who was in front of him, didn't block or dodge. Yi Xian's palm directly smashed onto his shoulder. Bang! Yi Xian's spiritual power was instantly dispersed and disappeared. How is this possible? Yi Xian could not believe it. Why did his spiritual power suddenly disperse when it came into contact with Ouyang Ming's body? In the next moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. True spirit defense. What Ouyang Ming used was not spiritual power, but his true spirit. This Ouyang Ming was actually a true spirit realm powerhouse. Little brother, do you know what rank I am now? Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. If I really wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Ouyang Ming smiled. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart turned cold. He did not expect to meet a true spirit realm powerhouse in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. However, Ouyang Ming's words calmed him down. Indeed, if Ouyang Ming wanted to kill him and steal his treasure, he would have died long ago. He would not have stood there and taken his palm. Sir Ouyang Ming, I have offended you. Please forgive me. Yi Xian quickly cupped his hands. It's fine. I came to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun because I'm investigating something. I noticed that you have great archery skills, so I'd like to ask for your help. Don't worry, I'll give you 3 low-grade crystals once it's done. Yang smiled again. You really need my help? Yi Xian wondered in his heart. But in the next moment he was King stunned. Low-grade crystals. It was actually a low-grade crystal? A single substandard crystal was worth 1 million taels of silver, and a single low-grade crystal was worth 100 times more than a substandard crystal, which was 100 million taels of silver. 3 pills meant 300 million. What kind of trouble did this imperial inspector encounter that he would ask for 300 million? Wasn't he too rich? I'm afraid this will be very dangerous, right? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and asked. The higher the price, the more dangerous the mission. After all, Yang was in the true spirit realm. If even he could not handle it, it would definitely be very troublesome. There will be danger, but you'll be fine with me around. I just need a helper, Yang said. Yi Xian was still a little hesitant. He was only here to complete a mission, but the 3 low-grade crystals were very tempting. They could save him a lot of time. One had to know that his mission of killing the flame python was only worth 1,500 points. The reward for this mission was 20 times more than the reward for killing the flame python. Sir Ouyang, can you be more specific? Yi Xian was still a little worried. Sure, you can clean up these corpses first. I'll tell you slowly. Yang glanced at the corpses. Yi Xian's heart trembled. Sure enough, Yang knew that he had an interspatial ring. Since that was the case, Yi Xian did not hide it anymore. His strength was not bad, but in front of a true spirit realm powerhouse who had transcended martial arts, it was not worth mentioning. Even if Yang stood here and let him beat him up for a day, he would not be able to hurt him at all. After all, the true spirit defense could not be broken by spiritual power. Yi Xian swallowed all the corpses on the ground, then left with Yang. However, Yang was also shocked. He realized that the space inside Yi Xian's interspatial ring was so big that it could store more than 40 demonic beasts. He guessed that Yi Xian must have gotten it by chance. The value of these 40 demonic beasts was about 3 million taels of silver. Yi Xian had also improved by a lot. Following that, he left with Yang and stopped at a quiet place. Yi Xian, have you heard that some demonic wolves with crystals hanging around their necks are wandering around the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun recently? After sitting down, Yang asked. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. This was a matter that had happened a long time ago. When he first met Shui Qingqing, she seemed to be chasing a demonic wolf. Let me tell you, this was actually done by someone. He deliberately hung the crystals around the demonic wolves' necks to attract a large number of martial artists to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. Yang explained. Attract a large number of martial artists? What? Yi Xian was puzzled. Because he needed a large number of human corpses. During this period of time, a large number of demonic beasts would go out every night to hunt humans. Then they would drag the corpses to a canyon deep in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. I found that canyon by chance. When I found it, there were already more than 10,000 human corpses. Yang frowned. After hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but shudder. More than 10,000 human corpses? Could it be that someone is cultivating a demonic technique? Yi Xian blurted out. Maybe, but I haven't investigated it clearly. If I want to investigate, I have to climb to the bottom of the canyon. However, there will be a large number of bird-type demonic beasts hovering above the canyon, so I need someone to help me clear the demonic beasts in the sky. Your archery is excellent. Maybe you can help me safely descend to the canyon. Yang continued. He was very lucky to have met Yi Xian on the way. Otherwise, he would have to go back to the city to find a martial artist who was proficient in archery. I see. Now Yi Xian understood the ins and outs of the matter. Someone used a large number of fake crystals to attract martial artists to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, then collected human corpses to cultivate a demonic technique. But why can this person control demonic beasts? Yi Xian suddenly thought of this question. Actually, I'm not very sure. It might be related to a force from hundreds of years ago. That force was called the Beast God Sect. They could control demonic beasts, and at their peak they could even contend against a dynasty. Yang answered. What? A force that could contend against a dynasty? Yi Xian exclaimed. He was no longer a rookie who had just entered the other world. During this time he had read a lot of books. At this time he was in a country called the Profound Sun Empire. This empire was divided into 16 counties, and the one under his feet was called the South Forest County. Empires were also divided into levels. The Profound Sun Empire was a low-level empire, and above it were middle-level and high-level empires. Chapter 95. There were hundreds of empires in this area, but there were only 4 dynasties. Even if 10 high-rank empires worked together, they might not be a match for a dynasty. However, hundreds of years ago, there was actually a force that could contend with a dynasty. How powerful was it? Sir Ouyang, if the Beast God sect was so powerful, why was it destroyed? Yi Xian asked curiously. The Beast God sect developed quickly. After it rose, it reached the level of a high-rank empire in just a few decades. 100 years later, it could contend with a dynasty. The 4 dynasties of the eastern region were afraid that it would continue to grow, so they joined forces to destroy it. However, they didn't completely destroy it. I didn't expect that there would be remnants of the Beast God sect in the profound Sun Empire. Yi Xian was silent for a few seconds to digest the information. After a long while, he continued, "So you're saying that after the Beast God religion was annihilated, some of the survivors fled to the profound Sun Empire and hid?" "Yes, so this matter must be investigated thoroughly. If it's really the remnants of the Beast God sect, then they must be eliminated. Otherwise, the profound Sun Empire will be attacked by a group of demonic beasts. When that time comes, the entire empire will be plunged into misery and suffering." Ouyang Ming nodded. Yi Xian also understood the seriousness of this matter, but he was still a little hesitant. "Sir Ouyang, what are the levels of those demonic beasts? Could there be 10th-rank demonic beasts?" Yi Xian asked timidly. Although he could deal with 9th-rank demonic beasts now, they were equivalent to a martial artist in the 10th rank of the martial path. If there was one, he might be able to deal with 1 or 2. If there were 2 or a group of demonic beasts, then he would be finished. "Don't worry, this canyon is in the 16th mountain range, there won't be any 10th-rank demonic beasts," Ouyang Ming replied. "That's good." Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If it was only a class 9 demonic beast, then he wouldn't be able to beat it. He thought for a while, then finally nodded and agreed, "Okay, I'm willing to help." He only helped Ouyang Ming attack the 9th-rank demonic beasts in the sky, but he could get 300 million taels of silver. This deal was definitely worth it. However, wasn't this a little too much? "Well, thank you, little brother. I promised before that as long as you help me, I will take out 3 low-grade crystal stones as a reward." As Ouyang Ming spoke, a golden bow suddenly appeared in his hand. He handed it to Yi Xian and said, "This golden eagle bow is a low-grade spirit tool. Use it first and return it to me after you're done. Perhaps you can even take it as a reward." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian fiercely sucked in a breath of air. What the F***CK, the patrol inspector, was indeed different. His first move was a spiritual weapon. However, weapons like bows were rarely used, so spirit weapons were not very expensive, but their value was definitely more than 300 million. Therefore, Yi Xian had already made his decision to take this golden eagle bow. TSK, another spiritual weapon. When I don't need it, I can directly swallow it. It's much more useful than the 3 low-grade crystal stones. Yi Xian took the golden eagle bow and was secretly delighted. That day, Lu Buping relied on a cold light dagger to increase his strength by a lot. However, today Yi Xian also obtained one. With this golden eagle bow, even if he faced a 10th-rank demonic beast, he would have confidence. Not to mention a 10th-rank demonic beast, even if it was an airplane, he would be able to shoot it down. "Master Ouyang Ming, don't worry. I will definitely complete this task," Yi Xian solemnly said. He could feel that this golden eagle bow in his hand had not been used before. It should have just been made. This was really tailor-made for him. Ouyang Ming looked at Yi Xian and revealed a satisfied expression. Then he said, "My luck today is not bad to actually meet a genius like you. After this matter is over, I will give you a great opportunity." "Great opportunity?" Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but burst out 2 rays of light. Could it be that Ouyang Ming wanted to recommend him to become an official in the profound Sun Empire? With his aptitude, he should at least be able to become the city lord of a large city, right? "Many thanks, Master Ouyang Ming. When do we leave?" Yi Xian was already somewhat impatient. As long as he completed the task, this golden eagle bow would be his. Then he could even become an official in the profound Sun Empire. Just thinking about it made him excited. With a high position, he could earn money quickly, level up quickly, and then be valued by the empire. This was an endless cycle. This matter should not be delayed, let's leave now. Ouyang Ming suddenly stood up. "Okay." Yi Xian stood up and nodded solemnly. Following that, the 2 of them rushed towards the depths. Along the way, Ouyang Ming was also extremely shocked because he discovered that Yi Xian's physique was extremely strong. His explosive speed wasn't the slightest bit inferior to a martial artist at the 10th level of the martial Dao. As expected of a genius, his aptitude is probably even higher than Fan Jun's. If I can recruit him, he will be a powerful trump card in my team. In this competition he will definitely amaze the world. Ouyang Ming thought to himself. Yi Xian and Ouyang Ming's speed was very fast. In less than half a day they entered Lianyun's 16th mountain range. Then, under Ouyang Ming's lead, Yi Xian finally saw the canyon. Before he even got close, he smelled a fishy smell that almost made him vomit. So disgusting, blurg. Yi Xian quickly covered his nose. Even so, he still felt uncomfortable. Yi Xian looked at the canyon. Ouyang Ming walked to the edge of the cliff and said. Yi Xian followed. Then he stumbled and almost fell off the cliff. At the bottom of the canyon, there were countless human limbs piled up. As far as the eye could see, their blood flowed into a cave in the distance. The remnants of the beast god sect should be in that cave. But this cliff is too high and difficult to climb. There are also demonic beasts patrolling the area. So, I can only reach the bottom with your help. Ouyang Ming suddenly frowned and turned his head. Those patrolling demonic beasts are here. Yi Xian, take care of them. Yi Xian followed Ouyang Ming's gaze. Indeed, a group of bird-type demonic beasts were flying in the distance. The scale was similar to the ones they encountered earlier. Yi Xian used a high-grade mortal weapon earlier. But now the golden eagle bow in his hand was a spirit weapon. It could greatly increase the strength of one's spiritual power. They're here. I'll let you have a taste of my current attack. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he suddenly drew the golden eagle bow. A spirit weapon was indeed a spirit weapon. Yi Xian could not draw the golden eagle bow to its fullest even with 200 beast bloodline. But this was enough. Whoosh! A cold light shot out and instantly divided into 9 rays that shot into the group of demonic beasts. Then some of the demonic beasts fell. Chapter 96. So powerful. The speed and size of the spiritual arrows have doubled. Yi Xian couldn't hide his joy as he shot another chaotic star arrow. This time he actually shot down a 9th-ranked demonic beast, killing 2 of them with 1 arrow. Previously, his attacks were able to penetrate the demonic beasts' bodies, but this time his attacks were able to penetrate them. This was the difference between them. Awesome, so awesome. Yi Xian was a little excited as he continuously plucked the bowstring. However, after the 4th round of attacks, all the demonic beasts in the sky fell from the sky. The chaotic star arrow that was enhanced by the golden eagle bow was extremely powerful. The force of the arrow directly pierced through the demonic beasts' bodies. As long as the demonic beasts' wings were injured, they would fall from such a high distance. Even if they didn't die, they would still be severely injured. Seems like there won't be much of a problem. Since it's still daytime, I will go down now. If there are any demonic beasts, I will rely on you. Ouyang Ming said to Yi Xian. Sir Ouyang, don't worry. Yi Xian said with a dignified expression. Since he accepted the golden eagle bow, he had to do it properly. There couldn't be a single mistake. Okay, you be careful too. Ouyang Ming said as he directly walked to the edge of the cliff and slowly climbed down. The demonic beasts that fell couldn't fly, but Yi Xian didn't go over to kill them and devour them. Sure enough, half a minute after Ouyang Ming went down, another group of demonic beasts came. Moreover, they flew over from the other side of the canyon. Just as this group of demonic beasts was about to attack Ouyang Ming, who had just climbed a 5th of the way down, Yi Xian made his move. In less than 10 seconds, this group of demonic beasts were all shot down by Yi Xian and fell into the canyon. Damn, these corpses are a pity. Yi Xian felt helpless, but he couldn't do anything about it. Who told this group of demonic beasts to fly over from the other side? However, the most regrettable thing for Yi Xian was that he couldn't devour human corpses. Otherwise, the tens of thousands of corpses in this canyon should be enough for him to break through to the true spirit realm, right? This cliff was very high. It was at least 100 meters away. Yi Xian wasn't very clear about the details. Ouyang Ming had been going down for 2 minutes, but he was only halfway up. However, there was nothing he could do about it. The cliff was too flat, and Ouyang Ming often had to carve out a climbing point to continue going down. Yi Xian stood guard at the edge of the cliff, constantly killing the patrolling demon beasts. Finally, after Yi Xian killed the 6th wave of demonic beasts, a slash soared into the sky. Upon seeing the slash, Yi Xian stuck his head out to take a look. He saw that Ouyang Ming had reached the bottom of the ravine, and the blood had reached his thighs. Yi Xian, be careful. I'll be right back. Ouyang Ming shouted. Yi Xian nodded. Then Ouyang Ming jumped up and used the corpses floating on the sea of blood to quickly advance toward the catacombs. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian also rushed out. Just now he killed a total of 6 waves of demonic beasts. 2 of them fell into the ravine while the other 4 were on the cliff. Yi Xian spent some time to kill these demonic beasts and then devour them. It was another source of income. At this time he was very close to the mid-stage of martial path 9th level. After devouring so many demonic beast corpses, Yi Xian obtained more than 260 points in the 100 Beasts Blood Essence slot. However, the 100 Beasts Blood Essence slot only increased the most during the first fusion. The following 160 points didn't increase much, but it was better than nothing. At this time he was holding the Golden Eagle Bow in his hand. He wanted to go to the 18th mountain range where 10th level demonic beasts roamed. After Ouyang entered the catacombs, several waves of demonic beasts appeared in the sky. Yi Xian didn't reject them. He killed them all and devoured them. However, when the 4th wave of demonic beasts arrived, Yi Xian also realized that the sky was gradually darkening. This meant that wolf-type demonic beasts would start hunting humans in packs and then throw the corpses into the ravine. Master Ouyang has been down there for half an hour. Why is there still no news? Could it be? Yi Xian thought to himself. He raised his hand and shot the demonic beast to death. The 4th wave of demonic beasts was completely wiped out. However, just as Yi Xian was halfway through devouring the demonic beasts, an earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out in the sky. Hiss. This sound resounded through the sky and was extremely sharp. Even Yi Xian subconsciously covered his ears. What the hell? Yi Xian turned his head to look. When he saw a black shadow in the sky, his body couldn't help but tremble. He exclaimed, F***ck, there's a plane coming. The black shadow was extremely large. It was even larger than the airliners on Earth. As the sky wasn't completely dark yet, Yi Xian was able to clearly see what this black shadow was. A rock. It's a rock that's even bigger than a plane. Oh my god. Yi Xian couldn't help but open his mouth wide. At this moment, the rock had already flown to the sky above the ravine. It then slowly descended. Boom. 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 A loud noise suddenly came from the ravine. Yi Xian hurriedly went to the edge of the cliff to take a look. He saw 2 figures fighting fiercely below. The 2 figures fought for about 10 seconds. The other figure quickly jumped onto the rock's claw. Then the rock began to rise. It really isn't Master Ouyang. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He realized that the figure holding the rock's claw wasn't Ouyang. It was a man in black with a bamboo hat. It seemed that this man in black was the surviving member of the Beast God sect. You want to leave? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately drew the Golden Eagle Bow and shot a chaotic star arrow at the rock's claw. This chaotic star arrow was divided into 9 and shot toward the man in black. The black-clothed man holding the rock's claw felt something and waved his hand to block the chaotic star arrows. However, a cold light still flashed past and pierced through his bamboo hat. Stinking brat, you're courting death. The man in black shouted. However, he didn't look for trouble with Yi Xian personally. At this moment, Yi Xian finally realized that this was a ruthless person who could fight with Ouyang who was in the true spirit realm. Moreover, this rock that was larger than a plane seemed to be a spirit beast. Just now he was hot-headed and attacked the opponent. Wasn't that courting death? Fortunately, the man in black didn't jump down. Otherwise Yi Xian would be in trouble. Yi Xian watched as the rock that was larger than a plane carried the man in black away. Not long after, Ouyang climbed up the same way he came. Chapter 97. That's right, it was the remnants of the beast god religion. This time, I went down and interrupted his resurrection ceremony. Fortunately, I arrived in time or else things would be troublesome. Ouyang said and quickly sat down cross-legged. He took out a pill from his interspatial ring and began to treat his injuries. After a while, his complexion began to recover, and his injuries were suppressed. This time, it was also out of my expectations. I didn't expect that he wasn't cultivating demonic arts, but preparing for the ceremony. If I was a step slower, he would have been able to resurrect a true energy boundary demon wolf. Ouyang sighed in relief. True energy boundary? Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. Isn't this a boundary stronger than the true spirit boundary? This time it's all thanks to you. If he was successfully resurrected, my profound sun empire would really be in deep trouble. Although I didn't manage to catch him, I will report this to the empire and send experts to investigate. There's no time to lose, I have to leave for the imperial capital immediately. But before that I want to give you something. As Ouyang spoke, he took out a command medallion from his universe ring and handed it to Yi Xian. Then he continued, in a few months the profound Sun Emperor will hold a competition, and anyone under the age of 25 can participate. I stood out in this competition and was chosen by the Emperor to become a patrol envoy. If you have the intention, then come to South Forest City with this command medallion after the new year. Yi Xian took the token and glanced at it. There were only 2 words on it, Ouyang. So, this is the great fortune that Ouyang Ming was talking about. Although this was slightly different from what Yi Xian had thought, it was only one step more. As long as he displayed astonishing talent in this competition, he might be able to catch the eyes of some of the officials of the imperial court, or even the emperor. Thank you, Lord Ouyang. Yi Xian quickly thanked and kept the token. However, at this time the ground suddenly began to shake and it was getting more and more violent. Ouyang Ming's face changed. Not good, that black-clothed man must have called the surrounding demonic beasts. Come, I will send you out. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, a black mass of figures appeared in the distance. A horde of demonic beasts. Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. Although he was strong, he still had to be cautious when facing hundreds and thousands of demonic beasts. He immediately followed Ouyang Ming. With a true spirit realm expert around, his safety was still very high. Next, Yi Xian would see what the true spirit realm was like. While running, Ouyang Ming suddenly took out a large saber from his interspatial ring and slashed at the group of demonic beasts in front of him. Whoosh! A huge slash cut through the air and instantly swept into the group of demonic beasts, splitting a dozen demonic beasts in half. Then it exploded with a loud bang. Boom! Broken limbs flew everywhere. This explosion directly killed dozens of demonic beasts. Is this the power of a true spirit realm expert? His attack is like a missile, it's like a man-made bomber. Yi Xian was incomparably shocked. If he had such strength, his farming speed would definitely be top-notch. However, at this moment, there were thousands of demonic beasts running towards them, so he did not dare to stay and quickly left with Ouyang Ming. With a true spirit realm expert like Ouyang Ming, Yi Xian did not even have a chance to attack. Yi Xian roughly calculated that Ouyang Ming had killed at least 3,000 demonic beasts along the way. This group of demonic beasts was also chasing after them, but they did not follow the 2 of them out of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, so Yi Xian could be considered to be safe. However, when Yi Xian left the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, it was already daytime. They had been running for an entire night. Yi Xian, it's time for me to go. If you are interested in the competition, come find me in South Forest City. After leaving the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, Ouyang Ming said to Yi Xian, Lord Ouyang, I will go. Yi Xian nodded. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so how could he not go? Alright, then let's part ways here. After Ouyang Ming finished speaking, he turned around and left. He had to immediately report to the imperial family in the imperial capital. A remnant of the beast god sect was able to command such a huge demonic beast army. If they were to rise, the entire Mystic Sun Empire would be in trouble. Fortunately, the black-clothed man did not seem to want to make a big fuss, so he did not let the demonic beasts rush out of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. Otherwise, Yi Xian and Ouyang Ming would have to flee. Looking at Ouyang Ming's departing figure, Yi Xian remained silent for a while. Tiske, there are so many corpses along the way, I can't let them go to waste. Yi Xian suddenly revealed a smile, then he suddenly swallowed all the heaven and earth treasures in the devouring space. Ding! Host has broken through to the mid-stage of Martial Path 9th stage. He was originally tens of millions away from breaking through, but after swallowing 100 million worth of heaven and earth treasures, he directly broke through. Only then would he have the confidence to return. After all, there were 10th level demonic beasts from the 18 mountain ranges chasing after them last night. However, for the sake of those corpses, Yi Xian had to return once. Those corpses were worth at least 100 million. However, what made him feel helpless was that the scale of the demonic beast's pursuit this time was too large, and it attracted the attention of many human warriors. When he returned, he already saw many people collecting the materials from the demonic beasts. There's no other way, I can only disguise myself and collect them. In desperation, Yi Xian could only change into a set of black clothes. Although it was broad daylight, he could only do so in order to not let others see his appearance. After changing into a set of black clothes, Yi Xian only revealed his 2 eyes. He looked at the corpses on the ground and suddenly rushed out. Let me see if anyone can keep up with my speed. Yi Xian thought in his heart and directly rushed to the side of a demonic beast, then he swallowed it. There were a few human warriors collecting the materials of a 9th level demonic beast in the surroundings. When they saw the corpse of a demonic beast disappear, they were stunned. Big brother, did I see wrongly? The corpse disappeared? Disappeared my ass, that's definitely an interspatial ring. Kill him. An interspatial ring, the cheapest one, costs at least 10 low-grade crystals. If we can get it, we won't have to live a life of bloodshed in the future. Kill. In an instant, those human warriors madly rushed toward Yi Xian. You want to kill me? Are you prepared to die? Feeling the movement behind him, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and took out the cloud-piercing bow. The golden eagle bow was too eye-catching. If he took it out and used it, it would definitely cause some trouble. Moreover, to kill these warriors who had not even reached the 8th level of martial path, did he need to use a spiritual weapon? Chapter 98. This time Yi Xian didn't only want to devour these bloodlines, he also wanted to set an example and use himself to seduce those people. If they dared to have any ideas about him, he would mercilessly kill them and plunder their possessions. A bloody battle was about to begin. With Yi Xian's mid-stage 9th realm martial path cultivation, coupled with his 100 beasts bloodline and wind leopard bloodline, he could definitely fight against the 10th realm martial path cultivator. The entire 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun was in an uproar because there were thousands of demonic beasts chasing after two people. Then, a man in black with an interspatial ring appeared and started to collect the corpses of the demonic beasts. Most importantly, the man in black's interspatial ring was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled. Almost all the corpses of the demonic beasts were collected by him. Only a small number of people managed to collect some materials before escaping. At first, there were still people who wanted to attack the man in black, but they were all killed by him, including 9th realm martial path cultivators. After that, no one dared to attack him. They could only watch him collect the corpses of the demonic beast. Then he disappeared. 3 days later, in a corner of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, Yi Xian took off his black clothes and changed into his own clothes. He looked like he was here to train. If anyone saw him, they would definitely not associate him with the man in black who caused a ruckus in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. Most importantly, he didn't have anything like a ring on him. Tsk. What a great harvest this time. Just the corpses of the demonic beasts alone are worth more than 100 million. Coupled with those suicidal people, I'm going to break through soon. Yi Xian was secretly delighted. This time, his harvest was at least 400 million taels of silver, most of which came from those greedy cultivators. He even found a low-grade crystal that was worth 100 million taels of silver. Not only that, but after devouring so many demonic beasts, his demonic beast blood essence slot had increased greatly. Now his blood essence count had reached 500 types, and his physique had improved again. If I devour the golden eagle bow, I can break through to the peak of 9th realm martial path. However, if I want to exchange for a spiritual artifact bow from the devouring system, I need 400 devouring points. It's not worth it. I'll wait. Yi Xian resisted the temptation and didn't devour the golden eagle bow. However, he had an important problem. Now, he had more than 1,000 devouring points and more than 1,300 points, and the intermediate level of the wind leopard bloodline. He was hesitating whether he should spend 1,000 devouring points to raise the bloodline of the wind-seeking leopard to the intermediate level. In that case, his speed would skyrocket and his strength would also increase accordingly. He thought about it for a long time and finally decided to put it aside. After all, this matter was not urgent and he still had some use for these devour points. Initially, he wanted to spend some time in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun to collect demonic beast blood essence. But now, there was no need for that anymore. He immediately left the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun and prepared to meet up with Guan Yulan. Guan Yulan temporarily lived in a small town outside the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. When Yi Xian returned to the inn, he was shocked to find that the little wolf cub had already grown to the size of a pug. How is that possible? Yulan, what's going on? I've only been gone for 7 days. How did it grow so big? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask when he saw Qin Yu. I don't know either. Guan Yulan shook her head in confusion. Wu! At this moment, Whisper, who was already the size of a pug, jumped off the bed and rushed to Yi Xian's side. She rubbed her head against Yi Xian's leg in an extremely intimate manner. F***ck, is this a dog or a wolf? Have they all become spirits? Yi Xian was speechless, but he knew that this should be the work of the demonic beast growth plan. Although it was no longer a cold-blooded animal, it was still good. It meant that its intelligence had increased and it could recognize Guan Yulan as its master. If it was raised well, it might become a spiritual beast in the future. Yi Xian carried Qin Yu and said to Guan Yulan, "Okay, I'm done with my business. Let's go." These few days Guan Yulan rarely went out, but she heard about what happened in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. She immediately asked, "These few days the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun has not been peaceful. It's good that you're fine. If it wasn't for the size of the 18 mountain ranges, she would have gone to find Yi Xian." "Yeah, I guess it's because of me. Let's go. I'll tell you more on the way." Yi Xian smiled and left with Qin Yu. Since he was done with his business, it was time for him to leave. Their next stop was the Thousand Gold City before returning to Lianyun City. Along the way, Yi Xian told Guan Yulan about what happened in the past few days, including his encounter with Ouyang Ming. Guan Yulan listened with great interest. However, when she heard that Yi Xian had broken through to the mid-stage of the 9th stage of the martial path, she suddenly became dejected. Yi Xian's talent surpassed hers by too much. If she didn't work harder, she would be left behind by Yi Xian. When that time came, she wouldn't be able to see Yi Xian again. After a few days, they finally arrived at the Thousand Gold City. However, before they entered the city, they felt a strange atmosphere. Why were there so many guards at the Thousand Gold City's gate? When he came to the Thousand Gold City before, there were only 5 guards at the gate. However, there were 20 guards now. Moreover, everyone who wanted to leave the city had to go through a search before they could pass. Why was that? I guess there's a wanted criminal. Yi Xian didn't think too much and walked over with Guan Yulan. Those who entered the city didn't need to be searched, so Yi Xian naturally walked to the gate. However, when he glanced around, he was shocked. At the entrance of the city gate there was also a wanted poster. Wanted criminal, Xue Qingqing? Yi Xian was completely stunned. Why was Xue Qingqing a wanted criminal in the Thousand Gold City? The drawing on this wanted poster was of a young girl. Although the drawing wasn't very good, it did look somewhat similar to Xue Qingqing. Most importantly, the words Xue Qingqing were written on the side. Oh no, something happened to the Xue family. Yi Xian's face darkened and he quickened his pace. Guan Yulan was a little surprised, but she didn't ask and followed Yi Xian. Stop. At this moment, a guard at the gate shouted. Yi Xian's feet paused. He thought that it was because of Qingyu that the guards called him down. However, when he turned around he realized that the guard wasn't calling them, but a man in a bamboo hat who was about to leave the city. Chapter 99. Stop right there. When the bamboo hat man heard this shout, he immediately stopped in his tracks. Then he suddenly took out a cloth bag from his arms and threw it out. He then blasted the cloth bag with a palm strike, causing it to explode. In an instant, countless white powder floated up, and the entire passageway of the city wall became smoky. Is that flour? Yi Xian also blasted out a series of palm strikes, fanning away the white powder around him. But in the next moment he heard the sound of battle. It's a wanted criminal, quickly close the city gates. This was the voice of the guard. Hearing this, Yi Xian's face stiffened. Now there was only one wanted criminal in Wanjin City, and that was Xue Qingqing, whose portrait was still stuck on the city walls. She's Xue Qingqing? Yi Xian immediately reacted. No wonder he felt that the bamboo hat man's figure was familiar, it was Xue Qingqing. It seems that something really happened to the Xue family. You bunch of bad guys, let go of me or else my fiancé will definitely teach you a lesson. A familiar voice floated in front of the white fog. It was Xue Qingqing. It's really him. This time Yi Xian could no longer remain calm. After whispering to Guan Yulan, he instantly rushed out. Guan Yulan also followed closely behind. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds rang out and several guards flew out while clutching their chests in pain. By the time they reacted, the wanted criminal in their eyes had already disappeared. Not good, there's an accomplice, quickly informed the city lord. The captain of the guards looked around and found that the city gates were already closed, so he immediately shouted. Xue Qingqing, who was preparing to leave the city in disguise, had used a camouflage technique, but because her strength was too weak, she was easily captured by the guards. However, at this time, a handsome figure suddenly made a move and sent the surrounding guards flying, saving her. By the time she reacted, she found that she was already being carried horizontally by the other party, moving quickly on the streets. No, I'm a married man. Xue Qingqing thought in her heart and hurriedly said, Put me down. Hee little girl, you don't even recognize me? A familiar voice fell into her ears. She focused her eyes and was shocked to find that the person who was carrying her and running away was her fiancé in name. Yi Xian, it's you? Xue Qingqing cried out in surprise. If it's not me, then who is it? Yi Xian glanced at her, then fled into a small alley. At this time they were already far away from the city walls. After Yi Xian entered the alley, Guan Yulan followed him in. When Xue Qingqing saw someone enter, she was about to cry out in alarm, but in the next moment she suddenly realized that the person who came was a beautiful girl, not a guard of the Myriad Gold City. He's one of us, don't worry. Yi Xian said as he pulled Xue Qingqing into a dead end. Then he asked, What happened? Why are you wanted? Xue Qingqing wanted to ask who the woman behind Yi Xian was, but when she heard this question she immediately cried and explained, My family was raided by the mayor and my entire family was captured and locked up. Why? Yi Xian had a bad premonition. The Shui family was in trouble because of him. After all, he killed the son of the mayor of the City of Gold. The city lord casually gave a crime to my father, saying that my father had betrayed the country and was a spy for another country. Shui Qingqing said tearfully. Yi Xian's heart trembled. Sure enough, it was because of him. When the mayor of the City of Gold, Zhang Lai, found out that his son was killed, he wanted to avenge his son, but Yi Xian's identity was not ordinary, so he casually accused Shui Hai and raided the Shui family. So you're saying that uncle is in the mayor's residence now? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Yes, my parents were captured. Even the Shui family's consecrator did not escape. Shui Qingqing nodded with tears in her eyes. Is that so? Yi Xian felt very guilty. The mayor of a big city was an official of the profound Sun Empire, so he couldn't do anything. However, all of this was caused by him, so how could he just stand by and watch? He hated it the most when someone attacked the people around him, even if they scolded him. How about this, you can find an inn to stay in, and I will go to the mayor's residence to investigate. Yi Xian said. But you? Shui Qingqing was shocked. Yi Xian wanted to investigate the mayor's residence alone? Wasn't that courting death? Don't worry, I am very powerful now. Even the mayor is not my match. Yi Xian smiled. The mayor of the City of Gold, Zhang Lai, was only in the early 9th stage of the martial path, while he was in the middle 9th stage of the martial path. Even the mayor? Shui Qingqing was shocked. She hadn't seen Yi Xian for a long time, but he had already become so powerful? Alright, don't worry. I will go and find a way to rescue them. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he brought Shui Qingqing to an inn and told her to hide in it. Yi Xian was more at ease with Guan Yulan around. Although Guan Yulan was in the early 8th stage of the martial path, she was still a disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect. Her strength was stronger than the middle 8th stage of the martial path, and could even be compared to the peak 8th stage of the martial path. After leaving the inn, Yi Xian asked around for the location of the mayor's residence and directly rushed there. In fact, he could hide and then create a scene in the mayor's residence to rescue Shui Hai and the others. However, if he did that, everyone in the Shui family would become wanted criminals. It would be fine if they were only wanted in the City of Gold, but if the mayor of the City of Gold passed the arrest warrant to other cities, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he had to use proper means to rescue everyone in the Shui family and remove Shui Qingqing's arrest warrant. Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the mayor's residence. After pondering for a moment, he directly walked over. Halt, who are you? The guards of the mayor's residence stopped Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian directly took out a token and said, I am Yi Xian, a mentor of the Shattering Cloud sect. I want to see your mayor. The guard was stunned, but immediately revealed a look of disdain. He walked forward and said, Where did this little brat come from? If you are really a mentor of the Shattering Cloud sect, then I am the emperor of the dynasty. So you don't believe me? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Get lost. You want to see our city lord like this? The guard obviously didn't believe him, but he couldn't be blamed. After all, a mentor of the Shattering Cloud sect had to be in the 9th stage of the martial path. Yi Xian didn't say much. He felt that if he could use violence, he should try not to use his mouth. Bang. Suddenly, a strong force exploded in front of the 6th stage martial path guard, instantly sending him flying. How dare you? When the other guard saw this, he immediately raised his sword and faced it. Chapter 100. However, before this person's front foot could land, a figure flashed to his side. Then, a fist shot out, and like that guard, he was also sent flying. Zhang Lai, get out here. Yi Xian roared at the sky. His voice reverberated throughout the city. Almost half of the people in the city could hear him. At that moment, the surrounding people were wondering who Zhang Lai was. However, in the next moment they came to their senses. Zhang Lai was the governor of the City of Gold, who was so bold to challenge the governor of the City of Gold. In an instant, many people gathered around, only to see a young man standing outside the city lord's mansion. Was that him? Isn't that young man the son-in-law of the Shui family? Someone recognized Yi Xian. I see. The Shui family was found to have betrayed the country a few days ago. He must be here to save them. But betraying the country is a serious crime. They will be beheaded. Can he save them? That might not be the case. He is the disciple of the deputy sect leader of the Shattered Cloud sect. The Shattered Cloud sect is a large sect. I heard that the sect leader is a super powerful individual. Although there were many ordinary people in the crowd, there was no lack of well-informed people. Soon more and more people gathered. Following that, many powerful individuals rushed out of the mansion. There were guards and consecrators that Zhang Lai had recruited. "Brat, how dare you call the governor by his name in front of the mansion?" A burly man walked out, surrounded by many powerful individuals. He had just appeared and someone recognized him. "It's Chao Ba, the chief of guards of the mansion. I heard that he is a consecrator that the governor has just recruited. He used to be a teacher of the Shattered Sky sect. His strength is not to be underestimated." When the burly man walked out, the crowd could not help but take a step back. This was because Chao Ba was extremely cruel. He had already killed a few people this month. Furthermore, they were all innocent people. Therefore, his ferocious name had spread throughout the Million Gold City. After Chao Ba walked out, he looked around and his attention landed on Yi Xian. "You are the one who is shouting?" Yi Xian looked at him and felt the violent aura from him. He did not expect Zhang Lai to have recruited a martial artist in the 9th rank of the martial path. His luck was not bad. "That's right." Yi Xian nodded. "How dare you? You are courting death." Chao Ba was also an impatient person. If there was a disagreement, he would immediately attack. He took a step forward and extended his hand to slap Yi Xian's face. If his bear-like hand were to slap an ordinary person's face, it would definitely be able to send their head flying. Before some people could close their eyes, a crisp sound rang out. At the same time, a group of people cried out in alarm. However, what they expected did not happen. Yi Xian was still standing at the same spot. Chao Ba was no longer there. "Where is Chao Ba? I think he flew into the Castellan Manor. How is that possible?" The group of people could not believe it. Those who did not close their eyes did not see Yi Xian's attack. They also did not see Chao Ba fly out. Only a few martial artists saw an afterimage. Yi Xian did not care about Chao Ba at all. After sending him flying with a punch, Yi Xian shouted again, "Zhang Lai, come out. Who is looking for me?" Before Yi Xian finished his words, a person walked out of the Castellan Manor. It was Zhang Lai, who had met Yi Xian once before. "It's you?" Zhang Lai exclaimed when he saw Yi Xian. This was because Yi Xian was the murderer of his son. "That's right. It's me." Yi Xian nodded. At the same time, he noticed that Zhang Lai's body was trembling when he saw him. It was obvious that Zhang Lai was flustered and exasperated. He could attack at any time. However, he knew Yi Xian's identity. He was the disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect's vice-sect leader. He could not act recklessly. "Yi Xian, you are the murderer of my son. How dare you appear in front of me today?" Zhang Lai said with an ashen face. "What?" When everyone heard this, they were immediately shocked. The young city lord of Thousand Gold City was killed? Moreover, it was the son-in-law of the Shui family? Now the surrounding crowd finally understood why Zhang Lai captured Shui Hai. So this was the reason. Revenge. He was using his power to take revenge. "City Lord Zhang, how dare you? You covet the Shui family's property and accuse them of betraying the country. How dare you?" Yi Xian looked at Zhang Lai with a cold expression. "You're lying." Zhang Lai was exposed by Yi Xian and immediately shouted, "Whether I'm lying or not depends on the evidence. However, I only know that you captured my father-in-law and his family." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "The Shui family betrayed the country. The evidence is conclusive." Zhang Lai replied, "I said that I only know that you captured my father-in-law and his family. Regardless of whether you have evidence or not, I hope that you can let them go." Although Yi Xian used the word hope, his attitude was very firm. If he did not let them go, he would not let the matter rest. Zhang Lai was a city lord after all, yet Yi Xian was actually acting so arrogantly in front of him. This was simply provoking his authority. He immediately shouted angrily, "What big words! You're just a commoner, how dare you order me around?" I'm just saying hope. However, if the city lord does not let them go, I have other ways to make the city lord release them." Yi Xian said with a smile. You think you have the right to make me release them?" Zhang Lai did not care. Although Yi Xian's identity was not ordinary, he was in the territory of the Profound Sun Empire. Furthermore, he was an official of the Profound Sun Empire. Although his position was not high, it was still an official. Why would he be afraid of Yi Xian? "I'm just a commoner. Of course, I don't have the ability to make the city lord release them. However, the patrol inspector of the South Forest region, Ouyang Ming, should have the power to do so." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he suddenly took out a token. It was the token that Ouyang Ming gave him that day. Patrol inspector? Hearing this, Zhang Lai could not help but tremble. He saw the word Ouyang written on the token in Yi Xian's hand. The status of a patrol inspector was comparable to that of a duke. Impossible. How do you know Ouyang Ming? Zhang Lai could not believe it. Humph. Yi Xian snorted and threw the token in his hand over. Zhang Lai caught it and looked at it. His face instantly turned green. The material of the token was very special. It was the material of the profound Sun Empire's royal family. It was not something that ordinary people could get their hands on. Impossible. How does Yi Xian know the patrol inspector? This is impossible. Chapter 101. However, the token in Yi Xian's hand could not be fake. This was because he also had one. However, the quality of the token was not as good as the one in his hand. Now, there were only two possibilities. One was that Yi Xian obtained the token by accident. Two was that Yi Xian really knew Ouyang Ming. Mayor Zhang, please return the token to me. Yi Xian suddenly reminded him. Zhang Lai threw the token back. He didn't know what to do. City Lord Zhang, I wonder if you can release him now? Yi Xian looked at Zhang Lai with a smile that wasn't a smile. No. Zhang Lai subconsciously shouted. Yi Xian nodded slightly and smiled. Since Mayor Zhang does not believe me, then I can only go to South Forest City to look for Sir Ouyang. When the time comes, I believe Sir Ouyang will investigate who is the traitor. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. His speed was so fast that it exceeded everyone's reaction. Not good. Zhang Lai's face instantly sank to the bottom. He didn't expect Yi Xian to leave just like that. He didn't give him any time to hesitate and immediately shouted, "Wait!" By the time he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already appeared a few dozen meters away. If Zhang Lai had shouted any slower, he would have disappeared from everyone's line of sight. He smiled and turned around. City Lord Zhang, is there anything else? Zhang Lai looked at him with a gloomy face and said slowly, Chao Ba, release him. Compromised, the mayor had compromised. Everyone present was shocked. The mayor of the City of Gold, who had always been a man of his word, actually compromised with Yi Xian. However, when they thought of the token in Yi Xian's hand, they calmed down. If Yi Xian really knew Patrol Inspector Ouyang Ming, then Zhang Lai would be in trouble. He would be accused of betraying the Shui family. If he was investigated, then his position as the mayor would be finished. He did not dare to take the risk, so he compromised. Not long after, Chao Ba led a group of people from the Shui family out. These people from the Shui family had spent the past few days in fear. They never thought that they would be able to see the light of day again. Yi Xian, is that you? When Shui Hai saw Yi Xian, he was enlightened. Speaking of which, his Shui family did not know many people. Who else could save the Shui family other than Yi Xian? Uncle, take a look. Are all the captured people here? Yi Xian looked at Shui Hai and asked. Shui Hai looked around and nodded. We're here. All the captured people are here. Yi Xian also looked around. There were about 30 to 40 people here, but he didn't see a single person. Uncle, where's consecrated Lien? Yi Xian suddenly remembered the former Shattering Cloud sect instructor who had helped him cover up the lie at the Shui family. Hearing this name, Shui Hai frowned and said, even the worshipper was beaten to death. Okay, I got it. This news made Yi Xian's heart skip a beat. Although he had only met Lien Yuan once, Lien Yuan had helped him once. In order to take revenge, Zhang Lai not only captured everyone from the Shui family, but also beat them to death. Hence he had to pay the price in blood. However, this was not the time to do so. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and said, Mayor Zhang, you've confiscated the Shui family. Other than releasing people, do you still have to compensate for your losses? Yi Xian, don't go too far. Zhang Lai immediately reprimanded him. The reason why he had compromised and released Shueshi and the rest was because they were no longer of much use. When he confiscated the Shui family's property, he had already taken away all the valuable items from the Shui family. Now he had to return these items and compensate for his losses. This was absolutely impossible. One had to know that this was an astronomical figure. Okay. Let's not talk about this for now. My fiancée Shui Qingqing's portrait is still on the city gate. Shouldn't you release the arrest warrant? Yi Xian looked at Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai coldly snorted and ordered someone to release the arrest warrant at the city gate. Okay. Mayor Zhang, let's meet again next time. Yi Xian gave Zhang Lai a devilish smile. Then he quickly left with Shui Hai and the rest and went to the inn where Shui Qingqing was hiding. Father. When Shui Qingqing saw Shui Hai, she immediately rushed over. She suddenly realized that Shui Hai had lost a lot of weight. Even his white hair had grown longer. Yi Xian, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise we would have been dead. Shui Hai said with tears running down his cheeks. Uncle, this is all because of me. I'm the one who harmed you. However, you can't stay in Thousand Gold City anymore. Why don't you go to Lianyun City first? Yi Xian suggested. That's right. We have already fallen out with Zhang Lai. We can only leave. Lianyan City is a good place to go. Although I am penniless now, I Shuai believe that I can make a comeback. Shuai felt that it was a pity. All the properties of the Shui family were taken over by Zhang Lai. They were penniless and Lianyan City was just a small city. How could it be easy to make a comeback? Uncle, since that's the case, let's go now. Yi Xian said and left immediately. He went to buy a few carriages and prepared to escort Shuai and the rest to Lianyan City. Now that the Shui family's properties were confiscated, they were unable to pay those consecrators. Therefore, those consecrators left and some even joined the Zhang family. That afternoon, Yi Xian led the Shui family's team and rushed towards Lianyan City. There wasn't a single guard in the team. However, with Yi Xian around, they would be fine. On the way to Lianyan City, Yi Xian used cultivation as an excuse to stay in one of the carriages. He also instructed the others not to disturb his cultivation. But in the evening, he took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and quietly left. The purpose of his trip was to return to the city of 1,000 gold. If he didn't take revenge, he wasn't a gentleman. Zhang Lai confiscated the Shui family and even killed the consecrator who helped Yi Xian before. Therefore, Yi Xian returned to make Zhang Lai pay the price. The price of blood. Of course, before he left, he secretly told Guan Yulan about his plan. With Guan Yulan around, the team was relatively safe. The team didn't travel fast. Although they traveled for half a day, Yi Xian used his physique to return to 1,000 Gold City without much effort. Now that Shui Qingqing's arrest warrant had been issued, the number of guards at the city gates had decreased and they didn't need to search. Yi Xian disguised himself slightly and snuck into the city. At this moment, it was already night time. The Shui family just left and the Castellan mansion was destroyed. People will definitely suspect me. However, I don't care so much. So what if they suspect me? Chapter 102. Tonight was destined to not be a peaceful night. No one noticed that a black shadow had already entered the city lord's mansion. At this moment, there were two figures in one of the rooms of the Castellan manor. One of them was the mayor of the city of Gold, Zhang Lai, while the other was Qiao Ba, who was sent flying by Yi Xian earlier in the day. Zhang Lai sat on a chair with a gloomy expression. His brows were furrowed as if he was thinking about something. Castellan, are you going to let them go just like that? Qiao Ba, who was standing in front of Zhang Lai, asked. I didn't expect that brat to know the patrol envoy. It seems that I can't touch that brat. However, I didn't expect the Shui family to be so rich. They have more assets than me, the Castellan. This is not bad. Furthermore, now that the Shui family has left the City of Gold, the City of Gold belongs to me. Congratulations, Castellan. Qiao Ba hurriedly clasped his fist. Although he was sent flying by Yi Xian and suffered some injuries, he also heard that Fan Yu was crippled by Yi Xian. He couldn't afford to offend such a daring person. One had to know that there were many people who wanted to take revenge for Fan Yu. Other than the sky-cracking sect, there was also the Fan family of South Forest City. Just as Zhang Lai and Qiao Ba were discussing how to develop the 1,000 Gold City in the future, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside the door. Castellan, someone has invaded. There are more than one people who want to attack the Castellan manor. Why are you reporting to me? Zhang Lai furrowed his brows and said. The guard who came to report swallowed his saliva and stammered, City Lord, it's an expert this time. He has already killed 8 of our guards. What? Qiao Ba exclaimed. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. Every group of guards in the Castellan manor had 10 people and they were all at least in the 6th rank of the martial path. 8 groups meant that there were 80 people. It seems that this person is at least in the 8th rank of the martial path. Castellan, I'll be back soon. Qiao Ba left with a gloomy expression. After all, those who died were his subordinates. Zhang Lai did not mind. After all, he was the only one in power now. There would definitely be many people eyeing him. And Qiao Ba was his trusted aide, someone he had recruited with great difficulty. He believed that with Qiao Ba's strength he would definitely be able to capture that thief and deliver him to him. However, this time he was wrong. Furthermore, he was very wrong. That's strange. Qiao Ba has already been gone for more than 10 minutes. Could it be that he couldn't do anything to that intruder with his strength? Zhang Lai was very surprised. Just as he was about to go out and take a look, he was shocked to find that someone had ambushed him. You dare to sneak attack me? You really overestimate yourself. Zhang Lai dodged the attack, but in the next moment he was shocked to find that what he dodged was not a hidden weapon, nor an arrow but a head. Moreover, he recognized this head. It belonged to Qiao Ba, the chief guard of the city lord's mansion. What? Zhang Lai started to panic. Qiao Ba was at the 9th rank of the martial path, the same as him. However, Qiao Ba's head had already been chopped off. This meant that the other party definitely had the ability to kill him. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my city lord's mansion? Although Zhang Lai was a little scared, he was a city lord and an official of the Shenyang Empire. Not everyone had the guts to kill him. City Lord Zhang, how have you been? Suddenly a woman's voice rang out. Shortly after, a black figure landed in his courtyard. It's a woman? Zhang Lai quickly thought for a moment, but he could not remember anything. He did not recognize this voice. This black figure was actually Yi Xian. Before sneaking into the city lord's mansion, he spent some devour points to buy a voice-changing bead from the devour system. He disguised himself as a mature woman. Coupled with his black clothes and the night sky, unless his mask fell off, he would not be recognized. City Lord Zhang is really forgetful. It seems that you have forgotten what you did to my family back then. Today I am here to take revenge. Yi Xian purposely spoke very loudly so that the surrounding people could hear. Back then? Zhang Lai's face darkened. He had done too many things and he could not remember which clan this tall lady in front of him belonged to. Cut the crap, Zhang Lai. Today is the day you die. Yi Xian shouted and rushed in front of Zhang Lai. He then used his gloved right hand and punched Zhang Lai's chest. To be precise, he punched Zhang Lai's heart. Zhang Lai's heart stopped after receiving such a heavy blow. Yi Xian was in the middle stage 9th rank of the martial path. He was 1 rank higher than Zhang Lai. Furthermore, he had the 100 Beasts bloodline and high-ranked martial arts. It was easy for him to kill Zhang Lai. Run. The city lord is dead. Immediately the guards outside scattered. Even Zhang Lai and Qiao Ba, who were in the 9th rank of the martial path, were dead. What was the point of them staying here? However, Yi Xian, who'd killed Zhang Lai, secretly revealed a smile. Merge with the bloodline of the treasure-hunting deer. Yi Xian said in his heart. The bloodline of the treasure-hunting deer was also a low-ranked bloodline. However, it was worth 300 devouring points, which was 3 times more than the 100 Beasts bloodline. The treasure-hunting deer, as its name suggested, was specialized in finding treasures. After merging with the bloodline, it could sense things with spiritual energy within a certain range. For example, medicinal herbs, pills, etc. It was also because of this that Yi Xian didn't leave Zhang Lai alive. Ding. Merging successful. A system notification sounded in his mind. Alright, let's start looking for treasures. After merging with the bloodline of the treasure-hunting deer, Yi Xian could clearly sense that there were treasures around him. However, he did not know where they were. The bloodline of the treasure-hunting deer was only able to sense things, which was why it was so cheap. It seems like it is in Zhang Lai's study room. Yi Xian glanced at his surroundings, then strode into the study. The study room was not big, but there were a few bookshelves. Yi Xian felt that something was wrong the moment he entered. Something was wrong. He checked and soon found a mechanism. Gotcha. 2 rows of bookshelves suddenly moved apart, revealing a secret passage that led underground. Such a small trick, it won't stop me. Yi Xian snorted and then started to walk down. Before he reached the end, he saw a few special iron doors. However, these iron doors could only stop a martial artist of the martial path 8th rank. For Yi Xian, it was not difficult at all. After a while, Yi Xian looked at the huge pile of treasure chests in front of him and could not help but laugh out loud. This was probably the Zhang family's treasure vault. Perhaps, there were still things that they had plundered from the Shui family. Forget it, I will put them all into the devouring space first. Yi Xian did not care about anything else and kept all the treasures into the devouring space. Although he did not know if these were all of Zhang Lai's possessions, he knew that there were many more treasures in the mansion. Chapter 103. As the city lord, Zhang Lai must be extremely wealthy. Furthermore, there were many consecrators in the Zhang mansion, all of whom were under the care of Yi Xian. In this city, no one could stop Yi Xian. Yi Xian was like a vampire, sucking blood crazily. Not only that, he also found out about the properties of the Zhang family, including those of the Shui family. After leaving the city lord mansion, he went to these shops one by one. The elixir store, the weapon store, and the martial arts pavilion were all plundered. Awesome, this is so awesome. Just the silver notes alone add up to 200 million. After robbing the last restaurant, Yi Xian could not help but roar in his heart. Just the silver alone gave him 200 million. If he added the things he plundered, the income this time was at least 500 million. This was not even counting the treasure vault under the city lord's mansion. If he counted the treasure vault, it would be at least 700 to 800 million. Due to the incident in the city lord mansion, the city walls were closed in advance. However, even the special door of the city lord mansion's underground treasure vault could not stop Yi Xian, let alone these ordinary city gates. Not good, the city lord's murderer has escaped from the city. The guards shouted. Today the city of gold was destined to be in chaos. The city lord was dead and the entire city lord mansion was plundered. Not only that, but the properties of the city lord mansion were also plundered. However, Yi Xian was not worried at all. He was afraid that the higher-ups would only think that there was an expert who plundered the city lord mansion for money. While the city of gold was in chaos, Yi Xian had already rushed to the Shui family's carriage at full speed. Huff huff, no one noticed. Yi Xian returned to his carriage and quickly changed his clothes. This time his harvest was the biggest ever. He was prepared to leave the silver and the martial arts to the Shui family. As for the rest, he would devour them all. Ding. Host has broken through to the peak of martial realm 9th rank. After the trip to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, Yi Xian was on the verge of a breakthrough. Now that he had devoured so many things, he directly broke through to the peak of martial realm 9th rank. He was only one step away from martial realm 10th rank. Damn it, I need more and more things. I don't know if I will need more than 1 billion when I reach martial realm 10th rank. Yi Xian felt a headache in his heart. However, he always had a plan to earn money in his heart, but he never had a place to implement it. Let's buy an intermediate bloodline. Right now Yi Xian was a nouveau riche. He had a total of 1500 devour points, and he only needed 1000 devour points to raise the wind-seeking leopard bloodline to the intermediate level. However, in the next moment Yi Xian was stunned. The system prompted. Unable to fuse? Yi Xian was stunned. It seemed like it was because his cultivation level was not high enough. He had no choice but to give up and wait until he reached martial realm 10th rank. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the carriage, followed by a clear voice. Yi Xian, are you there? It was a Loli's voice. Obviously it was Shui Qingqing and not Guan Yulan. Didn't I tell you not to look for me? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He clearly said not to disturb his cultivation. Fortunately he came back early. Otherwise wouldn't he be exposed? Come in, Yi Xian said. Then he saw a petite figure enter. It was Shui Qingqing. Shui Qingqing lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. But it was very dark inside the carriage. She could only vaguely see where Yi Xian was sitting. Why are you looking for me? Yi Xian asked. You are my fiancé. Must I have a reason to look for you? Shui Qingqing said with some dissatisfaction. Yes, of course. Yi Xian smiled. He said so much before because he didn't want others to find out that he went out. Now that he was back, he didn't need to care. It's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, in a few days, the city lord would have beheaded my family. Shui Qingqing said with gratitude. You just said that I am your fiancé. If I don't help you, who will? Yi Xian said. Okay, then I won't be unreasonable. Shui Qingqing smiled and continued. That big sister, is she your senior sister? Yi Xian nodded, yes. He knew that Shui Qingqing was talking about Guan Yulan. However, it didn't matter whether Guan Yulan was his junior sister or senior sister. In terms of age, Guan Yulan was older than him. But in terms of strength, he was much stronger than her. How long have I been in the Shattering Cloud sect and I already know such a beautiful senior sister? Didn't I say not to attract bees and butterflies? Shui Qingqing wrinkled her nose with dissatisfaction. I didn't. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He didn't want to get involved, but what could he do when Guan Yulan threw herself at him? However, in the next moment he was also stunned. I'll forgive you this time. Don't do it again. Shui Qingqing suddenly compromised. Damn, is this a tacit agreement? Yi Xian was a little helpless. At this moment, the curtain of the carriage was pulled open and a white figure came in. It was Guan Yulan. When Guan Yulan saw Shui Qingqing enter the carriage, she knew that Yi Xian had returned. She carefully looked at Yi Xian and made sure that he wasn't injured before she let out a sigh of relief. However, what made Yi Xian even more helpless was that the two girls actually started chatting. The more they talked, the more excited they became. They completely ignored Yi Xian. As for the Howling Moon Silver Wolf cub, Qin Yu, it quietly laid beside Yi Xian with a helpless expression. Because they were traveling by carriage, the Shui family's fleet wasn't very fast. They only arrived at Lianyun City after about a week. At this moment, Yi Xian brought them to the Yi family and contacted the Lin family to hold a meeting. Although Lianyun City was only a small city, the three great families were confident that they could develop it into a big city. As long as it flourished to a certain extent, it could be promoted to a big city. At that time they could appoint a city lord. Yi Xian also returned the 200 million taels of silver to the Shui family. Although the Shui family's business was gone, Shui Hai was a businessman. He knew many people. As long as they had the funds, it wouldn't be difficult for them to make a comeback. Yi Xian didn't take out the martial arts from the Shattering Cloud sect. After all, he still had his principles. As for the martial arts he obtained, he took out a few copies of them and sent them to the three great families. It was almost the new year and Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry to return to the Shattering Cloud sect. Guan Yulan also didn't have anything to do, so she agreed to Yi Xian to stay in the Yi family for the new year. Chapter 104. It was the same for a large clan like the Yi clan. However, there were many of them. They set up a banquet in the martial arts field. Regardless of whether they had the surname Yi or not, they all celebrated together. However, on this festive day something big happened in the Yi clan. Suddenly, a person barged into the Yi family. After killing a few Yi family guards, he suddenly died. Hearing this, Yi Zhang hurriedly brought people over. However, when he saw the dead person, his face turned pale. He hurriedly returned to the martial arts field and called Yi Xian over. Yi Xian did not know about this. However, when he saw the dead person he was completely shocked. This person was wearing the Shattering Cloud sect's uniform. Moreover, it was an elder's uniform. Who is it? Yi Xian turned the elder over and exclaimed, "Elder Lu?" The person who suddenly broke into the Yi clan and started a massacre was actually Lu Buping's grandfather, Elder Lu Qi. Instantly, Yi Xian understood the ins and outs of the situation. That day we went to the Blackwater Lake together. We might have been seen by a bandit. This Lu Qi found out about this. However, I lied to him. Therefore he thought that I had something to do with Lu Buping's death. Therefore he came to take revenge. However, how did he die? Yi Xian began to investigate the cause of death. When he opened Elder Lu's clothes, he was shocked to find that Elder Lu's entire left chest had collapsed. He was killed by a punch. Elder Lu was a martial artist in the middle of the 10th realm of the martial path. To be able to kill him with one punch, I'm afraid that the person is at the peak of the 10th realm of the martial path. However, Yi Xian did not understand. However, when he saw the corpses of the Yi clan guards, a possibility flashed through his mind. The last time they went to destroy the Qin clan, the Lianyun city lord sent 2 teams of city guards to the Yi and Lin clans. The Lin clan had Lin Xiao but the Yi clan did not have any experts. However, the Yi clan was fine at that time. At that time they thought that it was a passing expert who saved them. However, it seemed that this matter was still a little strange. Could it be that someone is secretly protecting my Yi family? A thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. This possibility was indeed there and it was very high. Otherwise why would Lu Qi die here? Uncle, this person is only wearing the clothes of an elder of the Shattering Cloud sect. However, this matter is of great importance. You must remember not to spread this news, Yi Xian hastily said to Yi Zhang. I understand. Yi Zhang explained clearly. Fortunately, only 3 guards and 2 servants knew about this matter. Immediately, he ordered the servants to bury these guards who had died in the line of duty. He also ordered them to remove Lu Qi's clothes and burn them. Although Yi Xian did not know who that expert was, nor did he know why he wanted to protect the Yi family, he had a faint guess in his heart that this expert might be related to his father, who had left home for many years. A murder during the new year was not a good sign, but there was nothing they could do about it. Fortunately, Lu Qi was killed by a mysterious expert. Otherwise, even Yi Xian would not be able to stop him if he behaved atrociously in the Yi family. Although this little episode was a little frightening, fortunately, it had been dealt with. Not many people knew about it. Even Guan Yulan was kept in the dark. Yi Xian only needed to pretend that he did not know anything. After the new year, Yi Xian stayed in Lianyun city for a few days. Then he prepared to report back to the Shattering Cloud sect with Guan Yulan. This time he was going to report to Zhou Tsang in the Shattering Cloud sect. Then he would go to South Forest City to find Ouyang Ming. At this time Yi Xian had already set off with Guan Yulan. The target has left the city. Follow. Although Qin Yu's growth was very fast and had grown to the size of a big yellow dog in less than a month, its strength could be considered a rank 3 monster. However, its size was not enough for Guan Yulan to ride. Therefore Yi Xian and Guan Yulan still had to ride back to the Shattering Cloud sect. However, what they did not know was that there was a team following closely behind. This team was very cautious. Even Yi Xian did not notice them. However, when Yi Xian arrived at the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, he finally noticed this team. However, they were already charging towards him. As soon as Yi Xian entered the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, he felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and saw a team rushing towards him. There were a total of 6 people in this team. However, they were very fast. They were at least martial arts level 9 martial artists. They don't come with good intentions. Yi Xian reacted instantly. He immediately jumped off his horse with a cautious look on his face. He was not 100% sure that these 6 people were coming for him. Therefore he could not attack first. Guan Yulan also noticed this and lightly landed on the ground. Not only that, but even Qin Yu let out a low growl. It clearly felt the hostility. The 6 people rushed over quickly and finally stopped about 20 meters in front of Yi Xian. The leader was a middle-aged man. He looked at Yi Xian and smiled coldly. "What's the matter?" Yi Xian looked at the 6 people and asked curiously. "You know that we're here for you. How dare you stop?" The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and said, "Why wouldn't I?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "If that's the case, then we won't waste time. The 6 of us have been following you all the way from Lianyun City. Our goal is to kill you." The middle-aged man revealed his intentions. As expected. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. These 6 people did not come with good intentions. He was already prepared for battle. However, he still asked curiously, "Who are you?" "You crippled my young master." When the middle-aged man finished speaking, Yi Xian instantly reacted. "So they were here to avenge Fan Yu. So you're from the sky-cracking sect?" Yi Xian snorted. "No, we're from South Forest City, the Fan family." The middle-aged man shook his head. This answer also stunned Yi Xian for a moment. These people were actually from South Forest City. "So you're from Fan Yu's family?" Yi Xian's face darkened. This was because the Fan family was actually from South Forest City. South Forest City was the county city of South Forest region. It was the place where the second-ranked prince of South Forest lived. Its prosperity exceeded that of ordinary big cities. The families in it were also incomparable to the Yi family. "Alright, kid. Since you know who I am, then you should go." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he glanced at Yi Xian and continued, "Act according to the plan." The reason why they chose to act here was because there were often killings and robberies here. After killing Yi Xian, they just had to throw his body into the wild to feed the demonic beast. That way, no one would be able to find any evidence and they did not have to worry about being discovered by the sky-cracking sect. Yi Xian looked at the 6 people who were at daggers drawn. The spiritual energy in his body began to surge. He suddenly felt that the middle-aged man in front of him was not simple. He was afraid that the middle-aged man in front of him was a martial artist in the 10th realm of the martial path. However, he did not know what realm he was in. Chapter 105. Kill? At the middle-aged man's command, the 5 people behind him rushed out and attacked Yi Xian from both sides. "Yulan, you go first," Yi Xian said hurriedly. Guan Yulan was conflicted. She wasn't strong and would only be a burden if she stayed. Therefore, she nodded slightly and left with Qin Yu. At the same time, Yi Xian took out the cloud-piercing bow from the devouring space and shot an attack. What? The 6 people were stunned as a word flashed through their minds. An interspatial ring. Immediately, the 6 of them revealed greedy expressions. However, 2 of them were suddenly hit in the head by 2 streams of energy. Their heads exploded and they died on the spot. Peak 9th realm? That's impossible. The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. When Yi Xian crippled Yi Xian, he was only in the early 9th realm of the martial path. Therefore, the Fan family sent 5 experts in the early 9th realm to kill Yi Xian. However, the higher-ups of the Fan family sent another martial artist in the 10th realm just to be safe. That was the middle-aged man. They didn't expect that Yi Xian's cultivation would suddenly increase by 2 realms. If it were the original 5, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to Yi Xian. Fortunately, they sent another martial artist in the 10th realm. What a strong talent. You can't be allowed to live. The middle-aged man shouted, "You guys go and capture that girl. I'll deal with this brat." He sneered in his heart. Yi Xian had an interspatial ring. As long as he killed Yi Xian, the interspatial ring would be his and he wouldn't have to stay in the Fan family anymore. However, the remaining 3 martial artists in the early 9th realm were unmoved. They charged straight at Yi Xian. They couldn't resist the temptation of the interspatial ring. However, Yi Xian didn't show the slightest bit of mercy towards these 3 people who overestimated themselves. Pooh! 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 Dozens of light arrows shot out and instantly sank into the foreheads of the 3 people. These 3 people were instantly killed just like the previous 2 people. Now that Yi Xian was at the peak of the 9th stage of the martial path, he could draw the golden eagle bow to its fullest. Only a 10th stage martial path cultivator would be able to dodge his attack. As for those 5 people, they were only at the 9th stage of the martial path. They were killed before they could even react. Damn it! The middle-aged man snorted coldly in his heart. How dare you try to snatch my interspatial ring? You are really courting death. However, these 5 people had also bought him some time. At this moment he had already rushed to Yi Xian's side and punched out. After dealing with the 5 small fries, Yi Xian instantly put his golden eagle bow into his devour space and counterattacked. Boom! The shock waves from the collision of spiritual energy spread out like waves. The 2 of them exchanged a punch, but neither of them had the upper hand. How is that possible? The 2 of them exclaimed in shock. Yi Xian estimated that his punch was much stronger than that of an early 10th stage martial path cultivator. However, his opponent was actually able to fight evenly with him. This person's physique is so strong. I'm afraid he has tempered his physique. Yi Xian reacted. He was using a 9th grade martial art, and his opponent was also using a 9th grade martial art. In terms of spiritual energy he was 1 realm lower, but his strongest attribute was his physique. The fact that his opponent was able to close the gap was enough to prove that he had tempered his physique. The middle-aged man was extremely shocked, but he did not think too much about it. At this moment he only had one thought in his mind, which was to kill Yi Xian, seize his interspatial ring and then leave Nanlin County. However, he was also a tempered martial artist. When he saw someone who could be compared to him, he naturally wanted to fight to his heart's content. Boom! 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 This area was instantly swept up by a sandstorm, and loud rumbles continued. In these 10 seconds Yi Xian and the middle-aged man had exchanged no less than 100 punches. The ground was bombarded by them as if it was hit by meteorites. This kid is really difficult to deal with, but the middle-aged man also realized how strong Yi Xian was, but his eyes flashed. Through Yi Xian's body he saw Guan Yulan, who was watching from a distance. Capture her and threaten this kid. The middle-aged man immediately had a plan in his mind. Yi Xian was a little surprised when he saw the middle-aged man retreating. However, he followed the middle-aged man's gaze and found Guan Yulan. Oh no, he wants to use Yulan to threaten me. Yi Xian instantly saw through his opponent's intentions. At this moment, the middle-aged man began to run towards Guan Yulan. What a joke. I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to speed. Yi Xian burst into full speed and caught up with the middle-aged man in an instant. He aimed a punch at the middle-aged man's back. So fast. The middle-aged man's heart trembled. He knew that Yi Xian's physique was amazing, but he did not expect it to be this fast. Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit by Yi Xian's punch. Just now, Yi Xian saw that there was only one person left, so he wanted to have a good fight with him. However, he did not expect that the middle-aged man would have designs on Guan Yulan. This was unforgivable. I wanted to let you live a little longer, but I didn't expect you to court death yourself. You can't blame me for this. A dragon has a reverse scale, and those who touch it will be enraged. Without a doubt, Yi Xian was enraged. After the middle-aged man took Yi Xian's punch, he instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. The latter's powerful punches landed on his body crazily, causing him to scream in pain. I'll use this move to end you, heart-shattering palm. Yi Xian's body suddenly surged with a large amount of spiritual energy, which gathered in his palm. Then he quickly and accurately hit the middle-aged man's heart. Bang! In an instant, the dense spiritual energy rushed into the middle-aged man's body and tore his heart apart. Gurgle, gurgle. The middle-aged man's eyes widened as he spat out a large amount of blood. With the heart torn apart, even a true spirit realm expert would not be able to survive. Looking at the corpse in front of him, Yi Xian coldly snorted. This Fan family was really generous, to be able to summon so many experts all of a sudden. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was no longer the same as before, the outcome would have been hard to say. Unfortunately, these people came out on a mission and did not bring anything good with them. Therefore, Yi Xian's spoils were not much, only about 1,000,000 taels. As for the 6 corpses, Yi Xian simply threw them in the wilderness. If there were any demonic beasts passing by, they would definitely not miss them. After dealing with these 6 people, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan continued on their way. They only stopped to rest when night fell. Guan Yulan looked at Yi Xian and finally could not help but ask, after returning to the sect, are you going to South Forest City? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Chapter 106. Then be careful. Guan Yulan reminded him. Suddenly she felt a little uneasy. She felt that if she was separated from Yi Xian this time, it wouldn't be so easy to see him again. Don't worry. After a while, I think I'll be able to break through to the 10th stage of the martial path. When that time comes, this competition will be a piece of cake. Yi Xian said confidently. Guan Yulan nodded silently. Yi Xian's aptitude was probably unmatched in the entire Nanlin region. The 2 of them were silent for a while. Guan Yulan pursed her lips and secretly glanced at Yi Xian. She stammered, Yi Xian, I have something to say to you. Ever since the last incident, Guan Yulan had a special feeling for Yi Xian. She had always hidden it in her heart. But for some reason, when she heard that Yi Xian was going to participate in the imperial capital competition, she felt that if she didn't say it now, it would be too late. Yi Xian raised his head. When he saw Guan Yulan's expression, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Damn, is this girl going to confess to me? I'm not ready yet. In his previous life, Yi Xian was still an out-and-out otaku. Goddesses and whatnot were far away from him. But now, a goddess-level girl was confessing to him. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. However, he still forced himself to be calm and said coldly, "What?" The light of the fire shone on Guan Yulan's rosy face. Her bashful appearance made Yi Xian a little unable to control himself. Guan Yulan hesitated for a while before finally opening her mouth. Hiss. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly fell into their ears. Beside them, Qingyu immediately let out a low roar when she heard it. There was movement. Damn, who's disturbing my good time? Do you believe that I won't kill you? Yi Xian suddenly shouted in his heart. After a while he might be able to live a happy life. Who knew that someone would disturb him? Oh! Yi Xian stood up angrily and shouted. He swore in his heart that if it was a human that came, he would beat that human into a pig's head. If it was a demonic beast, he would beat it into a pig demon. But in the next moment, his expression froze. This sound started to flutter and it was getting closer and closer. So fast. Yi Xian was shocked. By the time he reacted, a figure had appeared in front of him. It was a person. Yi Xian's face was full of vigilance. He looked at the figure more than 10 meters in front of him and shouted, "Sir, what do you want?" "Don't be nervous, it's me." This figure suddenly walked out from the darkness. When Yi Xian saw this person's face, his body trembled slightly. Wasn't this his master? "Master, why are you here?" Yi Xian relaxed and asked in surprise. Guan Yulan was also very surprised. How did Zhou Tsang find them? I suddenly heard that Fan Yu's background is not as simple as being the first disciple of the sky-cracking sect. He is from the Fan family of South Forest City. I was worried that the Fan family would make a move on you, so I came down the mountain to find you. Zhou Tsang saw that Yi Xian was fine and also let out a sigh of relief. "Master, don't worry. Your disciple won't die so easily." Yi Xian pretended to be surprised. He didn't know why, but his heart had been beating violently since Zhou Tsang appeared, as if something big was about to happen. "That's good." Zhou Tsang nodded and then walked to Yi Xian's side. But in the next moment, his cliff-like wrinkles trembled and he said in shock, "Peak of the 9th stage of the martial path?" As expected of someone who is half a step into the true spirit realm. Yi Xian was secretly impressed and nodded, "Yes, master. Your disciple went down the mountain to do a training mission. By chance, I had a fortuitous encounter and broke through to the peak of the 9th stage of the martial path." Zhou Tsang was so shocked that his eyes widened and his mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. In just a short month, Yi Xian actually broke through to the peak of the 9th stage of the martial path. This was definitely unprecedented. Not only was Yi Xian's aptitude high, but his luck was also very good. However, he didn't ask too much. Instead, he looked at Yi Xian with a strange expression. "Good, this is really good." Zhou Tsang was so excited that he couldn't speak. Although Yi Xian felt that it was strange, he didn't think too much about it. Since he met Zhou Tsang here, it meant that he didn't need to return to the Shattering Cloud sect and could directly go to South Forest City. He immediately told Zhou Tsang about Ouyang Ming's matter. What, the Imperial Patrol? After Zhou Tsang heard the story, he was shocked because Yi Xian had given him too many surprises. "Yes, this disciple returned to the Shattering Cloud sect this time to inform you that this disciple wishes to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament." Yi Xian nodded. Zhou Tsang hesitated for a moment and said, "That's fine, but this time I came down the mountain to find you for another matter. Come with me to a place first, then we'll leave." "Why are you looking for me?" Yi Xian frowned and asked curiously, "What is it?" "You'll know when you get there. This way we'll leave immediately." Zhou Tsang said to Guan Yulan. "So urgent?" Yi Xian asked. Zhou Tsang explained, "The Imperial Patrol has a noble status. You can't be negligent. I've also heard of this tournament. It will be a very good stage, so you must prepare properly." "All right." Yi Xian nodded. The scale of this tournament was very large. After all, there were many influential people in the profound Sun Imperial capital. Their subordinates' aptitude might not be as good as his, but he didn't have an advantage in terms of age. "Yulan, you can go back to the Shattering Cloud sect by yourself. Zhou Tsang suddenly said to Guan Yulan. Although she was very unwilling, Guan Yulan could only nod slightly. Who told Zhou Tsang to appear at such a crucial time? Therefore, she could only wait for Yi Xian to come back and say what she had been hiding in her heart. All right, let's go. Zhou Tsang seemed to be a little impatient and hurriedly said. Yi Xian was also very helpless. Zhou Tsang could have come at any time, but he just had to appear now. What a pity, in a while he might be able to leave the ranks of the single dogs. Then he followed Zhou Tsang and left. The Fan family had already sent a large number of experts. It was obvious that they were determined to win, so Yi Xian wasn't worried about Guan Yulan's safety and left with Zhou Tsang. The confused Yi Xian followed Zhou Tsang and left. They were very fast. It only took them one night to leave through the shortcut of the 9th mountain range. Then Zhou Tsang brought Yi Xian in another direction. Along the way, Zhou Tsang asked Yi Xian a few things, mostly about Ouyang Ming and the tournament in the imperial capital. Chapter 107. A day later they finally arrived at their destination. It was a rather desolate mountain, the kind where even demonic beasts wouldn't roam. After arriving, Zhou Tsang brought Yi Xian directly to a small house at the top of the mountain. Before Yi Xian could ask, Zhou Tsang pointed to a large bathtub in the house and said, "Come, jump in." What? Yi Xian looked at Zhou Tsang in astonishment, then glanced at the large bathtub. He saw that the large bathtub was already filled with liquid, but it was red. Before he could open his mouth, a strong smell of blood drifted over, causing him to frown uncontrollably. The smell of blood reminded him of the scene in the Valley of Corpses. This is a medicinal liquid that I personally concocted for you. It contains the blood of 100 different demonic beasts and a large amount of supplementary herbs. As long as you soak in it for a day, your physique will be greatly improved and it can even unblock your meridians. It will be beneficial for your future cultivation. Zhou Tsang explained. After hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The blood of demonic beasts could strengthen his physique and unblock his meridians? Holy shit, this is good stuff. He immediately looked at Zhou Tsang with tears of gratitude. He didn't doubt Zhou Tsang at all. After all, Zhou Tsang was his master. Yi Xian had heard of disciples murdering their masters, but he had never heard of a master harming a disciple. Furthermore, he didn't have anything that Zhou Tsang coveted, so Zhou Tsang had no reason to harm him. At that moment, Yi Xian directly jumped into the large bathtub without even taking off his clothes. But in the next moment, his expression changed. He realized that the truth was not what he had imagined. Ding. The host has been poisoned. Detoxification commencing. When Yi Xian jumped into the bathtub, this sentence rang out in his mind. The 100-flower bloodline could make Yi Xian immune to 100 types of poison, but that was only limited to 100 types of poison. If it was a high-grade poison, the 100-flower bloodline could only slowly detoxify it. What made Yi Xian's face turn pale was that after he jumped into the bathtub, he couldn't move his entire body. Only his head, which was above the water, could move. "Master, why can't I move my body?" Yi Xian asked in shock. Don't be afraid. This medicinal liquid contains the sap of the 1,000 silver flower. It can numb your body temporarily. Zhou Tsang couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yi Xian's expression. 1,000 silver flower? Yi Xian quickly searched his mind but couldn't find any relevant memories. Previously, when he was in the Shattering Cloud sect, he would look at some maps when he was bored. Among them, there were records of heavenly treasures so that he wouldn't be unable to recognize them when he encountered them in the future. However, he had never heard of this 1,000 silver flower. At this moment, his entire body was submerged in the water. Apart from his head, he could not feel anything. It was as if he only had a head. It seemed that the effect of the 1,000 silver flower was very strong. Even the 100-flower bloodline was not immune to it. He could only slowly detoxify it. No, something's wrong. He has other intentions. Yi Xian recalled Zhou Tsang's expression and began to suspect something. However, he wasn't too worried because the devouring system could devour anything. Even if his body couldn't move, as long as his hands were still in the water, he could devour the entire bathtub. Furthermore, even if the effect of the 1,000 silver flower was very strong, the 100-flower bloodline had already started to detoxify it. Before Yi Xian purchased the 100-flower bloodline, he only knew that it had two effects. One was to increase one's recovery ability and the other was to make one immune to poison. However, after Yi Xian purchased the 100-flower bloodline, he discovered that it had a hidden effect. It would automatically detoxify the poison after being poisoned. The stronger the poison, the slower the detoxification process. However, as long as one was poisoned once and successfully detoxified the poison, one's body would develop a resistance to it. Even if one were to encounter the same poison in the future, they wouldn't be poisoned again. This was something that Yi Xian only found out after purchasing the 100-flower bloodline, so he wasn't worried. Master, your disciple suddenly needs to pee," Yi Xian suddenly shouted. "Nonsense. You can't feel anything in your body. How can you feel that way? I spent a lot of effort to concoct this medicinal liquid. You stay here, master will go out for a while." Zhou Tsang snorted coldly, then left Yi Xian behind. He was very confident in the medicinal liquid that he had concocted. He really left. Yi Xian heard the sound of footsteps fading into the distance. Zhou Tsang really left. At this moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He felt that his master, whom he had only met a few times, had an ulterior motive. However, what was his master after? Could it be that he saw me devouring something by chance and thought that I had an interspatial ring? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. Although this was possible, someone who casually gave him 30,000 Shattering Cloud Sect points shouldn't be after this. No matter what his motive is, I can't just sit here and wait for death. Enter the devouring space, Yi Xian thought. Then the entire bathtub, along with the turbid liquid inside, suddenly disappeared. Then his entire body went limp on the floor. The 1,000 silver flowers anesthetic effect was still there, but after Yi Xian came out, he clearly felt that the detoxification effect had improved significantly. At this rate it should be gone in 10 minutes. Yi Xian calculated in his heart. He prayed that Zhou Tsang wouldn't come back in this period of time. Otherwise it would be difficult for him to explain. However, his worries were unnecessary. After 10 minutes he was finally able to move his body. However, after regaining his mobility, he didn't immediately escape. Instead, he took out the tub of medicinal liquid and entered it again. Haha, as expected, that 1,000 silver flower has no effect on me. Yi Xian stretched his hand into the air and laughed loudly. The 100-flower bloodline had already detoxified the poison. At the same time, his poison resistance had also increased. From now on, poisons like this would no longer be effective on him. However, just as Yi Xian was thinking about whether or not to escape, a series of footsteps suddenly came from outside. F***ck, he's back. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He quickly stretched his hand down and returned to his previous posture. Clang. The wooden door was pushed open. The person who came in was indeed Zhou Tsang, who had just left. Disciple master is back. Zhou Tsang looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Now your physique is probably quietly changing. Do you feel it? Yi Xian was stunned. He quickly nodded and said, Yes, there's a change. Nonsense, you still don't feel it. How can you feel it? However, this medicinal liquid was specially prepared by me. It can greatly improve your physique, but it will take about a day to completely absorb it. Zhou Tsang smiled. Chapter 108. It's actually true. This medicinal liquid can actually improve my physique and unblock my meridians. Yi Xian was shocked. At this time he was a little suspicious. Did Zhou Tsang have any ulterior motives towards him? Take your time. Before you finish absorbing, master will recommend someone to you. After Zhou Tsang finished speaking, under Yi Xian's astonished gaze, he walked out of the wooden house, grabbed a person and threw it in front of Yi Xian. This person wore a green robe and was around 18 years old. However, his entire body was cold and white and there was no sign of life. Master, who is this? Yi Xian looked at the corpse's face and asked in astonishment. I think you should have heard of his name. His name is Zhongyang. Zhou Tsang replied. Zhongyang. Yi Xian was indeed very familiar with this name because this person was the #1 inner disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect. What? Zhongyang? How could it be him? Yi Xian exclaimed. Zhou Tsang smiled and said, It was master who killed him. This answer also made Yi Xian's face stiffen. Zhou Tsang killed Zhongyang? What? Do you find it inconceivable? As the vice sect master of the Shattering Cloud sect, why would I kill the #1 inner disciple, Zhongyang? Zhou Tsang smiled indifferently and asked in return, Do you know how old master is this year? Yi Xian shook his head. Zhou Tsang's face was very old. He looked to be around 70 years old. Master is actually 90 years old this year. Master didn't suffer any serious injuries in his early years, so he was able to live until now. However, I can already feel that I don't have 2 more years to live unless I can break through to the true spirit realm. Zhou Tsang laughed self-deprecatingly. However, with my aptitude, I'm afraid it will be difficult to break through to the true spirit realm. However, I don't want to die, so I began to cultivate an evil cultivation method that I once obtained. Yi Xian listened quietly, his eyes flashing. He already knew what Zhou Tsang wanted to do. When this evil cultivation technique is cultivated to the extreme, one can seize another person's body. I'm already old, so I grabbed Zhongyang and began to prepare. Originally, the best candidate in my heart was Fan Yu. However, Fan Yu stayed in the heaven-cracking sect all year round, so I couldn't do anything to him. But then you suddenly appeared. Although you are young, your talent far surpasses Fan Yu's. So, you are the target of my possession. After hearing Zhou Tsang's words, Yi Xian's face sank. He had already guessed Zhou Tsang's intentions, but he didn't expect it to be his body. Possession. Damn, such a terrifying thing was going to happen to him twice? A 16-year-old peak LV9 Martial Path realm. If I get your body, I can break through to the true spirit realm before the age of 30, no, before the age of 25. In the future, I can even aim for the true energy realm, or even the true profound realm. Zhou Tsang couldn't help but laugh. Yi Xian's face darkened. It seemed that things were going to be troublesome. Someone was actually plotting to seize his body. This wasn't going according to the script. In his fantasy, after Zhou Tsang saw his aptitude, he would do his best to help him and throw all his wealth on him to help him break through. But he didn't expect the reality to be the complete opposite. Is it really possible to seize another person's body? Yi Xian asked in surprise. He wasn't very sure because this body was exactly the same as his body on Earth. Even the mole was in the same position. So, he wasn't sure if his body was transmigrated or if the unlucky guy's body was exactly the same as his. I'm not very sure because I haven't heard of such cases. But I can only live for 2 more years. I have no choice but to stake everything on this. If I fail, I'll just die earlier. Zhou Tsang shook his head and sighed. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably treat you like a treasure and nurture you. However, I can't do anything about it. Yi Xian, don't blame your master. Blame? If I could beat you now, I would have killed you long ago. How dare you covet your own disciple's body? F***CKU. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. I've already entrusted the matters of the Shattering Cloud sect to the various elders. If I fail, then you'll be the vice sect leader. If I succeed, then I'll lead the Shattering Cloud sect to glory. Zhou Tsang said, then asked, Disciple, don't worry. If I succeed, I'll definitely treat your Yi family and Yulan well. Yi, if you have any last wishes, you can tell me. I'll definitely do it for you. Hearing this, the veins on Yi Xian's forehead popped out. This Zhou Tsang was indeed a beast with a human face. Just a moment ago he looked helpless, but now his true colors were revealed. He was already in his 90s, but he was still thinking about Guan Yulan? It seems that I can't let the tiger return to the mountain. You damn old man, I must send you to see Buddha. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Master, your disciple only has one last wish. I hope you can do it for me. Don't worry, I'll definitely do it. F***CKU. The smile on Zhou Tsang's face disappeared in an instant, but it soon reappeared. Hee, don't worry. This 1,000 silver flower can paralyze you for 2 days. Tomorrow I'll begin the possession. After he finished speaking, he kicked Zhong Yang's corpse out of the wooden house. Then he sat in front of Yi Xian and closed his eyes. Damn, this old man is at the peak of the 10th rank of the martial path. With my current realm, if I were to fight him one-on-one, my balls would definitely be crushed by him. So, I can only find an opportunity to sneak attack him. Yi Xian looked at Zhou Tsang, who wasn't vigilant at all, and thought to himself. Although he could now challenge those of a higher realm, the difference in strength between him and Zhou Tsang was too big. He was afraid that he wouldn't be Zhou Tsang's opponent. However, there was still a way to improve his strength, and that was this barrel of medicinal liquid. His physique was indeed improving, and the impurities in his meridians were also disappearing bit by bit. So, he wanted to sneak attack Zhou Tsang one day later, when Zhou Tsang was about to possess him. This Zhou Tsang didn't seem to be on guard at all. If the sneak attack was right, he might be able to kill him in an instant. Even if it wasn't, he would still be able to heavily injure him. Thus, he still had a high chance of winning. After all, Zhou Tsang would never have thought that he had already removed the numbing effect of the 1,000 silver flower. Even if I devour the golden eagle bough, I'm afraid that it won't let me break through to the 10th rank of the martial path. Could it be that I can only use the points to raise my wind-chasing leopard bloodline to the intermediate rank, then immediately escape after the sneak attack? No, my level isn't high enough. If I forcefully raise my wind-chasing leopard bloodline, there will be a danger of my body exploding. It's better to be conservative. Yi Xian thought in his heart. At this time he suddenly thought of the reason why Zhou Tsang was so calm. Wasn't it because of this barrel of medicinal liquid? 2 rays of light shot out from Yi Xian's eyes. He'd already thought of a countermeasure. Chapter 109. However, Zhou Tsang was at the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path. Even if Yi Xian had broken through to the 10th stage of the martial path, his chances of winning were slim. Therefore he chose to absorb the essence of the medicinal liquid to strengthen his physique. Then he would launch a sneak attack on Zhou Tsang. Alright, let's do that. You old geezer, since you're interested in my body, I'll kill you. Yi Xian snorted inwardly. Time passed little by little. Although Zhou Tsang was cultivating with his eyes closed, Yi Xian felt that this wasn't a good time to attack. A martial artist at the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path had extremely fast reflexes. His sneak attack might fail, so it was better to wait until the time of possession. Soon a day had passed. During this time Yi Xian sat quietly in the bathtub, not moving at all. Ispa was about to grow hemorrhoids. However, it wasn't like he didn't gain anything. After a day in the bathtub, his physique had improved by at least 30%. Right now, he was very confident that he could fight a martial artist at the middle of the 10th stage of the martial path. At this time, Zhou Tsang suddenly opened his eyes. I've absorbed most of the medicinal liquid's essence. My disciple, are you mentally prepared? Zhou Tsang stood up and said. Yi Xian snorted. Old geezer, I have a feeling that you're dead meat this time. However, Zhou Tsang misunderstood this sentence. He thought that Yi Xian was referring to his failure to possess Zhou Tsang. If I fail, then that's my fate. If I succeed, then I'll replace you and become the strongest of my generation. Zhou Tsang walked in front of Yi Xian and suddenly stretched out two withered hands. With my strength, it's easy to subdue you. However, do you know why I used the 1,000 silver flower to paralyze your entire body? Because next, my fingers will pierce your temples and make contact with your brain. What? After hearing this, Yi Xian's scalp went numb. This evil technique actually had to do this during possession? When Yi Xian thought about his temples being pierced, he wanted to directly kill this old geezer. Alright, just accept your fate. Zhou Tsang stretched out his hand, preparing to tap Yi Xian's temple. Yi Xian was scared half to death. He hurriedly said, Wait. If you have any last words, just say them. Zhou Tsang's hand suddenly stopped. F***ck your grandfather. Yi Xian roared and suddenly stood up. With lightning speed, he blasted out a palm strike, accurately hitting Zhou Tsang's heart. Bang. This palm was a rank 10 martial art from the Shattering Cloud sect, the heart-shattering palm. That dense spiritual energy directly entered Zhou Tsang's body and mercilessly tore at his heart. However, the latter was still at the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path. His spiritual energy was an entire realm higher than Yi Xian's, so Yi Xian's palm was not enough to kill him. What? Zhou Tsang's eyes widened. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and used his spiritual energy to block some of it. Otherwise, this palm strike would have been enough to tear his heart apart. He could not understand how Yi Xian, who was soaking in the wooden tub, could suddenly stand up and attack him, almost killing him. He's not dead? Yi Xian was stunned. Then his eyes flashed. He swept out his hand and directly splashed the turbid medicinal liquid on Zhou Tsang's face. Although the essence of the medicinal liquid had been absorbed by Yi Xian, the 1,000 silver flowers effect was still present. When the pool of blood splashed onto Zhou Tsang's face, it immediately numbed his face. Not good. Zhou Tsang's face was numbed, but his brain could still move. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw a sea of red covering the sky and earth. But Zhou Tsang was drenched in blood. It was Yi Xian who had poured the entire tub of medicinal liquid on him. This time his entire body was numb. The 1,000 silver flower was an extremely precious treasure of heaven and earth. It was not something that an ordinary person could obtain. Even experts of the true spirit realm would be affected by it, and Zhou Tsang was not yet at the true spirit realm, so he could not resist it. Ah, old man, you didn't expect this, did you? I said you would die. A long sword suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's hand. With a sweep, Zhou Tsang's head flew up. Zhou Tsang dead. Plop. The stiff head fell to the ground and blood splashed onto the ceiling. Blood was still spurting from the neck. It was a ghastly sight. After seeing the Valley of 10,000 Corpses, Yi Xian was no longer surprised by such a scene. However, this time there was no danger. Fortunately, Zhou Tsang was a martial artist at the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path. If he was an expert of the true spirit realm, Yi Xian's spiritual energy would have been instantly dispersed by the true spirit realm. Old man, you dare to have ideas about my body? You really don't want to live anymore. When you go to hell, remember to send my regards to your grandfather. Yi Xian coldly snorted. Although he had obtained a lot of benefits from Zhou Tsang, he would definitely not show mercy to this person who had a human face but a beast heart. However, it was a pity that this tub of medicinal liquid was wasted. In Yi Xian's imagination, the 1,000 silver flower might be a kind of spiritual grass that was very precious. If he collected it, it might be useful in the future. However, Yi Xian did not think so much at that time and threw the entire tub, causing it to seep into the ground. Then Yi Xian searched for a bit, but did not find anything good on Zhou Tsang's body. There was nothing nearby either. It seemed that the good things were hidden in other places, and not in the Shattering Cloud sect. In desperation, Yi Xian could only bury Zhou Tsang and Zhong Yang's bodies and then leave this place. Zhou Tsang did not have an interspatial ring, so I don't know where to hide the good things. Even if I return to the Shattering Cloud sect, I won't be able to find anything. I'd better go directly to South Forest City. Yi Xian thought and headed in a certain direction. He was very grateful to Zhou Tsang. Although he did not obtain anything good, his physique had improved by 30% because of the tub of medicinal liquid. Now his speed was extremely fast. He was like a bolt of lightning in the wild. Those warriors could not even see his figure. South Forest City was the largest city in the South Forest region. The South Forest region's second-rank prince lived here. It was said that the second-rank prince was also a true spirit realm expert. The 100 Flowers bloodline improved Yi Xian's recovery ability. He rushed through the night for 4 days and finally arrived at South Forest City. At this time, he had already entered South Forest City and inquired about the location of Ouyang Manor. As the capital of the South Forest region, South Forest City was very prosperous. Even the 1,000 gold city could not be compared to it. On the road to Ouyang Manor, Yi Xian had already felt the aura of many experts on the streets. He could often see 8th realm, 9th realm and even 10th realm martial artists. Ouyang Manor. Yi Xian found Ouyang Manor in South Forest City. There were 2 guards guarding the entrance. Chapter 110. Yi Xian turned his head to look and saw a young man slowly walking towards him under the escort of 4 guards. This young man was dressed gorgeously, and the guards behind him were tall and powerful. They were obviously not ordinary people. Brat, a good dog doesn't block the way. Quickly back off, don't block my young master's path. Before Yi Xian could speak, one of the guards shouted out. This place was very spacious and Yi Xian was alone. If this sentence was not for him, then who was it for? What arrogance, who am I in the way by standing here? You want me to get out of the way? No way. Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to them and just stood there quietly. At the same time, his gaze fell on the young man in the lead. He found that this young man gave him a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Bastard, are you deaf? Why don't you get out of the way? The guard immediately shouted again. Bastard. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of murderous intent. Dragons have reverse scales and those who touch them will be angry. He was a protective person, and whoever dared to scold his family was really courting death. If you don't want to die, apologize to me. Yi Xian finally opened his mouth and his tone was cold. Apologize. The guard suddenly laughed. What a joke, where did you come from? How dare you say that? See if I don't beat you to your knees. As he spoke, he walked towards Yi Xian, ready to slap Yi Xian away. Gotcha. However, when he walked in front of Yi Xian, he suddenly felt a pain in his knee, and then his whole body fell to the ground. What? The guard endured the pain and looked, only to see that his legs were twisted beyond recognition, and both his knees were completely shattered. Bang! Another muffled sound suddenly rang out, and the guard flew out like a football, landing more than 20 meters away. A mere 9th-level martial artist dares to put on airs in front of me. Yi Xian coldly snorted in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he was in South Forest City, that guard would have definitely turned into a corpse. This scene also shocked the young man and the other 3 guards. What a fast speed. He's definitely not a good person. The young man thought to himself. Then he quickly cupped his fists and said, Sorry, my subordinate's attitude wasn't very good. Thank you for teaching him a lesson. Yi Xian was a little surprised. He had beaten up this young man's bodyguard, but this young man was not angry at all. He even thanked him for teaching him a lesson. This didn't seem right. Without waiting for Yi Xian to open his mouth, the young man continued, This humble one is Fan Jin, may I know who this brother is? Yi Xian. Since the other party had sincerely apologized, Yi Xian did not pursue the matter any further. As for the guard whose kneecap he had broken, he was afraid that he would have to spend the rest of his life in bed. Yi Xian? Where have I heard this name before? Fan Jin thought in his heart and said, Brother, did you come to the Ouyang Manor to look for Lord Ouyang? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. I know. Brother, ye must be here for the Imperial Capital Tournament. Since that's the case, come in with me. Fan Jin smiled and walked over. Hearing this, Yi Xian instantly understood that this Fan Jin in front of him probably had the same purpose as him. He originally wanted to use the token that Ouyang Ming gave him to enter, but now there was no need for that because the people in the Ouyang Manor knew this Fan Jin and respectfully greeted him. Under Fan Jin's lead, Yi Xian finally met the patrol inspector of South Forest City, Ouyang Ming. However, at this time, there were still a few figures in the Ouyang Manor's reception hall. After seeing Yi Xian, Ouyang Ming quickly walked over and said, "Oh Yi Xian, you're finally here. Lord Ouyang, long time no see." Yi Xian respectfully greeted, then looked around and found that the few people in the room were around 20 years old. "Good, it's good that you're here." Ouyang Ming was very happy. Yi Xian smiled, then took out the token from his arms and handed it over. However, when the token appeared, the atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Ouyang Ming was fine with it, but the young men around him, including Fan Jin, froze. Some of them even showed some hostility. "Okay, find a seat first." What a coincidence, the four of you actually arrived in South Forest City on the same day. Ouyang Ming said with some surprise. Now, Yi Xian also guessed that the three people in the room, including Fan Jin, were probably going to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament. Including him, there were a total of 5 people. Yi Xian and Fan Jin also found a seat, then Ouyang Ming said, "Although there is still one person who is not here yet, it's fine. Introduce yourselves first." Lake Heart City's Shang family's disciple, Shang Yuxiang. Beifeng City's Gu family's disciple, Gu Yi. Jade Sword City's Xiang family's disciple, Xiang Xiongxin. South Forest City's Fan family's disciple, Fan Jin. After Fan Jin finished speaking, he turned his head and said, "Brother Yi, it's your turn." However, at this time Yi Xian's face did not look so good. He did not expect Fan Jin to be from South Forest City's Fan family. This was really a small world. Previously, he had crippled the Fan family's young master, Fan Yu, and then killed a few of the Fan family's experts. Now he was sitting together with the Fan family. It was really heaven's will. However, Yi Xian was not afraid. After all, Ouyang Ming was a patrol inspector, much more powerful than the Fan family. He immediately introduced himself, Shattering Cloud Sect's disciple Yi Xian. The 4 of them were surprised. They did not expect that there would be a sect's disciple among them. As for Fan Jin, he finally remembered the name Yi Xian. When Yi Xian finished speaking, he exclaimed, "Shattering Cloud Sect's disciple Yi Xian, you are the one who crippled Fan Yu?" "Yes, that's me." Yi Xian nodded. Fan Jin's face darkened, but he did not say anything. He only said, "Oh," and did not say anything else. Ouyang Ming said, "I also heard about this matter. Your Fan family's Fan Yu, although his aptitude is not bad, he is much weaker than the rest of you. The 4 of you are around 20 years old, but you have already broken through to the martial path's 10th stage. As for Yi Xian, he reached the peak of the 9th stage at the age of 16, he is the one with the best aptitude among you." As soon as these words were spoken, Fan Jin and the others immediately looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. 16 years old? The 4 of them happened to be in the early 10th stage of the martial path. They were the focus of the 4 great families. Yi Xian was 4 to 5 years younger than them, but he was only 1 stage lower than them. It was obvious that Yi Xian's aptitude was much better than theirs. Unknowingly, the 4 of them felt a huge pressure. Chapter 111. "Oh, you're here." Ouyang Ming looked at the young man and said, "Deng Yang, take a seat." Yi Xian and the other 4 people watched as the young man took a seat. When he entered, he looked around with disdain and sat down quietly. At the same time, Yi Xian also noticed that Fan Jin's expression was a little strange. "You seem to know Deng Yang." "Okay, everyone is here." Ouyang Ming sat at the main seat in the hall and said, "I have carefully selected all of you to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament. However, I will say this first, I only have 3 spots. 3 spots? The 6 people present were also shocked, but Deng Yang looked calm as if this matter had nothing to do with him. "Sir Ouyang, are you saying that 3 of us will be eliminated?" Fan Jin asked in astonishment. "That's right." Ouyang Ming nodded. "The Imperial Capital Tournament is not a child's play. It is extremely dangerous. Even a martial artist at the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path can fall. So, I will have a test next. The 3 people who pass this test will be led by me to the Imperial Capital to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament." The 6 people in the hall nodded in silence. In the Imperial Capital Tournament, there were only 48 spots for people from the 16 counties. Without Ouyang Ming's recommendation, they would not be able to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament. "Sir Ouyang, what is the test?" Fan Jin asked again. "Rest for 3 days. I will tell you after 3 days." Ouyang Ming kept them in suspense. Then he ordered the servants to bring Yi Xian and the others to their respective residences. However, just as Yi Xian stepped into his courtyard, Ouyang Ming came looking for him. After Ouyang Ming entered, he carefully sized up Yi Xian. However, he was a little disappointed because Yi Xian was still at the peak of rank 9. Yi Xian, how have you been? Ouyang Ming asked politely. Master Ouyang, I'm fine. Yi Xian nodded. Ouyang Ming smiled and said, Okay, I just said that I only have 3 spots and you are only at the peak of the 9th level of the martial path. It won't be that easy to get a spot. Lord Ouyang, sometimes one's realm isn't everything, Yi Xian said calmly. That's right. One's cultivation level isn't everything. But I have to remind you that Deng Yang is the son of the Southern Forest County King. He is already in the middle of the 10th level of the martial Dao. Ouyang Ming said with a smile. What? The son of the commandery prince of Nanlin? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. No wonder Fan Jin looked at Deng Yang strangely. So that was the reason. However, the mid-stage of the 10th rank of the martial path was a problem. After all, the second-ranked Duke of the South Forest was an expert of the true spirit realm and had a high status. Therefore, his children were not ordinary people. That Deng Yang might also have a spirit weapon and is in the middle stage of the 10th realm of the martial path. It seems that this spot is in the bag. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Although he was confident in his own strength, he wasn't sure if he could defeat Deng Yang without fighting him. I think he will get this spot. But with your strength, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to get the second spot. Ouyang Ming said with a smile. He was very optimistic about Yi Xian. Lord Ouyang, you flatter me. Although Yi Xian was not vain, he was very happy to hear this. This was the trust in his strength. In these 3 days, have a good rest. You can also go to the South Forest City. If you need anything, you can find me. Ouyang Ming said and was ready to leave. However, after he left, Yi Xian also went out directly. Now, he had to make good use of the 1500 devouring points and strive to maximize the benefits. At that moment, he used 1500 points to exchange for 3 spirit weapon longswords. Yes, spirit weapon. These 3 spirit weapon longswords used up all of Yi Xian's devouring points. He was only left with slightly more than 10 points. What he needed to do next was to sell these 3 spirit weapon longswords or exchange them for heavenly treasures. This was his plan. Then he wrapped up the 3 spirit weapon longswords. But when he went out, he suddenly bumped into someone. It was Fan Jin of the Fan family. Oh, Brother Yi, are you going out too? Fan Jin asked in surprise. Hearing this, Yi Xian was very confused. This was because he had crippled Fan Yu of the Fan family. Didn't Fan Jin want to take revenge? Brother Yi, Fan Yu is only my younger brother. His talent is worse than mine. It is not worthwhile for me to make enemies with you because of him. Fan Jin said when he saw Yi Xian's strange expression. Is that so? Yi Xian's expression turned serious. Not only did he cripple Fan Yu, but he also killed a few experts of the Fan family. If the Fan family found out, they would not let this matter rest. Yes, I obtained a few weapons during my previous experience. I want to sell them. Yi Xian nodded. Fan Jin was stunned. His gaze fell on the 3 cloth bags on Yi Xian's back. He suddenly remembered that Yi Xian came in empty-handed. But now he came out with 3 weapons. Brother Yi, could it be that you have an interspatial ring? Fan Jin guessed. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly remembered where he had gone wrong. Helplessly, he could only laugh and say, Brother Fan, you really know how to joke. An interspatial ring is worth 3 spirit weapons. How could I have one? Interspatial rings were very rare. However, South Forest City was the most prosperous city in South Forest region. An interspatial ring had appeared before. That's true. Fan Jin said enviously. After all, even his Fan family did not have an interspatial ring. Yi Xian was only at the peak of the 9th tier of the martial path. If he had one, it would be a crime to have one. Hehe, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian said and directly went out. However, not long after he left Ouyang Manor, he suddenly remembered something. He did not need to sell these 3 spirit weapons to others. He could sell them to Ouyang Ming, the Imperial Inspector. When he and Ouyang Ming first met, they were enemies everywhere. However, after the other party guessed that he had an interspatial ring, he did not attack him. Instead, he gave him a spirit weapon. This was enough to see the character of Ouyang Ming, the Imperial Inspector. Therefore Yi Xian went back and found Ouyang Ming. Yi Xian, why are you looking for me? Ouyang Ming asked curiously when he saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian took off the long black bag on his back and said respectfully, Sir Ouyang, it's like this. When this junior was training outside, he found a treasure by chance and obtained some things. These are 3 spirit weapons, so I want to sell them. I wonder if Sir Ouyang can recommend a place. Chapter 112. Oh. Ouyang Ming suddenly stood up and took the sword. He opened it and looked at it. His eyes lit up. Whoosh. He pulled out one of the swords and slashed at the sky. This slash broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. Even Yi Xian could not see its speed clearly. Ouyang Ming said in surprise, "It's indeed a spirit tool. Moreover, it's a newly forged spirit tool. There are no scars of battle. You're lucky. 3 spirit tools are enough to make up for an interspatial ring. This kid is also lucky." Yi Xian grinned. Now, Ouyang Ming's evaluation of Yi Xian was much higher. After all, to become a powerhouse, one not only needed talent but also luck. Sometimes, luck was more important than talent. Without a doubt, Yi Xian had these 2 factors at the same time. As long as there were no accidents, he would definitely become a powerhouse. Then Ouyang Ming pulled out the other 2 spirit swords and tested them. According to my estimation, the value of these 3 spirit tools is about 9 million taels of gold. If they were to be auctioned, they would be worth 10 to 12 million taels of gold. After he finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head and said, "If possible, I hope you can sell them to me. The highest price I can offer is 12 million taels of gold. How about it?" Hearing this, Yi Xian was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Sir Ouyang." Ouyang Ming also had an interspatial ring. He immediately took out 12 diamond-shaped low-grade crystals. In South Forest City, the mainstream currency was gold. 12 million taels of gold was equivalent to 12 billion taels of silver. A low-grade crystal was worth 100 million taels of silver, which was 1 million taels of gold. 12 low-grade crystals were exactly 12 million taels of silver. Yi Xian took the 12 low-grade crystals and was overjoyed. I'm rich. With these, I can directly break through to the 10th level of the martial path." At this moment, Ouyang Ming suddenly asked, "Yi Xian, from the looks of it, 3 spirit tools don't seem to be your limit." Ahem. Actually, I still have a few more here, but I'm considering whether to sell them or not. Master Ouyang, why don't I go back and think about it? If I want to sell them, why don't I give priority to Master Ouyang?" Yi Xian said with a strange expression. "Looks like you've found a huge treasure. Alright, if you still want to sell them, you can come to me at any time." Ouyang Ming nodded. After that, Yi Xian quickly left. Ouyang Ming smiled as he watched him leave. "With these 3 spiritual swords, the power of my 7-sword battle formation has at least doubled. Awesome." After obtaining the 12 low-grade crystals, Yi Xian quickly returned to his courtyard and started devouring them. Ding. Host has obtained 1,200 devouring points. Ding. The host has broken through to the early 10th stage of the martial path. After 2 consecutive system notifications, Yi Xian was already grinning from ear to ear. His leveling up plan was really good. However, this leveling up plan came with a price. Originally, he had 1,500 devouring points, but now he only had 1,200 points left. It was only enough to buy 2 spiritual swords. This is too much. It's so much more expensive to exchange with devouring points in the devouring system. Moreover, Master Ouyang gave me a friendly price. Otherwise, I would have lost at least 30 to 40%. Yi Xian's expression was slightly helpless. He continued to think, 1,200 points can buy 2 spiritual swords. I should be able to exchange them for 8 low-grade crystals. After devouring them, I might be able to break through to the middle 10th stage of the martial path. At this thought, Yi Xian's expression froze. A sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. Being rich is awesome. However, he was not that stupid. He had just left not long ago and suddenly broke through to the 10th stage of the martial path. Ouyang Ming would definitely be suspicious. Therefore, he decided to wait until tomorrow to exchange his devouring points for spiritual swords and sell them to Ouyang Ming. Early the next morning, Yi Xian directly went to find Ouyang Ming. "Oh, Yi Xian, have you thought about it?" Ouyang Ming smiled when he saw Yi Xian. "Master Ouyang, I have thought about it. I am prepared to sell the remaining 2 spiritual swords." Yi Xian said. "2 more? Just right, let me see." Ouyang Ming was overjoyed. He just happened to lack 2 spiritual swords. At that moment, Yi Xian directly used more than 1,000 points to exchange for 2 spiritual swords of different designs. Ouyang Ming checked and said with satisfaction, "Very good, here are 8 low-grade crystals." Yi Xian took the crystals and thanked, "Thank you, Master Ouyang." What are you thanking me for? Even in South Forest City, spiritual swords rarely appear, and it just so happens that I also need. Before Ouyang Ming could finish speaking, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. After carefully sensing it for a while, he said in shock, "Yi Xian, your cultivation level? This kid was too happy yesterday and suddenly opened up my meridians, breaking through to the 10th stage of the martial path. Yi Xian hurriedly explained. This explanation was like thunder to Ouyang Ming. He had heard of people breaking through on the verge of death, and he had also heard of people breaking through in a life-and-death battle, but he had never heard of people breaking through because they were too happy. Yi Xian was really a freak. Very good. Now that you've reached the 10th level of the martial path like the other 4, one of the 3 spots will be yours. Ouyang Ming was very happy because he did not teach Yi Xian anything. It was all the latter's own efforts. Master Ouyang, I will do my best. Yi Xian said respectfully and turned to leave. Ouyang Ming pulled out the 2 spiritual swords and took out the 5 spiritual swords from the yin and yang ring. What was surprising was that the 7 spiritual swords suddenly soared into the air. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with a fierce wind. The 7 spiritual swords seemed to have gone crazy, slashing randomly. If someone rashly entered, they would probably be torn to pieces. Huff, huff, the 7 swords battle formation's consumption is really high. With my realm, I can only hold on for 5 seconds. However, this 7 swords battle formation is really powerful. Even if a martial artist of the middle stage of the true spirit realm enters, he would not be able to come out unscathed. This Yi Xian is really my benefactor. If he did not report the matter of the beast god sect to the emperor, I would not have so many crystals. And the matter of the beast god sect is also thanks to him. Ouyang Ming muttered. After obtaining the 8 low-grade crystals, Yi Xian hurriedly returned to his courtyard. However, this time he did not swallow the 8 low-grade crystals all at once. Instead, he swallowed them one by one. Ding, the hostess swallowed a low-grade crystal. The reward is 100 devouring points. Ding, the hostess swallowed a low-grade crystal. The reward is 100 devouring points. Chapter 113. The system kept ringing in his mind as the crystals in Yi Xian's hand disappeared one by one. After a while, all 8 of the low-grade crystals had been devoured by him. Damn it, after breaking through to the 10th stage my experience has increased by a lot. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. After devouring the 8 low-grade crystals, he felt that he had not reached the limit yet. He estimated that he still needed 3 or 4 more crystals. What a miscalculation. It seems that even if I devour the golden eagle bow, I can't break through to the 10th stage. So I told Master Ouyang that these were the last 2 spiritual weapons. It seems that I have to find someone else. Yi Xian shook his head and left the house again. He still had more than 900 points, which was enough to buy a spiritual weapon. When the time came, he would sell some other things and break through to the 10th stage. After a while, he arrived at the biggest auction house in South Forest City. It was said that this was the property of the 2nd-rank prince of South Forest. However, before entering the door, he disguised himself. He was dressed in black and wore a large bamboo hat. Only his eyes were exposed. On his back he carried a long black bag. Here comes another weirdo. One of the auction house's attendants thought to himself. He greeted him with a smile. Sir, how may I help you? I want to sell something that's worth millions of gold. Call someone with some authority over here. A deep voice sounded. This was the effect of Yi Xian's voice after using the voice-changing bead. What? Over a million gold taels? The auction house's attendant was shocked and hurriedly ran to inform the auction house's higher-ups. Not long after, the attendant brought an old man over. Then the old man brought Yi Xian to a room. Sir, how may I address you? The old man asked with a smile. Yi Xian was shocked. He felt that this old man's aura was very strong. He was at least in the 10th stage. I'm here to sell something, not to make friends. Yi Xian snorted and took off the bag on his back. When the old man saw Yi Xian acting this way, he did not waste any more time. He opened the package and was shocked. Just now he still had some doubts. However, after seeing the treasured sword in front of him, he immediately exclaimed, You want to sell a spiritual weapon? That's right. Are you going to accept this spirit tool or not? Yi Xian asked. Yes, of course. The old man hurriedly said, The market price of a spirit artifact is around 3 million. How much do you want to sell it for? Do you want to sell it to us directly or auction it off? Just sell it for 5 million. Yi Xian answered without hesitation. This. The old man hesitated. Yi Xian immediately said, Take the 3,500,000. If you auction it, you will definitely make a profit. Besides, I have other things. Indeed, it was definitely profitable to receive a spirit artifact. After all, it was not something that could be found everywhere. Alright, deal. The old man was also very straightforward, but he still carefully examined the spirit weapon. It's actually a new spirit artifact. I wonder which master made it. Also, who is this person? Although the old man was very confused, Yi Xian hid it very well. Even he could not see through Yi Xian's strength. Therefore he thought that Yi Xian was a true spirit realm expert. After confirming that the treasured sword in his hand was a spirit artifact, the old man called for 3 low-grade crystals and 50 substandard crystals. Yi Xian put away the sword and then untied the other package on his back. In this package he spent 200 devour points to buy spirit pills and elixirs. Although the 100 blossom dew he took before was not bad, it was only effective for people below the 8th stage of the martial path. If someone was injured by someone in the 9th stage of the martial path, the 100 blossom dew would not be able to dissolve the remnant spiritual energy. When the old man saw these things he was shocked. He thought to himself, which big family did Yi Xian rob to actually have so many good things? After staying in the auction house for a period of time, Yi Xian, who was dressed in black, directly left. This time he spent 700 devour points in exchange for 5 low-grade crystals. He immediately devoured 4 low-grade crystals. Sure enough, after devouring all of them, he reached the shackles of the early 10th stage of the martial path. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to the middle 10th stage of the martial path. I still have 1 left. I will use it when the time comes. Yi Xian placed the last crystal in the devour space. He would devour it when he needed it. Although his control of spiritual energy was not bad, he was going to face all the young talents in the empire. It was inevitable that he would encounter some geniuses with amazing perception. Therefore he had to leave a backup plan. Now Yi Xian was left with 600 devour points, 1 low-grade crystal, and a golden eagle bow that was worth 3 low-grade crystals. After finishing his business, Yi Xian returned to the Ouyang Manor. He was very confident that he would get a spot. Even if he had to face the son of the second-rank prince of the South Forest, he would not be afraid. Very soon 3 days had passed. On the 4th day, Ouyang Ming summoned Yi Xian and the other 5 people to the main hall. Alright, I will announce the content of the test today. However, the test for the 6 of you will be different. Ouyang Ming suddenly took out a bamboo tube from his interspatial ring. There were 6 bamboo sticks in it. Everyone take 1 stick. Yi Xian, you go first. Ouyang Ming walked in front of Yi Xian. The latter took out 1 stick. There was only 1 number on it, 3. Then Ouyang Ming took out a piece of parchment. This is your task. Hunt down the mighty gorillas in the depths of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. Take 10 strands of white hair from their foreheads. Go to the designated location and dig up the iron box buried underground to retrieve the token. Yi Xian frowned. The last time Ouyang Ming went to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, it was to bury the token. However, at this moment, what Yi Xian didn't notice was that the other 5 people were looking at him with strange expressions, especially Deng Yang. Deng Yang, the son of the second-rank prince of the South Forest, was supposed to draw first. However, Ouyang Ming let Yi Xian draw first. Did this not mean that Yi Xian had a higher status than Deng Yang in Ouyang Ming's heart? Then the other 5 people also drew their bamboo sticks and received their tasks. Also, there are actually only 3 tasks for the 6 parchment scrolls. Therefore you will have an opponent. However, I don't think you know who your opponent is. These are your missions. The 3 people who complete the missions the fastest and return here will be given a recommendation. Of course, there is a time limit. It lasts for a month. If 2 people do not complete the task within the time limit, they will be replaced by another person. Chapter 114. Fan Jin carefully looked at his mission scroll and asked, Sir Ouyang, can we set off now? Yes, we can set off now. I'll wait for you at the Ouyang Manor. Ouyang Ming nodded. Hearing this, someone immediately rushed out of the door because this time, it was not about who completed the mission, but who completed the mission first. As for Yi Xian, he naturally left as well. In the past few days he had finished his preparations and could set off at any time. The 6 of them quickly left the Ouyang Manor and then left separately, including Yi Xian. They all hid the parchment scroll very well. The others did not know what their mission was, nor did they know who had taken the same mission as them. Yi Xian glanced at the others and then quickly left South Forest City. He had heard that some clans raised demonic beasts specifically for traveling, so he couldn't fall behind. Now, he was a martial artist in the early 10th level of the martial path. Coupled with the 100 Beasts bloodline and the wind-seeking leopard bloodline, he was very confident that he could be the first to arrive at the mission location. After leaving South Forest City, he quickly rushed toward the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. With his speed, it was estimated that it would only take him 7 days to go back and forth, while the others would take half a month. In other words, he would arrive at the mission location a few days earlier than his opponents. This was an advantage. Now his speed was faster than when he came to South Forest City. It only took him 3 days to run to the depths of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, which was the 18th mountain range. He stopped and began to look for the location where the token was buried according to the map on the parchment. He arrived at the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun earlier than his opponents, so he naturally had to find the token first and then hunt the mighty King Kong. Because there was only one token, there were many mighty King Kong. However, when he arrived at the mountain where the token was buried, he heard the roar on the mountain and his expression froze. It turns out that the place where the token is buried is the mighty King Kong's nest. Yi Xian directly took out the golden eagle bow from the devouring space and went up the mountain with a solemn expression. According to the instructions on the parchment scroll, he learned that the token was buried under a locust tree at the top of the mountain. Therefore he had to climb to the top of the mountain. The other requirement of the mission was to obtain the white hair on the forehead of the mighty King Kong. This kind of monster called the mighty King Kong was naturally a 10th rank monster. Moreover, it had extraordinary strength and could smash a person into meat paste with one punch. Its strength was comparable to a martial artist in the middle of the 10th rank. However, this was a piece of cake for Yi Xian. So what if he had extraordinary strength? Could he keep up with Yi Xian's speed? If they couldn't keep up, then they could only be beaten. Swish! With the golden eagle bow in hand, Yi Xian climbed the mountain at lightning speed. Roar! Roars kept coming from the mountain forest. This was the daily activity of the mighty King Kong. They would roar when they had nothing to do. However, the roars were usually directed at King Kong, who did not have a mate. It had already been 10 minutes since Yi Xian stepped into the lair of the mighty King Kong. This mountain was quite big and there were quite a few poisonous creatures, so Yi Xian was quite careful. However, at this moment, roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar fell into Yi Xian's ears, causing his expression to freeze. This roar seems to be nearby. Since I've encountered it, then I'll see what kind of ability this mighty King Kong has. At this moment, Yi Xian looked for the source of the sound. Soon he saw a white gorilla standing at the entrance of a cave, roaring loudly and hammering its chest. After seeing it, Yi Xian couldn't help but be shocked because this gorilla was a little too big. Its 2 arms were estimated to be 2 meters long. Whatever, go for me. Yi Xian directly pulled the golden eagle bow in his hand. After aiming, he suddenly released it. Swish! An ear-piercing sound broke through the air. The spiritual force turned into chi and swept in front of the mighty King Kong in an instant. Boom! The spiritual force arrow exploded and smoke and dust filled the air. The mighty King Kong let out a scream. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that this mighty King Kong was actually unscathed and was rushing towards him. What a strong defense. The exploding star arrow can't even break through its fur. Yi Xian secretly muttered in his heart. He had already learned the 2nd level of the exploding star arrow, which was considered an 8th grade martial arts technique. Coupled with the golden eagle bow, the power was definitely enough to kill a defenseless 10th level martial artist. However, such an attack couldn't break through the mighty King Kong's defense. Damn it, I'll let you have a taste of the 3rd level of the exploding star arrow. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He directly spent nearly 100 devouring points to exchange for the 3rd level of the exploding star arrow. Then he pulled the bow again, aimed at the mighty King Kong that was rushing towards him and shot another arrow. Swish! The sound and speed of this arrow was louder and faster than before. Monsters were monsters after all. Their intelligence was not high. Moreover, violent monsters like the mighty King Kong rarely dodged. This mighty King Kong didn't dodge and directly punched the spiritual force arrow. Boom! The exploding star arrow and the mighty King Kong's fist collided, immediately stirring up 1,000 layers of air waves. The space in this area seemed to be distorted, and a faint burnt smell spread out. Hee, I'll let you scream. Are you happy being blown up by the exploding star arrow? Yi Xian suddenly grinned. The 3rd level of the exploding star arrow just now was powerful enough to break through the mighty King Kong's defense. Not only that, a large chunk of the mighty King Kong's fur was blown off, and blood flowed out of the wound. This mighty King Kong's blood was actually green. Roar! This mighty King Kong was extremely angry. It was lonely and cold, so it wanted to use its roar to attract a female King Kong. But who knew that it wasn't a female King Kong but a human? Furthermore, this human had injured her. Unforgivable. However, anger was useless. It was still roaring when Yi Xian shot another exploding star arrow. Boom! The mighty King Kong's chest was hit, and the powerful impact directly forced it to fall back. While you're sick, I'll take your life. Have a taste of my new skill. Yi Xian raised his hand and pulled the golden eagle bow. This time he took much longer to condense spiritual force than before. Could it be that he wanted to condense full spiritual force and then severely injure this mighty King Kong? Every martial art was different. The chaotic star arrow and the exploding star arrow required different spiritual force to condense. The more spiritual force condensed, the stronger the power. However, this time, the spiritual force condensed by Yi Xian had already exceeded the range of the third level of the exploding star arrow. Chaotic star arrow. Swish. As Yi Xian's fingers loosened, the condensed spiritual force instantly turned into an arrow and shot out. However, after this arrow was shot out, it was divided into 9 exploding star arrows. Chapter 115. Yi Xian had this idea before, but he could not combine the exploding star arrow with the chaotic star arrow even though he tried many times. However, he later found that it was unnecessary because it could be exchanged in the devouring system. The chaotic star arrow cost Yi Xian 100 devouring points. It was very expensive. However, it was definitely worth it. Boom. 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 A series of explosions sounded. The mighty gorilla that just got up suddenly fell down again. 9 exploding star arrows had already blown it up beyond recognition. Its entire upper body was badly mutilated. The power is enough, but the consumption is too much. The spiritual power consumed in one shot is more than 10 shots of exploding star arrow and 10 shots of chaotic star arrow. Yi Xian sighed helplessly and then walked over. At this time, there was a high-grade mortal sword in his hand. Roar! The mighty gorilla was severely injured and could only let out a low roar. Let's fight for survival of the fittest. Yi Xian muttered as he stabbed his sword into the wound on the chest of the great strength King Kong, piercing through its heart. That. The mighty gorilla that was comparable to the middle stage of martial path was easily killed by Yi Xian. If there were others here at this time, they would definitely be shocked. Then Yi Xian plucked a special hair from the mighty gorilla's forehead and swallowed the corpse. Ding! The host has swallowed a demonic beast corpse. You have gained 3 devouring points. Ding! The 100 beast essence blood slot has increased by 1 point. Damn, this corpse is worth 3 million taels of silver. If I kill a few more, won't I be able to level up? Yi Xian was shocked. He had swallowed some 10th rank demonic beasts before, but their strength was relatively weak, at most 1 or 2 million taels of silver. However, this mighty gorilla was worth 3 million taels of silver. Ah, awesome, I found a place to level up. Yi Xian was very happy. Now that he was at the early stage of martial path, he had reached the shackles. As long as he killed 20 or 30 more demonic beasts, he might be able to break through to the middle stage of martial path. However, at this moment he directly swallowed the last lower grade crystal. Ding. Host has broken through to the mid-stage of the 10th rank. In order to kill the mighty gorilla faster, Yi Xian chose to level up without hesitation. At this moment, he was already at the same level as the son of the Southern Forest Commandery Prince. He was 16 years old, while Deng Yang was 22 years old. There was a 6-year gap between them, but they were on the same level. In front of Yi Xian, Deng Yang wasn't even a fart. However, Yi Xian did not become complacent because he was going to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament. The people recommended by the 16 patrol envoys of the Profound Sun Empire were more or less the same. The ones that Yi Xian was wary of were the young talents living in the Imperial Capital. Alright, now that we know the strength of the mighty Vajra, the next step is simple. Let's find that token first. Yi Xian continued to climb the mountain. After breaking through to the mid-10th stage of the martial path, his spiritual energy had increased by a level, so the power and speed of the chaotic arrows were much stronger than before. After the breakthrough, he encountered the second mighty gorilla, but this time he only used the chaotic arrows to kill the mighty gorilla. He did not even need to use the last hit. Ding. Host has swallowed a monster corpse and gained 3 devouring points. Ding. Host has swallowed a monster corpse and gained 3 devouring points. Ding. Host has swallowed a monster corpse and gained 3 devouring points. The strength of adult mighty gorillas was about the same, so their corpses were uniformly worth 3 devouring points. Before Yi Xian reached the top of the mountain, he had already killed more than 10 mighty gorillas and earned 50 devouring points. He also obtained 10 unique white hairs on the forehead of the mighty gorilla. In order to increase his efficiency, he spent dozens of devouring points to exchange for a bottle of elixir that could quickly restore spiritual energy. He originally had the 100 Flowers bloodline, so his physical strength and spiritual energy recovery speed increased. With this bottle of elixir, he could kill to his heart's content. After killing more than 30 mighty gorillas, he finally reached the top of the mountain. Is it that locust tree? The top of the mountain was a little desolate, so Yi Xian saw the tallest and biggest locust tree at a glance. He immediately ran over. There was a big rock under the locust tree. According to the instructions on the parchment, the iron box with the token was buried under the big rock. Yi Xian ran over and kicked the rock away, then he dug with his bare hands. Sure enough, there was an iron box buried under the rock. Yi Xian opened it directly, and there was a bronze token lying quietly inside. Yang. After seeing the token, Yi Xian was shocked, but he quickly calmed down because this token was not the token of the Imperial Inspector, but the token of the Ouyang Manor. Lord Ouyang really values me, and he actually gave me the token of the Imperial Inspector. If I had taken the token of the Imperial Inspector and committed outrages, then he would have been the one to suffer. Unknowingly, Ouyang Ming's position in Yi Xian's heart rose a little. Since he had obtained the token, Yi Xian did not stay and immediately left. There are a total of 2 targets on the parchment, and a total of 2 tokens. The mountain under my feet is closer, so if my opponent wants to defeat me, he will have to go to the other location to get the token. It seems that I have more than enough time. Yi Xian thought as he went down the mountain. He had estimated that he was 3 days ahead on the way here, and 3 days ahead on the way back. Moreover, he had already obtained the token at the first target. If his opponent wanted to complete the mission, they would have to go deeper into the 18th mountain range, which would take 1 or 2 days unless they snatched the token from him. Therefore, he had about a week's time to kill monsters and level up. Immediately, he began a long slaughter. Now that he had the violent arrow that could kill a 10th rank mighty gorilla, every time he used it he could take the life of a mighty gorilla. A mighty gorilla gave him 3 devouring points, and there were at least 1,000 mighty gorillas on this mountain. Therefore Yi Xian killed to his heart's content. However, he suddenly remembered that he could obtain more time. Why am I so stupid? If I go to the second location and take the other token, then my opponent won't be able to complete the mission unless he takes the token from me. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly went down the mountain and ran toward the other location. After spending a day, he directly arrived at the second location. If it was someone else, it would probably take 2 or 3 days. Chapter 116. If it was an ordinary warrior, it would not be a problem to climb a cliff, but there were many poisonous creatures on the cliff, such as poisonous spiders, and their levels were not low, at least 7th rank monster beasts. It would take a lot of effort to climb up. I am immune to poison, and this cliff is only a few dozen meters. It should not be a problem for me to climb up. Yi Xian immediately made a decision in his heart. For ordinary people this cliff was a nightmare, but for Yi Xian this cliff was not difficult at all. In just 10 minutes, Yi Xian climbed to the top of the cliff, and sure enough there was an iron box. Yi Xian walked over, opened the iron box, took the other token, and then climbed down. Now, the 2 tokens of this mission are with me. As long as I return to South Forest City within the stipulated time, it will be fine. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Then the next step was his upgrade plan. After another day he rushed back to the Great Power King Kong's nest, and then began to kill. 1 Great Power King Kong gave 3 devouring points, 10 Great Power King Kong gave 30 points, and 100 of them gave 300 points. If he slaughtered this mountain he was afraid that he would get 1,000 devouring points. However, on the 3rd day of Yi Xian's return, 2 people suddenly entered the mountain. "Ah Jin, there are many Great Power King Kong on this mountain, even I have to be careful. You must follow me closely later." A middle-aged man said to a young man, "Father, don't worry, I have broken through to the 10th level of the martial path. It is not a problem to face a Great Power King Kong." The young man said. This young man was actually Fan Jin of the Fan family, Yi Xian's opponent this time. And this middle-aged man was Fan Jin's father, Fan Yuan of the Fan family in South Forest City. "Humph, don't bite off more than you can chew, follow me closely." Fan Yuan snorted, holding the sword in his hand, began to carefully climb the mountain. If Yi Xian was here at this time he would be very surprised, but he was not surprised by Fan Jin but Fan Yuan. To be precise, it was the weapon in Fan Yuan's hand. This was because the weapon in Fan Yuan's hand was bought by him at a high price. It was said that a mysterious person sold it to the auction house. In order for Fan Jin to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament, Fan Yuan had specially purchased a spirit weapon for him. After helping Fan Jin complete the mission he would give this spirit weapon to Fan Jin. This way Fan Jin's strength would skyrocket. The 2 of them began to climb the mountain. Their speed was extremely slow because Fan Yuan was only at the middle of the 10th stage of the martial Dao. Although he held a spirit artifact sword in his hand, if he encountered several Vajra at the same time, he would still be in danger. However, after walking for nearly an hour, they did not find a single mighty Vajra, which made them feel puzzled. "Father, are you sure you were here before?" Fan Jin asked in surprise. At the same time he took out the parchment and looked at it. Yes, the token was at the top of this mountain. Nonsense, last year I came here with my family's hunting team to kill a few mighty Vajras. At that time I even brought back the mighty Vajras to nourish your body. Have you forgotten? Fan Yuan rolled his eyes. In fact, he was not too sure in his heart. This was because when he came here, he had encountered 3 mighty Vajras at the same time. The entire hunting team had almost been wiped out. But we've been walking for more than an hour and we haven't seen a single mighty Vajra. We haven't even heard a single roar. What's going on? Fan Jin asked in confusion. Maybe those mighty Vajras ran to the back of the mountain. Fan Yuan could not figure it out either. They walked for a while. Roar. Finally, an earth-shattering roar rang out, and the expressions of the two changed. Haha, it is indeed the roar of the mighty Vajra. Let's go, father will bring you to get the first strand of white hair, and cut off his to nourish your body. Fan Yuan laughed a few times and couldn't help but quicken his pace. However, after walking for a while they heard another sound. Boom, 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 a series of 9 loud sounds rang out. Fan Yuan stopped in their tracks and looked at each other. What is this sound? Could it be that someone is fighting with the mighty Vajra? Fan Jin asked in surprise. It should be. Let's go and take a look. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed. Those who could enter this mountain were at least in the 10th level of the martial Dao. He was in the middle of the 10th level of the martial Dao, and he had a spirit weapon in his hand. Even if he faced the peak of the 10th level of the martial Dao, he was not afraid. He had done many things like killing people and robbing them of their treasures, and every time the harvest was very good. Roar. At this time the sound of the mighty Vajra came again. Over here. Fan Yuan heard it and immediately used his movement technique to rush over. Fan Jin also hurriedly followed. However, when they came nearby, they were shocked to find that there was no mighty Vajra, only a person with his back facing them. The smell of blood, there are bloodstains on the ground. There was a battle here. Fan Yuan frowned. For some reason this scene made his heart palpitate. Why does this person's back look a little familiar? Fan Jin looked at the person with his back facing him and wondered in his heart. Right at this moment, the person whose back was facing him suddenly turned around. When Fan Jin saw the person's face clearly, his expression changed and he exclaimed, Yi Xian. He did not expect to meet Yi Xian here. In that case, Yi Xian was the other person on this mission? However, what he did not understand was why Yi Xian was in front of him. Yi Xian, why are you here? Fan Jin could not help but ask. Oh, it's Brother Fan. Have you forgotten? There are 6 of us and only 3 missions. I'm here, so naturally I'm doing the mission. Yi Xian turned around and looked at Fan Jin and Fan Yuan. At the same time he thought to himself, that was close. Fortunately, the corpse was collected early, or else it would have been discovered. I know. In that case you are my opponent? When did you arrive? Fan Jin asked doubtfully. Yi Xian grinned and replied, I arrived very early. What? Impossible. I'm riding an 8th order demonic beast, the Windwalker foal. How could you be in front of me? Fan Jin said in disbelief. Oh, sorry. I'm riding a 9th order demonic beast, the Gale Eagle, Yi Xian said casually. What? Fan Jin and Fan Yuan were shocked. The 8th order demonic beast, the Windwalker foal, was caught with great difficulty by the Fan family. However, Yi Xian actually had a 9th order demonic beast as a mount, and a flying one at that. How was this possible? Chapter 117. That's right. Yi Xian nodded. You. Fan Jin was a little angry because he had come here with great difficulty, but Yi Xian had beaten him to it. Most importantly, this mission was to see who could finish the mission first and return first. Have you collected the 10 strands of white hair? Fan Jin asked again. Yi Xian had no use for the token alone. He also needed the unique strand of white hair on the forehead of the 10 strength guardian deities. That's right. Yi Xian reached into his chest and pulled out a pile of white hair. Seeing this, Fan Jin's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. Yi Xian had completed the mission, so as long as he returned to Nanlin City, he would have failed. Moreover, Yi Xian had a flying mount that was faster than him, so even if he went to another location to get the second token, he would not be able to save the situation. At this moment he only had one choice, and that was to kill Yi Xian. Fan Yuan, who was beside Fan Jin, also realized this, but he still had a doubt in his heart, so he asked, Jin, why does the name Yi Xian sound so familiar? Father, he's the one who crippled Fan Yu. Fan Jin replied. After his reminder, Fan Yuan immediately reacted. So it was you who crippled my nephew, but I remember that my second brother has already sent experts to kill you. Kill me? Yi Xian pretended to be surprised. I don't know about that, but I've never met them. Although he had killed those experts from the Fan family, it was better not to spread this matter, unless he was confident that he could destroy the Fan family. Is that so? If that's the case, as long as I kill you, my son will be able to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament and avenge my nephew. Fan Yuan suddenly tightened his grip on the sword in his hand as he spoke. Is that so? He. Yi Xian smiled indifferently. Suddenly he found something strange. He thought to himself, hey, isn't that the water-splitting sword that was sold to the auction house before? So that's how it is. It was bought by the Fan family. Just nice, I can take it back. At this time, Fan Jin also shouted, Yi Xian, as long as you hand over the mission and kill that flying mount of yours with your own hands, I will ask my father to spare your life. At most, I will cripple your cultivation. How about it? It wasn't that he was soft-hearted, but because Fan Yu had a grudge with him when he was young as a fellow clansman, he couldn't do anything to Fan Yu. And when Yi Xian crippled Fan Yu, it could be considered as unintentionally helping him vent his anger. What a joke. I'll give you a chance. If you kill your father, I'll consider sparing your life. Yi Xian had a look of disdain on his face. He and Fan Yuan were dozens of meters apart, so he couldn't feel Fan Yuan's strength, but he understood that there were only two true spirit realm experts in South Forest City. One was the Commandery Prince of the South Forest, and the other was the Imperial Inspector, Ouyang Ming. Therefore, it was impossible for Fan Jin's father to be a true spirit realm expert. As long as it wasn't a true spirit realm expert, what did he have to fear? Moreover, he could take revenge for that day. Good, since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, then don't blame me. Father, I'll go kill him. Fan Jin coldly snorted. So arrogant, you really don't know life from death. Although Fan Yuan was surprised that Yi Xian could be chosen by Ouyang Ming, when Yi Xian crippled Fan Yu, he was only in the early 9th stage of the martial path. Only a few months had passed, so he didn't believe that Yi Xian could cause any big waves. In his estimation, Yi Xian was at most a 9th stage of the martial path. However, he still suddenly called out to Fan Jin and passed the Aqua Splitter Sword to Fan Jin, saying, Jin, this Aqua Splitter Sword will be given to you sooner or later. Today, use this Spirit Artifact Sword to avenge Fan Yu. Fan Jin took the sword. Although he didn't want to avenge Fan Yu if he didn't kill Yi Xian, he was afraid that he would be eliminated. Therefore, between him and Yi Xian, only one of them could live. Are you sure you want to kill me and not your father? Yi Xian looked at Fan Jin, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. What big words. Since you really want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Fan Jin coldly shouted. That day Yi Xian crippled his guard. He wanted to forget about it, but now he wanted to avenge that guard. Fan Yuan looked at Yi Xian's carefree expression and was puzzled. He immediately reminded him, Jin, don't relax when dealing with an enemy. Yes, father. Fan Jin nodded, then walked toward Yi Xian with the water-splitting sword in hand. Yi Xian looked at him slowly, walking toward him with a smile, thinking, I didn't want to bicker with you, but since you really want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Whoosh! A slash pierced through the air. Fan Jin, who was in the early stage of the 10th realm of the martial path, and with the help of a spirit weapon, his attack was very fierce. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yi Xian. Even a martial artist at the peak of the 9th realm of the martial path could only watch as he was hit by this slash. However, this slash was very slow in front of Yi Xian. Whoosh! Yi Xian shifted his body slightly and dodged this fierce slash. What? Fan Jin was shocked and raised his hand to slash again. This slash accurately hit Yi Xian's body, but surprisingly, it passed through him. An afterimage? This time, Fan Jin was even more shocked. He hurriedly looked and saw Yi Xian's figure at the side. At this time, Yi Xian had a golden longbow in his hand. Suddenly, Yi Xian's right hand loosened, and an arrow of light shot out. This arrow of light split into 9 parts in the air, and each one was like a bolt of lightning that shot into Fan Jin's body in an instant. One of them pierced through Fan Jin's heart, and the other opened a bloody hole in his forehead. Fan Jin was dead. He never thought that he would be killed in an instant. Moreover, he was not killed in the capital city tournament, but by a teenager who was 5 or 6 years younger than him. Fan Jin, who was holding the water splitter sword, had turned into a corpse and was falling backward. At this time, a figure suddenly rushed over and snatched the water splitter sword from his hand. It was Yi Xian. Jin. After recovering from his shock, Fan Yuan shouted angrily. His only son had actually been killed by someone. At this moment he rushed toward Yi Xian with his bare hands. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yi Xian snorted coldly in his heart. Once again he left behind an afterimage and rushed in front of Fan Yuan. Bang! He slapped Fan Yuan's chest and sent him flying. Then he changed the weapon in his hand. Whoosh! 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 9 rays of light flashed, and Fan Yuan was shot into a sieve and died in an instant. Even if he had a spiritual weapon sword, he was no match for Yi Xian. After all, a spiritual weapon sword could only increase his attack power, but not his speed. Yi Xian's speed was unimaginably fast. Unless a martial artist at the peak of level 10 of the martial path was using a 10th grade martial arts technique, or a spiritual martial arts technique, it could also be a martial artist in the true spirit realm. Chapter 118. After Fan Yuan and Fan Jin died, Yi Xian also searched their bodies for a while but did not get much good stuff. Then he buried the 2 of them just in case. Now his mission opponent was dead, so he was not in a hurry. He could wait for more than 20 days to return to South Forest City, as long as it did not exceed a month. Next he stayed on this mountain and kept hunting the mighty ape warriors. The spiritual power and devouring points in his body were also increasing. More than 20 days later, under the locust tree on the mountain top, a young man was lying on his side, seemingly sleeping. This young man was Yi Xian. In the past 20 days or so, he had run through this mountain several times and killed all the mighty Vajra. He counted them carefully. There were a total of 563 of them. 563 mighty Vajras. This was a very terrifying number. Even a martial artist at the peak of the 10th level of the martial path with a spiritual weapon sword would not be able to do it in 20 days, unless he was in the true spirit realm. At the same time, these more than 500 mighty ape warriors also provided Yi Xian with a lot of devouring points. At this time, his devouring points had broken through the 2000 mark. Not only that, his realm had also reached the middle of the 10th level of the martial path. He was only 1 step away from the peak of the 10th level of the martial path. In fact, he could already break through, but in order to preserve his strength, he put some of the mighty ape warriors' corpses in the devouring space, waiting for the time to suddenly devour and then advance. Suddenly Yi Xian, who was resting under the locust tree, opened his eyes. He yawned comfortably, stretched his waist and said to himself, "It's dawn, time to return to South Forest City." He tidied up his luggage, stood up, and then rushed all the way to the foot of the mountain. This mountain had been slaughtered by him. Not only the mighty ape warriors, but also many other monsters were killed by him. "I have to hurry again." When Yi Xian came to the foot of the mountain, he shook his head helplessly. Hurrying was the most boring thing. At this time he suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, my 2000 devouring points are enough to upgrade the wind-chasing leopard bloodline or 100-flower bloodline to the intermediate bloodline. Let me try." Yi Xian's heart stirred. The host is currently unable to fuse with a mid-level bloodline. If you forcibly fuse with it, it may cause your realm to drop or your body to explode. Do you wish to purchase it? After hearing the system notification, Yi Xian was shocked again. He was already at the mid-stage of the 10th stage of the martial path, but he was still unable to fuse with the middle-grade bloodline. Could it be that he would have to wait until he broke through to the true spirit realm? Not only the wind-seeking leopard bloodline, but also the 100 flowers bloodline, so he could only give up. "Forget it, if I can't exchange then I'll leave it for now. Let's return to South Forest City first." Yi Xian shook his head and disappeared from his original spot. Several days later Yi Xian finally returned to South Forest City. Only 27 days had passed since he left South Forest City. He ran all the way to the Ouyang Manor and found Ouyang Ming. "Master Ouyang, I'm back." Yi Xian took out the 10 white hairs of the mighty King Kong and the token. Ouyang Ming was a little surprised and asked, "Why did you come back so late? According to my estimation you could have completed it in half a month." He had seen Yi Xian's speed before, so he made this estimation. "I ran into some trouble, but I also had a fortuitous encounter, so I was a little late." Yi Xian laughed. "Fortunately, Fan Jin, who was on the same mission as you, has not returned yet. Otherwise you would have been eliminated. Wait your realm." Ouyang Ming suddenly stood up and walked to Yi Xian's side and exclaimed, "You broke through again?" "Yes, this kid had a fortuitous encounter and ate a few unknown fruits, so I broke through." Yi Xian casually found another reason. "You're really lucky, kid. But you're really bold to eat something you don't know. Be careful next time, don't get poisoned." Ouyang Ming rolled his eyes. He did not want Yi Xian to die halfway. "Yes, thank you Sir Ouyang for your guidance." Yi Xian replied respectfully and thought to himself, "I'm immune to poison. As long as I'm not poisoned to death immediately, the 100 flowers bloodline can detoxify the poison. What's there to be afraid of?" "Okay, you've completed the mission and received a slot. Next month you'll follow me to the imperial capital. Before that I'll personally guide you," Ouyang Ming said. Yes, Sir Ouyang. Yi Xian suddenly asked. Oh right, Sir Ouyang, have you completed the other 2 missions? That's right. Deng Yang was the first to complete it, followed by Gu Yi and finally Shang Yuxiang. However, Gu Yi and Shang Yuxiang were assigned the same task, and you returned within the allotted time, so Shang Yuxiang was eliminated, Ouyang Ming answered. Yi Xian nodded silently. It seemed that the 3 slots had been decided. Deng Yang, the son of the Nanlin County's second-rank prince, Gu Yi and Yi Xian. Yi Xian immediately left. It's good to be young. The meridians are not fixed and the potential is not fully tapped. It's very easy to break through. Ouyang Ming sighed. A martial artist's meridians would only be fixed at the age of 25. After that, their cultivation speed would be greatly reduced. From then on, they would have to rely on the accumulation of time. Although Ouyang Ming was in the true spirit realm, he was only in the early stage. He knew his own capabilities, and whether he could break through to the peak of the true spirit realm in his lifetime was still a question. Yi Xian was in the middle stage of the 10th rank at the age of 16. Ouyang Ming estimated that Yi Xian would be able to break through to the true spirit realm in 1 or 2 years. Why would so many people fight over a single genius? To be able to nurture such a powerhouse was a very satisfying thing. Moreover, Ouyang Ming recommended Yi Xian to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament. If Yi Xian stood out in the tournament and was chosen by the court officials or even the emperor, then his status would also rise. What if Yi Xian became the great general of the state or the imperial preceptor in the future? In the following month, Ouyang Ming personally guided Yi Xian and the other 2. Deng Yang's father was the second-rank prince of the Nanlin County, and the second-rank prince of the Nanlin County was originally a true spirit realm powerhouse, so Deng Yang had a sloppy appearance. Ouyang Ming did not care about Deng Yang because Deng Yang was forced to him by the second-rank prince of the Nanlin County. Ouyang Ming once owed the second-rank prince of the Nanlin County a favor, so he accepted Deng Yang. However, Yi Xian and Gu Yi cherished this 1 month very much. One had to know that this was a true spirit realm powerhouse. How many people dreamed of being guided by a true spirit realm powerhouse? Many of Gu Yi's martial arts that he was not very familiar with were suddenly enlightened after Ouyang Ming's explanation,